Silencer. I make my move. It goes without saying. This one is in the bag. Not a whisper. I cut a path. Yes. A step ahead. I go. With quickness.
30
Silent
seconds to
running.
battle.
Yes. Silently. Yes. I go.
The battle begins.
Onward. A hush falls on the battlefield. I go.
Mine by right, as well as by might.
Yes. Not a whisper. Silently. Onward. A step ahead. I go. Denied. I cut a path. Silent running. Silently. Yes. With quickness. Yes. I make my move. Yes. Not a whisper. Silent running. Yes. I go. Cut to the chase. With quickness. Silently. I go. Onward. Yes. make my move. Not a whisper. Attack! With quickness. I go. Onward. Yes. I make my move. Not a whisper. To you, I am empty. I will with quickness. Silent running. Silently. I go. Speak your last.
DOTA2 is under attack.
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified. DOTA2 is under attack.
Hear me out. Yes. I make my move. Not a whisper. I cut a path. Not a whisper. Silent running. As the blades fly. Quickness. Silently. Onward. Silently. With quickness. Not a whisper. A step ahead.
A new chapter.
I go.
Your tower is under attack.
Silently. Yes. I make my move. I go. Yes. Silent running. whisper. Yes. Yes. I move. Not yet. Silently. I'm not ready. Me. A step ahead. With quickness. Yes. I go. I cut a path.
The middle tower is under attack.
I make my move. Not a whisper. With quickness. A step ahead. Yeah. With quickness. I make my move. I cut a path. Yes. Not a whisper.
I'll take your tribute.
Silent running. I go. I don't even want to hear it. With quickness. Onward. Yes. Yes. Silent running. I make my move. I go. I go.
The enemy's top tower has been destroyed.
Not a whisper. Step ahead. Yes. I make my move. Silently. I go. Yes. Yes. Onward. Not yet. Calling for me. With quickness. Not a whisper. Yes. I go. Silence. Advance. A step ahead. I cut a path. Yes. Not a whisper. I make my move. I'm under attack. With quickness. Yes. Silence mere mortal. I go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Silently. Yes. I cut a path. Silence. I make my move. Onward. With quickness. Illusion. Silently. I cut a path. I go. I go. Silent running. Not a whisper. Yes. Not yet. Double silently. Yes. A step ahead. Yes. I go. Not a whisper. I cut a path. Silent runnings. Silently. I make my move. Yes. With quickness.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. Speak your last. Soon you die. I go.
This will come in handy.
A step ahead. With quickness. Silently. I make my move. I go. Still.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Not a whisper. Yes. 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 Silent running. Yes. I cut a path. Yes. With quickness. Shut your mouth.
Come in handy.
Silent running. I go. A step ahead. Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Silent. Yes. On. Silent running. A step ahead. Silently. Not a whisper. Hear me out. With quickness. Yes. I make my move. Not a whisper. Yes. With quickness. Silently. Yes. Yes. I go. As the blades fly. I go. Step ahead.
to see teams embrace the weird picks that are working for them more
Okay.
because people don't understand them. And the biggest one for BetBoom, I feel like, is the save Pudge that I think actually looked really good in a lot of their games.
That's a good one.
Because they can duel the dual roam with it. Like, they get this Maiden Pudge combo, Enchantress Pudge, anything with a slower stun, Veno Pudge maybe, I don't know, Bounty Hunter Pudge. Just start dual roaming around, going through the gates, hooking people through the gates. Who cares? You start getting some flesh heaps up, and then saves a monster in the team fights. He's a save hero, initiator, does it all. I think it's a good way to solidify your support duo that's often been pretty hit or miss between, like, how are they combining and synergizing the game. I think stuff like that can work. Like the Pugna, a lot of teams have shown this hero to be pretty successful with the Storm combo.
Yep.
That's a hero. If I'm going to pick one out. I'm still a little on the fence about that hero just because I think, you know,
Really?
his actual utility, I think, can be whack in some games, and he gets countered by, like, purges way later on. I don't know if his early game impact's enough for me, but I'm just a Pugna hater. What can you do?
That's okay. Admitting it is the first step.
I need Pugna therapy.
You need Pugna therapy. What's an illegal pick that you've observed, Brian, out of this tournament? Something that made you... Because I know that Enigma pick that we had a little while ago that OG whipped out, you were not a fan of.
I would say my illegal drafts are not necessarily a specific pick. I'm with Avery here, where I don't mind if you. Yeah, it's the overall vision that you have of the draft. Where if you first round PL, your other two heroes better be running around the map for the first 15 minutes. Your other two cores better be running around the map for the first 15 minutes, getting shit done, because the PL, that's what he needs. He needs that much time to get Diffusal plus his next item in order to participate in the game. And when you go Enigma, last pick, with your first round PL, that's just one example of a few that we've seen. It's like, you're just going to get ran at in this patch. There's nowhere to go. Like, that's a game where we don't even want to watch it because we know exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, wow, we have this highlight on deck.
No. This was like the most uneventful game because we're just like, when do they ever have the chance?
Brian, for clarification, there's nothing wrong with a first round PL, but this was like a 6-7 PL.
Yes.
Which that doesn't work. But an 8 PL can actually work.
You know?
An 8 PL can work. But we're seeing 6-7 PLs. We're seeing 17 PLs by the same team, by the way. OG.
I'm still encouraged, though, that even after 4.5 days, now on to day 5 of groups, that there's nothing wrong with the heroes. It's just where you pick them, how you place them, where you lane them. And let's see what Evil Geniuses and Team Aster will be doing as we will be getting into their draft in just a moment. Stick around, everyone. We're beginning tiebreakers on Group A to figure out who's going to be making it to playoffs here at the Berlin Major 2023.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to 1. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. You're so cool, so stick around. You're so cool, you're so stick around. You're so you're so
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Time for infinite Dota, my friends. At least that's what I'm hoping for. I hope we never leave. I hope we delay all of playoffs. I hope we delay this entire major so that these 3 teams will be locked in eternity. Dota Purgatory. How would you ascend out of Dota Purgatory, Avery, if there was such a thing?
I feel like that was NA Dota. NA Dota is Dota Purgatory.
He'd become a caster.
So sometimes you ascend, the Quins and the Sumails go to Western Europe.
Yeah,
That's Dota Heaven.
there's like 5 gates to NA Dota Purgatory.
Okay.
So they're held by the gatekeepers, right?
Of course.
One of them, of course, is Bulba. Man's actually all 5 of the gates. So there's only one now.
He's the Minotaur.
There used to be others. Yeah, you have to get to the middle of the labyrinth, then you escape. And that is what all these teams are trying to do. Or I guess you can be like Sumail and learn Chinese.
Jumail.
What
Let's see what hero he's going to get his hands on. Maybe he'll play the Alk as we get into our first draft of this best of 1. Bounty Hunter, Underlord band out. Storm, Respect band every time, as well as the Medusa. Aster first pick the Alchemist, and EG respond with a Coddle +1.
Gotta get something good here, right? Some good Coddle combo. Pango, Ember, Slark maybe, depending on how confident you are in this Slark flex. Other teams have been doing Storm, Monkey.
There you go. That's the combo. Boundless Strike. Now it's 14-second cooldown.
Very viable.
It's a good Alk matchup. I mean, maybe you're just very confident in the scale here. It is a Pakaz classic as well. We think of Pakaz on these aggressive, stunning carries that can not only start the fight, but just win it with the overwhelming net worth. And the Roshan control is going to be pretty good here, along with Coddle, just giving you the heals, the auras. This hero can buy so many buffs for the Monkey King. I kind of like it. It's not your map combo, but you can always get that later.
I think the Monkey King is a good solution to the Alchemist. If the Alchemist is potentially flexed to a side lane, you can just put the Monkey King on there. We know Pakaz is an excellent Monkey King player, but also Christopher Smile.
Oh, that's
our
the one
boy.
we're getting today?
Yes.
Christopher Smile?
No, I hope we get Chris Smile, because Christopher Smile is too
mannered.
Too restrained. But he's also a master tier Monkey King. He plays the hero very well. He loves to play it versus any kind of mid melee hero, so I can see them putting this Monkey mid versus Alchemist if that's where it's going.
There's the suck. But there's no Storm to suck.
There's no Medusa to suck either.
So does it just suck?
It may just suck.
I don't think it sucks that much, right? You're playing versus Coddle, so the ward's always going to be useful. You have Tower taking pressure with his Nether Blast, and honestly, he's a fine laner. Like, Pugna does not really need to mana battery anyone, but if he can do that, that's still pretty cool. And even if you're just looking at Pugna with this Alchemist, if you can keep his health alive when they're trying to burst him down until he can make a turn, that seems okay too. I think Pugna has value in this patch outside of just giving mana to heroes.
That's true. Decrep already has a mad amount of value. If that Monkey is committed core, which it almost guarantee is here for EG, then just being able to Decrep someone in Wukong and reset that fight is already pretty happy with that type of team fight.
The story of this tournament for me, I've said it so many times off screen and probably a lot of times on screen, is that this is a melee carry meta. It's really bad to be a carry that's gankable in the early game or be position-based with how open the map is, with how many flank paths there are. The only exception being Medusa, who if you really think about it, it's not really position-based. She's tanky or tankier than all the other melee guys.
I like the other interpretation that you gave, which is it's a stand your ground carry meta.
Yes.
And so even if you're ranged, as long as you can just sit there and be happy.
Yeah, as long as you don't mind 3 different directions of people coming and you just want to right-click or turn the fight. That's the archetype of carries we're seeing. And Pugna is good against all these. Like, Pugna loves buying that extra few seconds against the Monkey Kings, the Ursas. Like, even being able to stall out fights against heroes like Medusa, you can just decrep them and ignore them, and that's a powerful tool. Like, this hero's only been picked 21 times on Pugna, banned 29 times, but he's got a 67% win rate. Like, this hero is winning games, and I think we might see more and more of him than we've already seen, because he was being prioritized at the start of the tournament because he was good with what was good in terms of like the Storms, giving them mana batteries, but he's also developing into a hero that's good against what is good, like on these melee carries, if that makes sense. He's good with what's good, and he's good against what's good.
Sounds pretty good.
Very, very good.
Thank you.
Very profound.
Much good.
But I mean,
Much wow.
on that same note, I mean, that's where Coddle comes in, right? He just rose to popularity because of the sustain coming out of Chakra, the heal coming out of Illuminating, and his lane presence returning. Also, EG are the only team that I can recall watching, so don't fact check me on it, that have flexed it to offlane. Because most teams have just pigeonholed Coddle as a support hero, just because his blast is so good on lane, and it gives him a tool to fight early on. But yesterday versus Aster, EG first phased their Coddle, and then on their overall last, they picked Bounty Hunter and they flexed the Coddle to offlane, and Whisper owned. Like, he did a really great job on this offlane Coddle.
One of the OG offlane Coddle players. Definitely something you have to think about if you're playing up against this team. That hero gets really fast auras from the offlane. We've seen it in some of the other regions that C really liked it, but C didn't play it here, sadly. If there's one hero I'm thinking about in the second phase, I feel like it's Queen of Pain. I don't know why. I just feel like Sumail's been playing it a lot. Chris Luck has also been playing it. It is a decent matchup versus Monkey King if you're trying to dissuade that lane. I think it's also one of the combos Aster likes in terms of giving Sumail a playmaking hero that Pugna can back up in the fight. Like, Queen suffers when she doesn't have survivability and sustain in the fight. Pugna's one of the heroes that can kind of slow that fight down, keep her alive. I think it's a hero both teams might be thinking about here, trying to dissuade at least. Because I don't know what else Sumail wants to play with the Pugna when the Storm is out so early. You take Pango and Lesh out in the second phase. Like, you kind of want this playmaker goes in. I mean, there's still Embers and stuff, but then you're giving this free matchup mid to Monkey.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to give away the Alk Flex so early on, though, right?
Well,
like,
do
if
they
you
play
put
it
this
offlane?
Queen of Pain now?
No, but if they give it to Sumail, so carry or mid, although Sumail has not played Alk yet this tournament, but the potential is there, I suppose.
It's not exactly like a difficult hero, I'll just say, Alchemist. So
That
like,
is
if,
true.
I think if you're a mid lane player and you're told it's broken, you play it in like a you play like 3 pubs on it, and you're probably pretty good to go. Historically, Alchemist has been flexed to mid as well, so I'm sure all these mid lane players have some experience with this hero in the past, which definitely goes a long way when you have limited time to prep for it. I think what Team Aster is doing with their picks, as you already mentioned with the Decrep resetting the fight in the Monkey King Wukong, Avery, is that we want to be able to peel you off of us and re-engage you. That's what the Disruptor also offers to them. Alchemist, even though he's like a tanky frontline bruiser, ends up building Blink Dagger, has a low cooldown stun, so extending the fights definitely goes in favor of teams of heroes like this, and I'm already kind of seeing that come out from Aster's entire idea.
But also, Disruptor is one of the best supports versus these high mobility heroes like Monkey King and Coddle, right? Monkey King, you can just put your Q on him and then you can glimpse him back from the tree line, which is very valuable. Coddle, if he does get flexed to offlane, is one of the peskiest heroes to catch. And you don't exactly have the best catch with your Pugna Alchemist so far. Alchemist is going to take some time, or he's going to have to build a Shadow Blade if he wants to catch this Coddle in the backlines. But now that you have this Disruptor, you can always find a way to catch the Coddle, and offlane Coddle hates buying BKB. That is if we're assuming that the offlane flex is still on the table. So I do like the Disruptor response, but now I feel like if they go Queen of Pain on Aster, they're not necessarily going to have that reliable stun to play with for the first 15 minutes of the game. Not sure how much of an issue that would be for them, though. But for that reason, I would like Ember a little more.
Mars. Where did this hero come from? I mean, it is an Aster classic. I mean, XXS is extremely comfortable in this hero. They are very confident running those dual lanes between him and Viboka and just taking the lane win to snowball the game. But this is not a hero we've seen have a lot of success in this current patch. I think he just falls the wayside in terms of moving around the map, getting the mobility, and then finding the fights. It just feels hard to find the team fights with this hero. He needs a lot of items to get there. Like, he needs a item accelerator, which, what is that nowadays? I guess Meteor Hammer? And then you still need Blink to be able to start the fights. Your scale's worse since that Ags that Amar abused got nerfed.
But may I offer some counterpoints to why I actually really like this Mars
I have
pick?
some too. Go ahead. You
Throw them on me. Throw them.
You
No,
like-
I want to see what yours are.
Okay,
Yeah.
so first of all, we were talking about these high mobility heroes like Monkey and Coddle. Mars counters them completely. Like, if he gets these heroes in arena, they're definitely screwed. We were talking about a reliable stun being needed so that something like a Queen of Pain might come out for Aster, and Mars fills that gap. Also, if the Monkey King is flexed to safe lane, he's one of the better offlaners to lane against Monkey King because he can just spear him away. So I feel like he's giving Aster everything that they need right now in terms of a hero that can come out in first pick. Also, all he needs is some follow-up damage, and then it looks like a really solid pick, because right now it isn't there, but then it makes the Queen of Pain that you were talking about, Avery. It looks so good.
I just think he isolates the supports on top of everything else you said. Like, if I see 2 squishy range supports where they're going to rely on glimmers, force stabs, items like this to keep them alive, you can blink arena these 2 supports. You don't even have to necessarily kill them during the duration of the arena. Like, they're zoned out of the fight. And as you mentioned, he is a pseudo-ranged offlaner. I think he's got like 250 range as Mars. So not only can he have that extra range himself, but he also can push you away, as you mentioned. And you destroy trees with arena. So he offers a lot of catch against Monkey King. This hero is, like, I think a bit underrated. Like, I don't think he's good, but I don't think he's like so bad we should express like doubt the second we see him show up in the draft.
No, I mean, I understand the doubt because he hasn't had good performances recently, but this is one of the games where he's actually solid against all of the heroes that he's playing against. So in those cases, even the heroes with low win rates.
I'm just worried about his early game. I'm not sure I believe in this Pugna Mars lane. I mean, they could throw Disrupt up there, but even then, you're potentially playing in a Bloodseeker Maiden here. This is a really strong safe lane. You can even just rotate supports around for EG if you want to. I'm just worried for his early game. If he gets out of that, I can see the team fight potential. They wanted a hero that locked EG in this literal arena to play around the Pugna and Disruptor without just going in with some good timing. I think all of that makes perfect sense. I think the points you guys brought up are entirely valid. I have just not seen the pathway for Mars to get to that point in the current patch because I don't know what the optimal itemization is on this hero. And then it's just...
His base stats are pretty bad.
Yeah, like his tankiness and lane ability is not what it used to be. He kind of just gets beat up, man. You just punch this hero and just takes it to the face.
There are very few offlane heroes you can put against the Crystal Maiden and Bloodseeker.
It is true,
to be fair. I don't really think there's anything that can lane against it.
And that's what I was thinking. It's like, what are you going to pick there? That it's going to be a sacrificial pick no matter what, right? And in that sense, maybe the Mars is good because you're just going to sacrifice the Mars and it'll still have good spells for the game. So maybe it'll end up working. And now you're kind of down to like, do you want to pick a mid here, play carry Alk into Bloodseeker Monkey? Do you want another carry for Monet, who you're most of the time playing around to carry the game? I still think Queen is on the table.
I do
not
like
going to get banned. Like
I do like Queen a lot, and the Ember ban and the Primal ban kind of give away that maybe they're looking for some mobility mid laner like Queen who doesn't want to get jumped on.
Is Batrider really unplayable? Like mobility?
I don't think he's unplayable, but he's definitely a lot slower than he used to be. And the problem is you didn't ban the Queen, so if you take the Bat, well, now it's better because they banned the Queen. So it does open up Bat more, but the Sumail Fiend.
Let's go.
I mean, that works. That's your follow-up damage for Arena. That's the only thing that they were lacking with this Mars pick, and with the Queen of Pain that Avery pointed out, they see the same thing on EG, and they take it out. So what really is left from the mid lane that's going to have a solid lane and be able to do follow-up damage? I think SF was the only remaining solution there.
I feel like they're just going to TA. I feel like that's been EG's go-to whenever they see SF or Invoker, and they don't feel like there's early tempo to abuse it on the map. Even though it's greedy, I'm not even sure I like it. That's just my gut read of the last pick here, but either way, I think SF gives them what they were looking for in the damage in the arena, like you were saying. It's a hero that can also lane up against the Monkey in the mid if EG wanted to flex it there. So you're kind of preventing that matchup, and there's the Bat, Brian.
I thought it was good for both teams, and that's why I thought Aster would pick it up, because there's no dispels for Sticky on either side, and there's really no like hard lockdown until items come out. So, I mean, I know Batrider's been reworked pretty significantly. That changes a lot about his matchups, as well as like his early game. The way he dominates the map is definitely different, but I'm really liking EG's draft, to be honest. Like, I think that Batrider pickup should have gone to Team Aster, and SF's 1-6 this tournament, and I think for good reason. I think he's a position-based ranged hero that wants to right-click people generally. So maybe he'll have a new role in this game because he's got the Requiem synergy with the arena, so he can go like a BKB Blink build, but then you're dealing with like Lasso and Rupture. I don't know who on Aster wants to tank these spells. I feel like nobody wants to, and they kind of have like a buddy system going, and yeah, I mean, I'm really digging EG's draft, but if Aster's able to get like a couple Lotuses, Lincoln Spheres, the most of EG's draft is predicated on these single target ultimates, so I can see how that would go in their favor later.
Yeah, you make really valid points. I think EG's draft looks stronger on paper, but I'm going to bat for Aster simply because I feel like if there's someone to make this Shadow Fiend work, it is Sumail, and if Mars has a good lane, then the game plan that they have with this SF can be very clear, right? Because Alchemist is going to hit his timings early, and they can just do that 5-man Deathball early on, and maybe you can just throw your Mars in to do an arena and he dies. But you are right that EG's draft looks more solid.
The King on the Fiend. He's going to solo kill Chris Luck 2 times. Easy dub.
All right. The prophecy has been set.
Over there.
It's a best of one.
I was going to do it for you.
Sunsfan and Cinderin, game number 1. Take it away.
Welcome to the tie-break situation. 3 best-of-1s that could repeat infinitely into the night and the day. Cinderin, do you agree with the panel? Do you like, well, I guess it was semi-split. Most went for EG. 1 for Aster because they have a Sumail fanboy over there. Yes. Okay. I will be solo cast. I was wondering if anybody could hear Cinderin because he's next to me, so really enjoying his voice. I promise you that he is in fact here. You may have seen him on camera, but I'll just relay everything that he's saying, and we can do this via my voice. So he's saying that I'm the best caster in the world. I'm also his best friend. It's not exactly reciprocated necessarily, but you know, I really appreciate the sentiment, especially from somebody that has very little emotion. Okay, well, I can't hear you, but hopefully other people can hear you. He's continuing to give me praise. Really appreciate that as we get this game started now, as the bounty runes are about to start and spawn. Sumail, of course, playing on the Shadow Fiend, and he's not able to click fast enough to get the bounty rune for himself. So that is very unfortunate, but looking at the total bounty rune situation, EG ends up getting 3 out of the 4. Of course, if you're just joining us, tiebreak situation. Out of 3 teams, these 2 teams plus BetBoom, 2 of them will continue on into the tournament, into the lower bracket for the major, and whoever is the odd team out will be eliminated completely. As C-Smile on the Bat Rider is going to be facing out against Sumail on this Shadow Fiend. Already has 4 stacks of sticky napalm, but of course nothing else to combo with it quite yet.
Shannon, I'm back.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah, right. I'm back.
You're on the other side of the studio.
This is next level.
All right, you know what? Go ahead and talk. I'm going to take a picture so I can remember this moment forever.
No, this is actually good. Little known fact for the audience, I actually have a restraining order on Suns fan, so we had to reposition a little bit here.
Just get a selfie going. Go ahead, Cinder.
There you go. Sometimes tech issues happen. Very quick solution here, though, so appreciate that. All right, Alchemist, we have some trouble down here for, well, First Blood going the way of Whisper.
Yeah. Well, Monet takes some right clicks, but yeah, like you said, First Blood goes to EG. So how are you doing all the way over there? How do you like these lineups?
Yeah, so we didn't really get to cover that since we had a little bit of an issue. So I think overall most of what the panel said is what I would agree with. I think the Dire lineup in this patch probably easier to play for the most part, but if the Radiant lineup do get the key items that they were talking about, the Lotuses, the Lincolns, maybe BKBs, there's definitely a timing window in this game where Shadow Fiend and Alchemist will be a tough duo for the Dire to deal with. So mainly looking for EG to set the pace, which I feel like they've been a little bit hit or miss with. Like some games they've done a really good job at playing aggressively around the map and really dictating the pace of the game. Other times they've been a bit on the back foot, and I think in this game you can't really afford to be on the back foot. Your Bat Rider will not have its efficiency, your Bloodseeker is not going to do what you want, so you really want to be the team to set the tone of the game.
Well, but we're going to see some more action in the bot lane. Whisper's done for. And Siamese Cat ends up netting himself that kill. Balance Strike not able to help out his comrade here. So tied up 1-1. Are you actually walking back to the station, Cinder? Jeez, just choose a place to sit, for God's sake. Musical chairs as Baboka able to get onto the outskirts of that blood right. He's going to be able to kill Panda. And a nice spear from XXS will prevent Baboka from dying himself.
This is probably a world record shortest restraining order of all time. We had 1 minute.
So how are you doing, Cinder?
I'm good. It feels good. It feels good to be back. I just need a slight timeout from you.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good, clean stuff.
Pretty good start from Aster, though, you got to say. All 3 lanes are having good CS. And I found it interesting to see the choice of putting Whisper on core in this game instead, or rather, putting the Coddle core instead of support. You could have argued that you could put the Monkey King 3 here, since, you know, 2 of the enemy core matchups are melee heroes, and it was part of the reason this hero was picked, right? I assume the reasoning is Coddle will have an easier time finding farm. He's going to buy the auras for his team, but I'm not so sure if that approach is going to work out very well. So far, Whisper has the urn and he's going travels.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if a core monkey would have been able to translate into a true carry in this game, even from the offlane. We've seen that in the past. Teams have been able to run that, but maybe they thought it was too greedy.
Yeah, I mean, Monkey is one of the most versatile heroes in the game, for sure. I mean, speaking of that, not that this necessarily has to do with this game, we've been seeing so many heroes that are out of quote-unquote normal position. We've been seeing like offlane Slark, Medusa, 4-position Slark is XXS is going to take a little bit of damage in the top lane, but he should be fine. What do you think that's attributed to? Is it because of the differences of the changes of the heroes themselves, or is it more map related, or are teams just smoking something real good?
I don't know. I'm still looking for an understanding of the Slark 4. I don't really know what exactly.
That was probably just Soxa saying, I want Slark.
Yeah, but I don't think he's the only one who's playing it.
Oh, really? Concoction ends up connecting. Matthew is going to get glimpsed back into the arms of Monet, but he will not go down this time. Takes heavy damage, but of course Whisper is the one that wants to stay alive, so things aren't going too badly here for EG. And we should talk about the mid lane. It's 28-7 on Sumail and 21-5 on C Smile right now. And Sumail is going to have to walk all the way back to base, but now that he has a bottle, and we'll be purchasing the TP to get back relatively soon.
He is behind by a meaningful amount against the Bat, though. Just a total of 400 net worth difference between the two.
Is that just from camps?
I guess regen, and did Bat have an assist? No, he doesn't, actually. I'm a little bit surprised that it's this lopsided, to be honest, given the CS, but Sumail probably has had to buy quite a bit more regen.
Oh, here we go. Nice stat.
Looks like Sumail just has, 200 more net worth from neutral, so the regen expenses must have been pretty significant here. Either way, we'll see it here. Yeah, so 200 more spent on consumables for SF, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess that kind of checks out.
Now that we've seen more games, your thoughts on Alchemist as a 1? Because we've been seeing a lot of the Radiance build as if like nothing has changed with the hero.
I think I just consider the hero just full-on flex between all 3 core roles, and you look at the game, like game-by-game basis, what's the most valuable thing to do. That's why the hero is such a great first pick, right?
Oh, see Smile, he wants to make use of the first lasso of the game, brings Baboka back into the tower range, and will be netting himself a nice kill, and he's going to snag this rune as well. He's going to take some heavy damage, though.
He's going to die.
Back, and he's going to die. Goodness gracious. Pakaz has come, though. As you can see, the right-click battle between Matthew and Sumail. Sumail should be fine. Siamese Cat, not so much, so Pakaz gets something good out of this rotation. But still, the mid laner dying for EG, not exactly what you want to see if you're EG. I said EG twice, so I'll say it a third time.
EG.
That's 4. Sumail gets his bottle refilled.
Against EG.
He used to also be on EG, unrelated. This must be a real grudge match for him. He was on contract for a while, too, and was just not playing for any teams. That was kind of a weird situation for, I want to say, like 8 months or something. And never even... Actually, didn't he sue them? We talked about this before. He actually ends up suing them. I don't even know what happened with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's been concluded just yet.
Siamese Cat, he's going to take heavy damage. A big blast from Whisper, who's going to net himself another kill. So, off to a pretty damn good start. 2-1-0 right now in the off lane for this Coddle. And like you said, he has the urn. We'll be going for the fast spear vessel this game.
To finish the whole Alchemist talk, like this hero is flexed between all 3 core roles. You look at the game. Is it a good game for the safe lane Alch? Is he going to get contested or not? And if not, yeah, I mean, you still probably go most of the time the usual build, right? You go Radiance into some sort of either Dagger or BKB. And, oh, hang on. He's actually going to get jumped here. Monet taking some serious damage. We'll have to TP out here, and we'll escape.
We'll be fine. And meanwhile, the same strat is trying to be used in the top lane, but XXS will get lassoed, and will have to make the walk of shame once he eventually revives. Sumail picking up a haste rune. Oh, that's a nice juicy stack.
Love that.
Oh, that feels good.
It's just something particularly satisfying about farming stacks with SF. Because you feel like you're using skill shots, You're like hitting 3 back-to-back, and it's so easy, but...
If I said that Shadow Fiend is the most classic Dota hero, would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Is that the right word for it? I feel like something about this hero is just enjoyable, and it always has been.
I mean, I think part of the reason he's considered that is that there was more... This was something that was way more common, I want to say, back in Dota 1, was players just playing 1v1 mid. And this was like the quote-unquote, skill hero for mid, because people, it would be about... CSing would be hard because you had bad base damage and you needed to hit raise combos to kill your opponents. Sometimes you would play Shadow Fiend against Shadow Fiend, sometimes you would play it against other matchups, but it was a way for players to really showcase their mechanical skill. It's like a lot of stock was placed in how good are you at SF. And even at TI,
It's been a while now, but we had that 1v1 tournament at TI, and Shadow Fiend was always the tiebreaker matchup in Game 3. So it's like some of that legacy of the hero still lives on.
Plus, the hero hasn't really drastically changed at all since Dota 1, which is always cool. Standing the test of time is Rupture onto XXS, who's just going to use his Arena and Spear and just destroy Pakaz. Sumail is here with a couple raises for Panda. Whisper has actually come to play as well, but he's going to try to go back into the gate. And it looks like he's going to regret that decision as Sumail continues to pursue, but the horse is pretty fast. Baboka, though, not going to be so lucky. All right, Whisper ends up taking out Siamese Cat. Baboka looks to be next. Ends up being a 3-for-2. Aster lose more members, but he did get the position 1 on EG.
Whisper is filthy rich right now on this offlane Coddle.
Oh, he didn't even bother for the Spirit Vessel. He just went straight Boots of Travel, and now...
Yeah, he's getting Vessel now. I think this is the right order to do it in regardless. You want that mobility. You want to constantly be able to connect on the top side of the map, on the mid if needed. This is the standard way of building when you go this build, is to get the fast earn for the lane and for the early kills. Then you go for the travels into Vessel. So.
That's something we haven't really talked about since the patch came out. If you die, you get a charge now.
Yep.
So that's just a net buff for Earn and Spirit Vessel.
Absolutely. If you're feeder, buy Earn.
That's right.
You're gonna have charges all the time.
Unless you use it in the
But you only get a charge if you have 0 when you die.
Oh, is that true?
I believe so. Yeah, I think you get a charge.
Matthew, he's going to run right into a large portion of Aster, but you can see C-Smile already getting off his lasso on the Disruptor, who gets dropped real fast, and Sumail has to kind of just stand his ground. He's going to get healed from the low ground by Baboka, but I don't know if they have enough to save him. Decrepify is only going to delay the inevitable, as XXS and company now might have to back off. Concoction comes in from Monet, but there's only so much he can do. 3 members on Aster have already died, and now Monet's getting slowed perpetually. Baboka's dead. This could be a full team wipe in favor of EG. Concoction not there in time.
Damn.
Triple kill for C-Smile, and the entirety of Aster get destroyed.
This approach against Elk, I'm actually really loving it in action now that we get to see it. So you give away a first pick Alchemist, and what you're doing is you're just picking this insane tempo. And we were concerned whether EG were going to be able to put this up, but so far so good. The Coddle is playing fast, the Bat is playing fast, Bloodseeker is by nature going to be fast. He wasn't even involved in this. This was a 4v5.
Oh, you're right.
He's just farming top while Coddle is just annihilating everybody. This hero is
like, oh, why am I so buffed across the map all of a sudden? Everyone's so low.
Like, oh, wow, this is fun. I'm fast. How's everybody else doing? Yeah, it's just well played. It's literally just on the other side of the map cheering them on.
Wow,
amazing.
That is...
Cheerleader Bloodseeker by Bakaz.
That might be worst case scenario for Aster. Not only do you get team wipe without even getting 1 member, but the enemy carry wasn't there the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much worse than that, right? And you have to say, like, the pick of the game so far, enabling all of this for me, is the Coddle. I think the offlane Coddle from Whisper, I was questioning it would have been better to put it support and play the Monkey carry, or sorry, core, because of the 2 melee matchups. But, I mean, the payoff, they've definitely silenced me with this for now. This offlane Coddle has been working wonders, and obviously C-Smile on the Bat. Had a good lane matchup against the Shadow Fiend to begin with. He's now 7-1. I don't know, man. This is going to be a rough one for Aster. You're 4K gold behind me at 11, and you have Alk. Like, this is an absolute... Is trouncing a word? I want to say that.
It is.
Yeah. It means you're getting beat up, right?
Well, trouncing?
Yeah.
It should be. Trounce is definitely a word.
Right.
Trounced.
Yeah.
So trouncing should be a word. Not very common, of course.
No.
We should have a new thing where we just introduce a new word every day.
I like that. Yeah.
What was mine yesterday? You didn't know?
Oh,
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it.
Surmise.
Nobody knows it.
Right.
Surmise, yeah.
That's right. Is the Maelstrom now online for Pakaz?
Yep.
You're now unpaused, so we can start talking about the game again.
So what do you do for Aster? You kind of need to find a way of avoiding full-on team fights, I think, because the Coddle is just overpowering you with the Bat right now. So you need to find skirmishes where you can use Glimpse, where you can use Raise combo, where you can use the Mars. The problem is EG are kind of just pushing out the lanes and feel very comfortable. And it's not like they're going to slow down the pace and start spreading out and letting you catch them off guard. They're going to keep the pressure up on you and smoke and make moves.
Yeah, and I think there's a few items that Aster needs before they can start fighting. Like, Sumail doesn't really want to enter these fights. He has Dragonlance now, but obviously the BKB is the big one for him, although there is some answers to that because you have Lasso, you have Rupture.
So Rupture still kills you.
Baboka, he's done. But then as well, Alchemist doesn't have Radiance yet, and you can't really fight with Radiance. You need something on top of that. So there's still like, I want to say an 8 to 10 minute window where EG can probably just continue with this high octane offense.
Yep.
What is that building? Is that a flag?
Oh, it's a little hut.
Yeah, it's a little, wow, it's a well.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a wishing well.
Okay, I wonder if that's going to be the next objective. That is...
I think Aster should go there, all 5 of them, throw in some coins and wish for a remake.
That's where all the tips go, into that well.
Oh, that would actually be kind of cool if you could mouse over the well and see how many players had been tipped in Dota history and in your game.
Yeah, that would be
nice.
Very useful.
That's such a good idea. You're really smart.
Inside kinetic field. He's going to get speared like... No, not even needing. Okay. He will throw it just to get the kill.
Do you have a tally for how many things you've suggested that have made it into the game?
No, but it's a lot. I actually once got an email from somebody that was convinced that I work for Valve because he gave me a full list of things that I've said that have gone into the game.
I can confirm
most of
that
which
that is
people
not
called
the case.
me. Most people call me a moron.
Yeah, I mean they're right
suggestion.
Too. Absolutely.
You know? And then this patch comes out.
You're
Yes.
You're crazy scientist.
Okay.
You have all these crazy ideas, but some of them, some of them turn into greatness.
Okay.
Most geniuses of history were considered crazy.
That's right, in their time. That's true.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's not until they're long dead before they're appreciated.
You will eventually be appreciated, but you will not be around to experience it.
Understandable, and I totally agree. The glimpse, unfortunately, there's still more heroes on top of that. You can't multicast it or anything. So that's going to be the death of Siamese Cat.
This is just a very quiet game right now for Aster because their lineup, as we talked about, they needed to go well in lanes so they could get to their items. But what when the lanes go poorly and the early game doesn't go your way? You have very little to fall back on. You don't really have the best playmaking heroes. Your best one is Mars. He needs items to playmake though. Like this hero doesn't.
He does have enough for Blink. Yeah, he just
finally
bought the
Dagger.
So that's the start.
So Dagger and then Alk Radiance coming up probably in a minute could be a potential timing. Because as much as we talk about the BKBs for the Radiant, how about the Dire? Like you start getting BKBs on their cores, what does Aster do?
Yeah,
they can right click with Shadow Fiend, that's pretty much it.
There's nothing that goes through. That is true.
So EG kind of have better tools against BKBs because they at least have the 2 piercing abilities.
Well, Baboka, he's going to be found out here. XXS using that Blink Dagger for the first time, along with the Arena. The Static Storm's right on top of it. And that's already a 2-for-1 in favor of EG as they're continuing to pursue. But C-Smile, BKB'd, but the rest of his team is cleaning up.
Too easy for
Sumail and
EG.
XXS taken out very easily.
Bad BKB right there in action for the first time. Good glimpse, though. This could be big.
Because this will be a very big kill, showing off that new Radiance. So Aster.
He died to Thunderstrike. Unfortunately, I want to say, because I think... I really think Alchemist needs that kill bounty right now.
Yeah.
So that was an unfortunate circumstance. Still, they're going to be very happy to get that kill, of course, but you really need this Alchemist to reach critical mass soon, or this is going to get rough.
As we are 4 minutes away from the Tormentor, of course. Very important.
Yep. Did a little bit of a backstage survey the other day. Sounds like Tormentor is the current winner.
Of pronunciation?
Yes.
As opposed to Tormentor?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know which one's correct. I don't know if it's an actual word.
What, torment? Of course it is.
Well, torment is, and to torment is also, but a tormentor, isn't that like kind of an
Yeah, you're tormenting me because you're a tormentor.
Okay.
Maybe it's not a word.
I'll take your word for it.
We'll look it up after this game. I'll forget about this conversation in about 10 seconds.
You forget about everything.
I'm the human goldfish, as it were. Aetherlands now.
Those generally don't get appreciated until after they're dead, but then they're considered geniuses.
I don't know if anybody appreciates a goldfish at any point, if I'm being honest.
Damn, that's harsh. A lot of people love their goldfish, Shannon.
There's no way. Those things last like a week, man.
No, they love them back when they remember them.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Well, Pakazi's going to get a double stack here.
Nice, juicy. That's a triple stack, Shannon.
Yeah, now, no, it wasn't. Now it's triple.
I said he's going to get a double stack. He's going to get a triple stack.
He's going to have a BKB as well.
Oh, nice. Avoiding the correction there.
I would love to look at stats for neutral item pickups, like how often people prefer to go for a specific one. Because Like Faded Brooch was a great example before it got nerfed after literally 1 day, even though it was in the last patch.
Nice damage.
Yeah, this
Whisper.
Disruptor is gonna die. Matthew looking to steal it, but Whisper all calculated. He has the Orchid now, by the way.
Yeah.
He is so fat. Right?
I mean, this guy, in my opinion, is the best offlane Coddle in the world. There's not that many offlaners playing it, to be honest, but it's just whenever you see Whisper having a good game on this hero, he carries as a Coddle, right? Like, top net worth. He's making so many moves happen. He's 7-1 and 3. Has the early Orchid to just keep killing these supports with no problems and just dictating flow of the game, which is what we wanted to see from them. So, yeah, it's a treat to watch. This hero really is one of the heroes of all time.
It's one of the heroes of all time.
Yeah, it's a meme. You wouldn't get it.
Okay, thank you.
Because it's funny.
You're right. I did laugh.
There you go.
A Blink Dagger now.
Maybe
there
even
for
you can
Smile.
be saved by memes.
Because focusing on the tier 1, this looks to be uncontested as Aster still delaying. So let's see. How close are all the items that they need? Sumail about 200 away from BKB. We already saw the Radiance for Alk as okay.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big kill.
You complimented the Coddle, and Whisper now dies.
Easy curse. Easy.
So that'll extend this a bit.
Oh.
As
well.
Rupture, but the TP, no. No time for that. As Monet, okay, they do have Lasso. Do they have
no
the
rupture,
damage, though? Yeah, without Rupture,
this is not
pretty difficult, but
it?
they do force the BKB, which I think is a win in and of itself. Concoction's coming, though, because, okay, that's a trade of BKBs, so now it's a tie, because this is the tiebreakers after all. It's only natural. It's only fitting as the BKB there for Sumail, and I think the BKB should be coming from Monet. Yeah, he's already working on the Blink Dagger. So I think with these items, is that enough for Aster? Or they need some more?
I mean, it's definitely going to give them a fighting chance. The thing that I was just thinking is, isn't this kind of funny? It feels like a time machine that we just went back 1 month. Everybody's going first main item BKB, and nobody has auras. Like, this is kind of an unusual game, right? Like, most meta games right now have a Pipe or a Crimson or both and Greaves. These players are just playing the last patch, basically. And I'm not faulting them for it. With the drafts, I think their itemization is good. It's just kind of funny that it turns out that way in this game. Because you could have argued that Mars against this lineup could buy a Pipe, right? It's against Core, Coddle, Bat, Mid.
Yeah.
But the problem for their lineup is if he doesn't have the dagger, they have no catch. So he kind of has to play that role. And at that point, when you're that late in, are you going to start building a Pipe now? Probably better off just getting
It's
a DK.
Tormentor time.
Yep.
All right, who gets it?
Pugna.
Disruptor or Pugna?
Pugna.
Who do you want it on?
Pugna.
Neither of them are really that useful.
It's on Pugna. And the reason I want it on Pugna is that I like to see people suffer. I don't know.
Who's going to suffer?
Is it good this game? I mean, it gives cast range on Nether Ward, which is nice, but I find the draining ward thing to be extremely niche. So I actually think this one is largely irrelevant.
Yeah.
The cast range on the ward is nice, though, because in a lot of areas of the map, you can now suddenly start placing it behind trees or over cliffs or whatever. So that luxury is good. But, I mean, he's a level 1 Nether Ward, right? He's not even prioritizing it this game as a support.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
A very low impact shard for this game. But it's a shard that EG don't have.
Smoke from EG. Getting close to Sumail. He's going to pop it, actually.
All right.
Spirit Vessel applied. There's the lasso initiation.
Yeah, he's
Sumail just looks dead.
Yeah, what can you do?
The demon has died. Baboka now on the run. He will likely be caught up.
He has the shard, though.
He does have the shard. That will maintain through death, believe it or not. Double kill for C-Smile. This is the interesting thing, though.
That's actually a problem that he had the shard there. Now they got more gold.
This is the interesting thing about Tormentors, though, that creates a new variable for balancing, which is really interesting because in game, like before, you just look at win rates of, you know, these heroes buying shards. How good are they when they buy them? How good are they when not? And it's relatively simple. Now, a lot of these supports are getting shards for free. So that could be a buff in and of itself now, where you don't need to, like, if these heroes are primarily support, then you can just buff the shard, and that is a bigger buff than it would have been before, right?
Yeah, because before they would have to get it from Roche.
Yeah.
And most
or
of the time,
buy it
second
over
Roche
a long period of
would
time.
be given to a core.
Smoke is
and they don't
popped.
use one time.
Roche is at half HP. There's the rupture on the Monet. He's going to try to run through it. Pops his ult. There's the lasso. Are they going to try to reposition him inside that blood right? He's just dead inside the BKB. Very unfortunate for Aster. I don't think they can fight without this Alk now. Especially Sumail, who I don't even think has full souls after that recent death. His XXS, he's forced to use his Mars ult, but
that's
to no
debatable.
avail whatsoever.
He got a BKB out of C-Smile by doing it, but his team weren't actually really ranged. All right, they're just going to brute force this.
They want to fight. Orchid onto Baboka. There's the Static Storm, actually beautifully placed.
Okay.
But netting themselves a kill onto the CM. And
what an
somehow they defend
standoff
this. I am actually shocked that they defended this.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lot
4
of
Lotuses! Delicious flowers! Okay. Wait, are they going? No, they're not going in the pit. They're thinking about it,
Roche
though.
is still lit, right?
Yeah. Lit.
We've been playing a little bit of Counter-Strike in our off time. We've been playing some Wingman, so it becomes a part of the vocabulary now to say
I hit him for 20 damage. He's lit.
Roche is lit for 5K. Here comes EG.
Because he's got the blood right. That's a beautiful usage of it. And they're trying to. Oh, they actually have a lasso up already onto Sumail onto the other side, but he pops the BKB now. Boundless Strike and the Wukong's command, but this is only a support Monkey King who gets destroyed outright. And Pakaz goes down to XXS on the sideline.
This is going awesome for Aster.
Aster will likely get this Aegis now as a result.
Taking advantage of the cooldowns. No lasso, no BKB on Bat, so he's not that strong.
Yep. Oh, wait, the last hit!
Oh, he
goes to EG! I mean, the Aegis is the more important part, and they're going to get the kill on Whisper. So the question is, was that worth it? How much gold does that actually give?
I mean, what a 60.
Yeah, he got a huge net.
That was a pretty sick steal.
Net game from that.
Damn.
Right.
What a player.
If you could go back as Whisper, would you do that?
Yeah. I think so.
You think so?
Yeah, because it gives karma. Gets upvotes on Reddit, and as we all know, that is more important than winning tournaments. So.
Gotcha. There it is.
So clutch, though. What a perfect timing from him. Nice reaction as well, though, from XXS to go and get him. Right, I don't think that's why Matthew was shaking his head, by the way. I don't think that was the Roche steal. It's probably more like, how the hell did we lose control here after killing these heroes and especially killing the Alk first? But great job from Aster, just weaving in and out, buying time, and recognizing that they were able to stand their ground with Bat and with Bat spells on cooldown and the Bloodseeker Rupture also down. They were able to control this, and all of a sudden, this game that EG were snowballing the crap out of has kind of equalized. Yeah, sure, you're still behind on gold with an Alk, which is not the best look, but you look across the board with net worth distributions, the healthy sign for them is that it's not just, oh, Alk is big and everyone else is poor. Because those games Alk tends to lose, where the net worth is close, but you're the only core, and then the enemy team just counters you and you have nothing. But Shadowfiend and Mars can hold their own, so countering out the Alk is not enough. You saw a massive impact from Sumail in that previous fight when Alk was dead, so that is not going to be enough. EG.
And it also depends on how useful this Aegis will end up being for Sumail, because you could technically put a gold number on that depending on how he uses it.
And also, how useful is Coddle going to be down the stretch? Because he's obviously starting to run his course, right? It's not like this hero disappears, but very much falls off compared to other cores.
True.
So, yeah, pretty healthy sign for Aster. Looked like this was going to be a stomp, but we have a game on our hands.
Indeed.
Maiden gets a shard from the Tormentor.
Oh, did she?
Yep. So can move during freezing field and cast spells.
Yeah, that's another thing. I keep thinking of like random topics, but that's another thing where I feel like maybe going forward, there's going to be more incentive to be like, I don't know if people are thinking about this at all right now, but if maybe there's a not so efficient or amazing support, but their shard is just so good that it's actually worth picking because you're getting an early shard. I know that's not the only reason you would pick the hero. That has to go into the calculation to some degree.
The issue is it's not reliable, right?
Yeah. It's
if you were sure you would get it, okay.
All right.
This is
Arena breaks all the trees. Goodbye, Matthew.
He feels better already. That's interesting. Usually getting knocked off a tree and killed as Monkey King doesn't make you feel better. But that's good for him.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to get ganked. And that's a lot of couriers on the minimap. Looks like a turbo match. They're all flying out together.
Turbo match would be much faster.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a misleading stat at the end.
Healing done?
Yeah, Bloodseeker will always be stupidly high on
these
this.
self-heals shouldn't count, I think. It should be heals towards ally heroes that are not yourself.
But the thing is, if there's one thing that's good, even if you lose, it's when you can look at your stats and be like, man, I did more healing than my teammates combined. They really let me down.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you play Zeus and you're like, man, I did so much more damage than everyone else. I did my part. I carried, but we still lost. Like, no, you played
Very
Zeus.
true. Sumail.
All right.
Aegis. They're going to find a Monkey King again.
Damn,
inside
Matthew,
that kinetic field. Here comes Monet. Gets off a beautiful concoction onto the CM. Rebuke blows them up, so that's 2 dead already in favor of EG.
This is kind of starting to fall apart a little bit, I have to say. Like, they need to... I think EG need to be careful not to slip up any further than this. Again, the goal looks all right. It looks healthy, but you gotta keep taking initiative with the heroes that you have and the way that they peak right now. Or rather, probably peaked 5 to 10 minutes ago, but if you start slowing down, I have less and less faith in EG taking this down the stretch. There's so much minus armor on the Radiant between Alchemist and Shadow Fiend. Even Mars could contribute to that if he wanted to with itemization. He could get an AC. I'm assuming they'll get that on the Alch, though. He actually has it now. Mars will be getting Refresher. I don't know if he can support that. Does he have mana for this? That's borderline.
Go ahead and do your math. We'll
yeah, it's borderline. Maybe if he gets the right tier 3 neutral. If he gets a ceremonial robe, he'll be fine for sure. He does have a token available.
Smile looking for an opening. He's going to get Sumail again. The Aegis is still intact, though.
5 seconds. They're timing this to a T.
Yeah, if they... Okay.
3.
About to go out, and he's trying to kite them a bit. Pop the BKB. There's the bash, but a beautiful heal coming around from Baboka. And the Requiem. He wants it. Can't get it off in time. He keeps getting bashed. Sumail just wants to get off Requiem. Finally gets it off inside the arena, but he's not going to do that much damage. Still getting healed, though, from Baboka, who now has to be careful because he's almost dead. Continue to right-click on the C-Smile. Sumail looks like he's going to live, and 3 dead already for EG as C-Smile looking to be next on Aster's menu. Getting to the low ground, gets the flame break off, but the concoction does hit, and the air. Oh, the spear did connect, but the glimpse is enough.
Yeah, give him the
Beautiful
tip. Sumail says Baboka. Suck God. Amazing fight. I kind of can't believe that he survived through all of that, but just full duration life drains coming out from Baboka twice in a row on the SF, and somebody from EG has to be able to cancel that, but they just weren't.
Yeah.
I might use Matthew now too. Will Orchid.
He's fine.
He's okay. Damn. That was crazy, because I actually really liked the way EG set that up.
Yeah.
They initiated on Sumail, they got him low, they waited for the Aegis to expire, and then they want to commit, but the heals, just too much. Somebody had to stop Baboka there, and nobody was able to. They obviously didn't have the lasso, they used that to set the whole play up.
You know, it would be a good item.
Wow.
Pugna is...
Got a replay here.
Yeah, you can see the Aegis about to expire. Sumail trying to reposition Baboka behind the trees. Actually, really not that far away. It's like almost
he's very
melee
visible
range.
too. Like he's not glimmered. He's just standing there.
Yeah.
Is there really nobody that can stop? A Monkey King isn't there yet. He's connecting mid. I was like, where's the Boundless? But
I was gonna say, I think Whisper maybe getting the Will-O-Wisp would be really good this game.
Will-O-Whisper.
That's right.
Yeah. True.
Pugna's not going to itemize against that. Like, you're not getting a BKB on this guy.
Right, so how does it work if you're mid-life drain and it procs?
I assume it, I mean,
I'm actually not
cancel,
completely
right?
certain
Am
how it works.
Am I dumb?
If you're channeling there.
Oh, I heard a BKB somewhere. Oh, okay, Monet. He destroys Whisper.
Yep.
And this is starting to look much more in favor of Aster now.
Yeah.
Abyssal Blade. Almost there, just a Vanguard from Monet to be able to finish it. Disruptor, only 800 away from Ags.
Yeah,
one of
that's
the most
a big
powerful
one.
Ags in the entirety of Dota 2.
They don't have the best reliable setup, but if they get any sort of Mars Spear connection, it's just a kill. Because the enemy team don't have any saves. EG can't. They don't have. They don't even have a Force Staff, right? No. So if anyone gets speared to a tree or to the arena and gets Static Storm, that's a death sentence. They have no way of stopping that. So extra thing to worry about for them. Is pretty concerning in general. And also, not to get ahead of ourselves here, because no matter how this game goes, there's obviously a team bet boom waiting after this series. If you're EG and you end up losing this game when you had all the cards in your hand, you're playing really, really well, and you're playing super aggro and you drop the ball, you've got to be able to reset for that series as well later on.
Yeah.
Because obviously the most important thing in this three-way tie is to not lose both. You need to win one game.
That's right.
Because the loser gets knocked out and the other two get placed 5th, 6th for seeding. So really about keeping cool even if you lose. And for Aster, obviously, they've already shown some pretty good resilience in this game. I think this was looking rough and it definitely could have crumbled, but they were able to play to their strengths. And now they're the ones with the ball. Mars has exactly what we wanted to see. He has Ceremonial Robe plus Refresher, so he got the neutral item he wanted. Obviously, a decently high chance of getting it.
Yeah. Definitely different than before. Let's just call it out. Yeah, he just needs a Ceremonial Robe. He'll be fine. And he gets it.
I mean, he couldn't have planned for it either, because he didn't start buying the Refresher after they got the neutral items. So.
Yeah, well,
but
they were just scanned
what
out
alternatives
in the
are
pit.
there?
So we'll see if EG think that they're not. They can see that it's not red any longer. Going down this bridge of destruction, Sumail will go first. Runs right into Panda, who gets... Okay, I thought that was going to be a 3-shot, but he's actually going to live for the time being. Pakaz actually already used his Rupture, but Sumail's just going to stand still, getting healed from afar. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. So no Rupture. This means Roche, well, another minute till it actually spawns.
If it was up, they would probably claim it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just an interesting note on the tier 3 items. I hadn't really thought about this until now that we're having the conversation, but now that there's also the Dandelion Amulet, you have 2 options for the Mars. Because the Dandelion Amulet gives 300 mana, and the Ceremonial Robe gives 350.
What's the Dandelion Amulet? Is that the one that blocks damage every X second?
25 move speed, 300 mana, and every 12 seconds block 300 magic damage.
Yeah.
So the reason this is interesting is that if in the past you were kind of reliant on getting a neutral item or getting specific build-up items to fund the Refresher, you have way better odds now, because you just need one or the other. Prior to this, the only really good mana item at tier 3 was the Robe. And it's also been through some ups and downs. In 733, it got plus 100 mana, so that even helps further. It was down to 250, now 350 again.
Okay. See Aster still waiting for Roche, who is now spawning.
Yep.
And he will be in the bottom right for another 30 seconds. If they want to kill him, you got to do it quick. I would love to see Roche make his way over and see if he can actually die mid-travel. But they're doing it fast enough. Yeah, this is
Someone call a timeout for Roche. He needs a moment to collect his thoughts.
Roche, so weak. Aegis, Cheese. Aegis goes to Sumail, Cheese to Monet.
Yep. Alchemist, a great cheese carrier versus Aegis, in my opinion, simply because you're a transformation-based
I think that was
hero.
a Wisdom Rune or something taken by Panda. Yeah, indeed. He's going to pay the price.
Though.
And Aster will likely take their Tormentor, or maybe not.
They could.
And who is left without a shard at the moment that is low net worth? Disruptor doesn't have it still, and Mars, so it'd be probably one of those two. Well, I guess definitely one of those two. Mars shard is good, though.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a very likely game to get a double spear, though, but...
The trail's always good.
Sure, it's something. It's not... I feel like that shard is pretty underwhelming if you don't get double spears. It's a bit of something. It's a bit of
if you get it one time, that could just be game.
Yeah, that's true. It's a super high impact one when it lands. But you look at the Dire lineup, it doesn't seem like...
Yeah, it would be tough to get the opening.
It's pretty hard to get a double against this lineup because they're so spread out. Caudal plays mega high range, Monkey plays trees, Bad Rider's flanking. Not going to be an easy task. Also not going to be a necessary task probably the way this is going. It seems like just getting a solid arena is more than enough. Doesn't have to hit these crazy spears.
I mean, net worth-wise, this is a really close game. Obviously, Aegis in favor of Aster, but this is an Alchemist game. They should be ahead by more if this was the last patch, but I don't know how it translates to this one.
Again, a part of it for me is also, it's a bit dangerous, or misleading, I would say is the right word, to just look at the gold, because you also need to think of how much is the net worth contributing, right? Like, a lot of Caudal's net worth right now is kind of dead, because the Vessel is hard to use when the enemy team starts having BKBs and Dispels, so is the Orchid. So a lot of the value that he has in his hero right now doesn't necessarily translate into just straight up oomph in the fights.
It's going to be a surprise Ags from
what Astra has is very valuable. It's immediate bang for your buck. It's right-click damage. It's Refresher on Mars.
Ooh, big items coming out. Nullifier for the Bloodseeker. C-Smile has Refresher, so double Lasso, double BKB.
Are they going to Lasso?
They don't know Disruptor has the muting Static Storm. He's going to try to hide that as much as he can. Because, of course, you can just click the top and see
Dandelion
now.
Emule is really nice against Illuminate, actually.
Huh. Oh, that's true. Yeah, just
Boboka just negated
There's
entirely.
the first
All right, here we go.
lasso. Actually bringing Sumail quite out, but nice Abyssal Blade initiation from the Alchemist. But Sumail's just going to die. That is the Aegis. Refresher caught by C-Smile. Another lasso with a nullifier applied to the Alchemist, just trying to take him away from the fight as Monet's BKB now dissipates. XXS, the worst name in Dota, pops the Mars ult, and they're going to find Pakaz relatively easily inside his own base. He does not have buyback at all, but after starting to get low, Alchemist looks dead. Double kill from Panda of all heroes, and XXS is going to go down next. Triple kill, ultra kill for a Crystal Maiden. Are you serious? The shard was God tier. That shard was so good.
Yep.
We talk shit about it.
No, not that one. It was about the Pugna one. The main one's good. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Well, what do you know? It was looking like a great fight. They had to use 2 support buybacks, but the fact of the matter is that Aster threw everything at that. Their BKBs expire, and then they're just getting destroyed by a sticky napalm and Maiden ult. So you see, they have to dive pretty fast, pretty far for this. And Caudle also, as much as I talked about his net worth not being powerful during BKBs, once they end, this hero does a lot. He has a blind, he has tons of AoE damage, control, and yeah, GG with a good hold. Find this game very difficult to predict.
I mean, this was a fight of reveals, right? Nullifier, which I don't know how much that actually did that fight, but more so the refresher from C-Smile was huge. Other side, the Disruptor one could have had huge impact, did not.
Yeah.
So EG defend and have taken the technical net worth lead. And we'll see how it goes from here. But very exciting. I was going to say game number 1. This is a best of 1 tiebreaker. We will be having 3 to figure out which 2 of the teams will continue on in the major.
Yeah, everything to play for. Penta-Edged Sword will be found for Pakaz. Pretty decent. Get some extra flat damage on that hero. Never bad.
Tormentor dies.
Shard for XXS. So now we have the triple spear. That's not true. Double spear.
This'll come in handy.
Triple spear.
Well, quadruple because he does have refresher, right?
Yeah, actually true. Yeah. And he could have No, he couldn't. It doesn't work like that, Shannon. Stop saying dumb things.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You get 2 doubles. That's
yeah, but I was about to say you could make it triple, but you can't. You can't like use it and not refresh and have. That doesn't make sense.
No, you can have triple. You have 1. You just hit 1 time, and then you refresh and get a double the next.
Oh, like that. Yeah.
Martyr's Plate for Alchemist. Wow.
And a Trickster Cloak and a Trickster Cloak.
Yeah, of course. Trickster Cloak will always be chosen. Okay, talk to me. 20% magic resistance is really good. This is the first time I'm seeing this item at all. Because it feels like it's literally catered to Abaddon. But for an Alchemist, that's your position 1. Talk to me. What is it because he has crazy regen? He's able to dispel like the Solar Crest with the BKB or with his ult.
Well,
and
first of all, the
potion.
The flat 20% is really good this game, right? The enemy team has a ton of magic damage. Crystal Maiden,
I mean, he didn't get
Caudle.
cloak then, is what you're saying.
What's that?
He didn't get the cloak then as an option.
Yeah, probably. But also, redirecting to you when you have a lot of regen is valuable, right? It's technically just flat out lost damage for the enemy team if they go on Sumail and he pops this plate next to him with Chemical Rage on. He just out-heals the damage that he takes. So I kind of like it as an idea. Trickster Cloak would have probably been better if he was offered that, I want to say, but I think for Alchemist it's debatable at the very least. For most other heroes, I don't think there's much contest.
Yeah, it feels a bit niche for sure.
It's a cool idea though. If the numbers are off, that's one thing, then you can just buff the item, but I think it's a lot of the new neutral items are kind of creative in nature, right? We haven't really seen much of the tier 1s, the ones that only work if you're within range of enemy heroes and stuff. They haven't really been popular. But I think conceptually it's an interesting idea for neutral items to work that way.
Yep, I agree. And it's good that now that you have the option, a lot of the items share similar statistics, but they're just divvied up a little bit differently, so you don't feel too bad if you miss out on one. Like this magic resist like you're talking about for both the cloak and martyrdom, or whatever the hell that item's called.
And the good old ninja gear will be grabbed here by Pugna, so he can just smoke himself.
Okay.
Spell Prism for Pichu.
So 7K lead for EG. I mean, would you put somebody in the driver's seat right now?
I feel like it's a coin flip for me almost, because it's like the gold lead isn't really that instrumental. It's all about who gets the jump and who gets to use their refresher, who gets to kill the right target, who gets value out of their BKBs. Vision is everything right now. And I guess with that in mind, maybe you favor the Dire because they have better vision tools. They have Bat Rider, they have the Monkey King as well. Try to get information. Maybe that could be a little bit of an edge. So Mel has a double damage rune bottled, though. That kind of offsets a lot of advantage.
And he has a butterfly, which they don't have an answer to.
And he has the shard. He hits pretty damn hard.
Yes, with a little mini fear on attack.
He'll probably 3-shot the maiden.
Well, if she's ulting, maybe not.
Yeah, then he can. Well, he stops the ult with the fear.
Oh, that's true.
So
does she not? She doesn't have BKB yet, right? Oh, she does.
She does. Then he doesn't fear her.
8-second BKB.
If that is active. See smile.
Oh, the initiation. Lasso, but it is a BKB Mars. There's the arena on top of it. Uses his rebuke as well as Panda actually using his ult on top of XXS, who just pops the second refresher into the Mars arena and his ult as well. Looks like the Bat Rider is going to be the dead one out of EG, along with the Monkey King as well. But you can see Bloodseeker trying to go to town, but Kaz does die. The damage coming out from Aster is just too much. See Smile, he buys back in the game, TPZ, but he gets 2-shot by Sumail. Triple kill for the Shadow Fiend. Panda looks to be next. Make it an Ultra. This Shadow Fiend is out of control all of a sudden. And looks like Whisper will be able to get out, but only 2 alive for EG with a bunch of buybacks. Did Aster lose 1 hero? Yes, they did. They got 2 buybacks. But on the supports, so the cores are still more than okay to continue pushing here.
Talk about value from a double damage rune. Sumail hard carried that fight. He Pakaz ran in to try to get the kill on the Pugna who kept healing people, and he did get it, but Sumail just wailed him in. You're going to see the replay here. Yeah, there you go. You saw the last shot. He killed him before that too.
Well, this one right here, C-Smile comes in with a fresh life.
1, 2.
2. It was 2.
Yep.
Literally 2-shot.
1. Some good crits. A little bit of nice RNG here as well.
Yeah.
C-Smile visibly frustrated.
Indeed, and they're going to lose a lot of buildings here, and maybe even more. Rupture onto XXS, who tries to go a little bit deeper into the base, as Coddle is just getting right-click down, and the Abyssal Blade stops him in his tracks. He will buy back, and that should mean no buybacks for EG at all left over.
50 seconds on Bat. This lineup pushes
should be it.
Stupidly fast.
Yeah, Sumail is just going to continue to right-click these towers.
KC, they have Presence Aura.
Well, he does not have Presence Aura for the buildings, actually. He did not go for that talent, but still,
you're right.
More than enough damage. Is Matthew trying to hold this off a little bit longer, gets off the Wukong's command along with the BKB, but there's the right clicks coming in again from Sumail, who is disarmed for the time being, so has to use raises instead. But they find the kill in the end. 1 tier 4 down, the next about to as well. Pakaz trying with all his might to try and delay, but XXS with another Mars Arena. Monet there with the Abyssal Blade. Down goes the Bloodseeker for 2 full minutes. And now all Aster has to do is focus on this Ancient, as Panda again really trying his hardest, doing quite a bit of damage, but at this stage of the game, it's just not going to be enough. And Sumail and Aster will win this best of 1 in very crazy fashion. Although C-Smile pops the BKB, gets the double flame break off as well. Sumail getting Hex now. There's a refresher, but the instant Hex onto C-Smile. And a 3-shot make it 4. Double kill for Sumail, and that's it. Aster take game 1 of 1. What a performance from Sumail. That double damage just ended this game, essentially.
Hell yeah. You'll love to see the smiles all around. I mean, that was honestly a pretty... That might be the most important rune of the tournament so far. And keeping in mind that this could decide their fate of staying in the tournament or not, winning that team fight was massive for them. They got absolute maximum value out of it. And EG, yeah, Panda Boo not looking too happy about that. Understandably, they must feel like they had this game not in the bag. It wasn't like it was over or anything, but they definitely had control. And they
had
lost
about,
it.
I want to, at the 25-minute mark, if I'm looking at the graph, close to let's say an 8K net worth lead against an Alchemist.
Yeah.
That's a game that it's going to feel really bad that it didn't close out.
Traditionally, that feels like the kind of game you're just going to win, like when you're far ahead against Alc on Gold. But obviously in this new patch, things are different. The power dynamics are definitely changing, and Alchemist doesn't seem to be as reliant on being mega far ahead necessarily to win games. And yeah, they pulled it back. Crazy resilience, I think, is the right word for me for Aster. That could have crumbled really easily, but they kept it together, and they got the job done in the end, so well done.
All right, so Aster wins this game, and they will live on a little bit longer. Let's see what the panel has to say about Sumail's double damage, beating the shit out of everybody.
Love seeing me some big red numbers anytime. And if it's on Sumail and it's on SF, well, all I know is that YouTube highlight channels are rapidly uploading things right now. But it wasn't all about Aster playing well. It was maybe EG not playing so well. Brian, you were troubled backstage, it seemed. What was the reason?
Yeah, so I wanted to post a question to the panel without them having a chance to think about it. What have a lot of teams been doing at this tournament when they have a pretty commanding early game lead?
Take objectives.
I believe Guardian Greaves and Pipe are items that are in their inventory, and then they cannot lose 5v5s like they did at that initial Roche. In this game, they instead have 2 Orchids, one on Monkey King and one on Coddle. And I think it's no surprise that Pakaz uses BKB, runs out of sustain, and then they can't finish off that Roshan, which is like the crucial step towards like progressing forward in the game. And I just don't know why teams like EG are making these games harder for themselves than they need to be. I think they had all the stars aligned to take this game convincingly, and I just see their lineup. They're so good at killing people, and yet they're going 2 Orchids. So maybe, you know, maybe I'm being a bit too harsh, but that just seemed like a really weird decision to me.
It's a consistent theme throughout the tournament. Definitely, I mean, we ourselves have been questioning the prevalence of the auras. Have we gone too far? Slardars are out here building auras, but apparently that is the singularity of 7.33b. But maybe they thought they could get away with it. If you silenced the Pugna, then maybe Boboka won't be able to keep SF alive for an entirety of a fight. That was synergy for players who have been playing for years together. I saw the Reddit post of them reuniting from their All-Star game, but I didn't expect it to look this good in this game, Avery. This was warmed my heart to see.
I mean, the man wanted the suck. You had to try and stop the suck, but you can't stop the suck.
A man driven with that much dedication to the suck.
If you don't stop the suck, you're gonna suck.
Bars.
Bars.
Acer Predator head-to-head. Numbers.
Really good transition.
Lyrics.
All right,
Bars. It's Sumail versus Chris Luck.
Those are both pretty good scores.
Yeah, that's actually better than I was expecting from Chris Luck.
I mean, Sumail did not get those solo kills in the laning phase like I was expecting.
Yes.
He had some help to get those kills, but nonetheless, he does pop off later. So I feel like my prediction was pretty accurate in that sense. And overall, going back to Brian's point, like the Orchids are nice in the fight to try and stop the SF heals coming out from the Pugna if you can land them. But I kind of agree. The biggest problem in this game is I feel like Pakaz just can't man up. This Bloodseeker is a hero who has to be able to go in during the BKB duration, during those windows when he can engage in the fight. And at a certain point, there's going to be too many arenas. Alex too tanky. The SF is sitting there getting sucked by Baboka. There's too much sustain in the tank, so you have to help him, and that's where the auras come in. Like, working the Pugna is not helping the Bloodseeker take the man-up fight. Whereas the Halberd does, some of the Blinding Light and the Disable from the Coddle do. I mean, we have to mention, Whisper did put on a huge show in this game with second highest hero damage at like 37,000 behind SF's 38. So as much damage as Sumail did in that game, Whisper was doing almost the same from this offlane Coddle. So the damage is there, but maybe the utility is a little lacking. Then it goes back to, again, what I talked about this for this EG team. What's your win condition and who are you playing through? Is it Whisper killing people? Is it Pakaz killing people? Is it your mid laner killing people? There's too many people trying to kill people. Your supports are building an Orchid. Help one guy try and kill people, you know? Simplify it a bit. Play through a single idea, a single identity, a single player. And I think it'll streamline a lot of their games. Too many people want the big lights and the big show.
I know. It's not all about being in the spotlight. Pyrion's in the spotlight, though. Let's see what he's up to.
Oh, that was a good dinner.
Yeah?
Zurich-style chicken and mushroom in a quite pleasant sauce with a spätzle. And I'd have washed it down with a Fanta. So I'm pretty full. Watched the game on my phone, then watched it with you lot. I was with you 2 minutes ago, so...
Pyrion, I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. in the 120 seconds that has transpired since I last saw your face.
Well, I can tell you what I did see that you did not, because you guys were running to the panel. I saw the teams leave.
Okay.
Except EG is still in the booth. And normally, I think that the team that gets up and strolls out is the team that are kind of feeling themselves. They're a little cool, you know. They're sort of like, let's go for a smoke. We'll go for a walk around. The teams that sit at their computers, they're looking at it like, what went wrong? And they're trying to figure it out. And there's normally a bit of a pep talk and stuff like that. And they do that in the room while the game is fresh and they're looking at the scoreboard. That's how it feels. That's what I've seen from the teams here. So I think EG are really trying to get their mind in a good state.
Okay, I can believe that because they actually have some time to do so. Because Aster, they got to do back-to-back games. Keep your eye on them, Pyrian. I want to make sure that they're at full power.
I will.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll see you later, Pyrian. And maybe Evil Geniuses are reevaluating Batrider, Effie, because I know we saw the interview with Chris Luck before the game began where they had faith in the hero, but was that faith misplaced?
I wouldn't necessarily say so. The thing is, on the topic of what Brian was saying about auras, like, it does feel that, yes, to win in this patch, you do need an offlaner that builds Vanguard into Crimson or into Pipe or something like that. But I think you can get away with this offlane Coddle so long as your mid hero isn't redundant. Like, when we were initially looking at the draft, I had a thought that maybe they'd flex the Coddle to mid versus the SF and then just pick like some Tidehunter and buy auras, and that maybe would have given them a better chance to scale to the late game. But I think they were just banking and snowballing their lanes and kind of being relentless in their pursuit of Aster Tiras, and it looked pretty good. Like, their first smoke turned into a triple kill. For the Batrider, it looked like Monet had nowhere to farm on the entire map, but all it took was like really, really clean teamfight execution one time from Aster near the Roche pit and getting that Aegis to turn the tides of everything, right? Suddenly your SF actually has damage, your Pugna has farm and a means to protect himself, your Bloodseeker's maybe questioning which target he goes for first. He goes on a guy, he gets sucked, he has to go on the other guy gets sucked, then he has to go on the Pugna, and then his BKB's done by that time. So I feel like that draft could have worked, but they definitely just, to be honest, they did not execute as well in terms of team fighting the way that Aster did.
Thankfully, they will have some time to recharge and reevaluate because now it's Aster that are going to be going up against BetBoom. They got this win now, and BetBoom's quietly waiting, observing. Lurking.
Studying.
What are you going to do if you're BetBoom?
Ban Pudge.
Ban Pudge.
Oh, no.
No, the way around.
Yeah.
Pick Pudge. Aster.
As your pick it.
Who are they playing against right now?
Aster BetBoom is our next series.
I think they have a lot of heroes in common, these two teams.
Yes.
They have Chen in common, they have Storm in common, they have Pugna in common, they have Primal Beast in common, they have Ench in common, so I feel like they're just gonna, whoever gets the better heroes first is in a better position.
They got their scores in common too, and I will not abide by such a thing. This ain't football or soccer. I need a winner, I need a champion, I need someone to make it to the lower bracket here. And if BetBoom are able to get back-to-back wins, maybe it's them. Otherwise, it's going to be Aster. Stick around, everyone. Our second game of this tiebreaker coming up next.
Takes by their money to force a change. Takes by their time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Straße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küstenring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. The voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
One down, 2 to go, potentially, maybe 20 to go, if the cycle continues. But maybe Aster have enough momentum to take down BetBoom, who've been quietly waiting as the third team in this tiebreaker, representing Eastern Europe, Aster from China, and EG from South America. We know some things about BetBoom. Again, this is a Group A tiebreaker, and if you're tuning in now, then you've probably been seeing a lot of Group B action. Our main takeaway from BetBoom, Pudge. Hero to be feared. Will Aster fear it? Who knows? Game number 1 draft. They ban out the Pugna, and BetBoom take out the Alchemist.
There's a lot of debate between which core you're going to give to first pick, because I think there's Alchemist, Medusa, Storm for some of these teams like Aster, and then there's like the Beastmaster Doom. And then if you leave an even trade, you can take something else, like Coddle or one of the other supports that teams are really favoring, and just leave like 2 of the offlaners or 2 of the carries, right, and trade one out if you're confident in that. So it really comes down to, if you're first pick, you kind of have to dictate what's left in the pool so that you get a good response pick and you feel like you're favorable in that trade. So taking the Alk here, I do feel like that's a hero BetBoom should be pretty comfortable with. And now it's a question of, you're going to leave Storm in the pool for Aster, who you know, like, they have to be eyeing Storm, especially Storm Coddle if you give both to them.
So you're saying that if you're the first pick team, why are you afraid of banning Alchemist? You should be the one.
Well, I'm saying you have to just figure out these trades and like live with yourself, right? Because Aster can ban like something random here, and then you're forced to take the Storm. Now, if you're Aster, like, you have the choice between Doom, you have choice between Beast, the Medusa still in the pool. You can Medusa Coddle here. You can Underlord. That's the other big offlaner.
Yeah, Underlord's nice against all the spirits because the AoE route. Like, it's almost certainly going to hit you if you go on one of his teammates. If you go on him, he's usually, you lack the damage to bring him down. So Underlord, already a popular hero in the meta, and I think he's probably the best out of all the popular options against Storm.
And I feel like normal teams would just pick Crystal Maiden here. Like, you lost the Coddle, you're a Rubik if your BetBoom is gone. I don't think you want to go Chen versus Underlord. Coddle, that sounds horrible. And CM makes the most sense right now.
You can also IO, but we haven't seen him
What?
play IO. And Ursa is the Underlord counter. I mean, if you're going to pick a carry that you're confident destroying this hero in the game, that's probably up there with the best of them.
Man, I'm just not a fan of first pick teams revealing both of their cores that are non-flex cores in the first phase. They feel way too easy to play into.
I have said this about Underlord, that if you don't pick Ursa, Slark, or Monkey King right here, you will never get them. Those are always the 3 bans that people protect Underlord with. I don't 100% believe in picking 2 cores like Mira said, but I have wanted to see teams do this because you're never getting these picks otherwise, and that means this first round Underlord will have a good game. So if you go Ursa plus some kill 5 like a CM, I think this Underlord could suddenly become a liability rather than being the super unkillable tanky aura builder at minute 15.
I don't feel like it's a liability, though, if it's playing with Coddle on lane versus Ursa. You can just blinding light the Ursa away from the Underlord. Like, he's always going to be able to have a lane. You can keep the lane pushed in, just play on pulls. You can make sure that your Underlord has a lane here.
It's more like the beginning of the lane should be fine, like you said. They just shove in the wave in, and Ursa can't do anything about that. But once you're like level 4 or 5, usually Underlord's unkillable at that point. Like, he'll have a Vanguard, and there's no such thing as ganking him, even if you bring 3 or 4 heroes. But now, if you rotate the 2 supports, Ursa will be able to lock him down through that, especially if they get something like Disruptor, something that can draw the Underlord back after the Coddle's bought him some time. I'm just mentioning that, like, Underlord's unkillable unless you have Ursa, Slark, or Monkey King, period. He's unkillable for the first 10 minutes.
BetBoom need this Crystal Maiden now. I also like the idea of Disruptor because it'll stop or dissuade from an Ember Spirit for Aster, but you need some lockdown type of support. I saw Grimstroke be played to success yesterday. That also is not a bad idea, but for the most part, CM seems the most stable pick for BetBoom.
Probably gonna be CM Pudge. Maybe the Bounty Hunter comes out. They go for like some roaming duo of that. They had
the Aster banned Bounty.
Oh yeah, it is out. I mean, they have Enchantress that's also got first phase banned. So what is kind of left for BetBoom supports to play here if you don't end up with the Maiden Pudge? I feel like that's just going to get slotted in. I mean, I'm sure these guys can play IO, but we haven't seen them playing it at all. I think IO is really good with your first 2 openers, and it's a way you can just battery these heroes through everything. Like, IO Ursa is different than Ursa. You can oftentimes play through a lot of the bad carry matchups that you know probably are going to come out here at some point, and you can almost just play it off like the diffusal tempo where your win condition doesn't have to be this Ursa because it's the IO Storm, and then he can just go around killing people.
Yeah, but I don't like IO versus Underlord, and I don't like the IO Ursa lane to play into a Coddle Underlord lane, to be honest. Like,
what if it doesn't go there?
Ooh, what if it plays on the offlane?
The aggro try.
That's right.
Pick the lane counter to dodge it. Let's go.
What's your reasoning for not liking IO against those heroes? As Aster steal the
They steal this CM. Man, BetBoom should have just taken that CM. Honestly, because the Ursa's not set up for success right now. And which support are you going to take now that BetBoom have banned out the Disruptor themselves to enable Ursa on lane versus a lane that's always shoved in? You need a support that can shove out, and you need a support with Disable. I mean, Grimstroke matches those requirements, but I don't think it's the great enough hero versus Underlord.
Jakiro.
I was actually thinking Jakiro too.
The dragon.
Guess he does fit those bills.
They've picked it before, and yeah, you need a slower. They picked it twice.
Just go Jakiro Nyx. Boom, bang. Stuns for days. And what's Sumail going to pick into that?
What I like about Jakiro is it gives them some tower push when they've already revealed 2 of their cores, and they have absolutely zilch coming out already. They already have the Roche, so you don't have to worry about that, but having a support that just helps you secure some early tier 1s, even sieging tier 2s as a group of 5, suddenly, like this Ursa with an Aegis, there's no like avoiding him. But they go for the Undying, which I think has horrible lane synergy with Ursa, so I hope they don't do that lane. I would even fine if they like run the Undying 5 in the off lane, for instance. I'd be fine with that. But I don't think this... The only idea behind this, in terms of pairing it with the Ursa, is you mentioned, Mira, that they could just shove the lane in and kind of bully the Ursa away from them with spell usage. The Undying can kind of just walk past the Firestorm, walk past the Coddle Blast, and zone them away from that. So if you have a hero that doesn't get zoned by these spells, maybe the idea is that the Ursa gets solo XP, pretty much free farm, and you play for like a roaming 4 that comes in and secures the deal with Tombstone dropping and all that.
I agree. That's what the idea of this Undying is. They just want it to stand in front of Underlord and just press Decay on it, make sure that Underlord gets nowhere near the creep wave, and let Ursa farm comfortably under the tower. But I feel like Coddle can sidestep this Undying and just try to bully Ursa under his tower CS. We'll see. This is all theory crafting.
There it is, the Pudge.
Can we get the camera back on that plushie?
Pudge is cool.
I saw it on their desk.
Pudge is cool.
Pudge is cool because
there it is.
Initially, I was not a believer in the +4 Pudge, but when I saw some teams do it effectively, I just realized you walk through the twin gate, your hook is so fast, you can kind of surprise anybody and grab them, but it looks the best when you have a setup for it, right? There's just not a single setup, so you're relying entirely on Save's ability to hit the hooks to actually make the twin gate ganks succeed.
How powerful is Pudge right now against Medusa? Because I know Medusa is pretty unkillable, but most heroes that are unkillable are suddenly killable if dragged 1200 range out of position.
Yeah, I would say displacement has always been Medusa's counter. Getting tossed back by a Tiny, getting skewered by Magnus. I mean, in theory, getting hooked by Pudge into Pudge's team should also do the trick. But like we said, who's setting up for these Pudge hooks right now?
Diffusal Blade, Purge. Sets up the hook.
Which Ursa, I imagine, has to go.
He probably has to go. We've even seen some Ursas go Diffusal Blade into Battle Fury, where they just like have that mid-game timing, but then the pace of the game slows down a little bit, and they go back for it. But, I mean, this Medusa hero has a 77% win rate in 17 games, and some of them are even first overall picked off lanes by 33 on Tundra. I think this hero, 60% pub win rate as well, by the way, so I think this hero is just kind of way overtuned. Like a bit of an oversight on the new patch when they put out 7.33B. I was really enjoying what I saw from BetBoom's team. Not necessarily saying I think it's the best strategy, but now I think they've been meta'd, and I think Aster's draft just looks way easier to play.
Yeah, I like Aster's draft a lot. I think not taking Sam for BetBoom on first phase is a huge mistake.
All
honestly.
right, Avery. King on mid against a Storm Spirit.
Ooh.
What are you giving Sumail?
Oh, I mean, I'm giving him whatever he asks for. I'm not gonna.
Well, you can't give him Ember. You can't give him Void Spirit. You
not
can't
gonna
give
argue
him
with the man.
I think we have to think about what BetBoom are going to pick for their offlane, though, right? Because Darkseer's banned out, and that would have been the ideal pick for them. They need an Aura builder right now. But is he your favorite Aura builder here? Because you want to play on this timing, right? This Ursa Roche into like Undying Tombstone group up. You need someone to enable that.
I mean, honestly, I feel like
mage.
Death Prophet's pretty damn good here, but I don't know where the hell that hero's been, on vacation or something. So I'm not gonna expect to see it here. But I think they want a hero that gives them the auras and helps them deal with Dusa.
Rezo has played Death Prophet.
Yeah, he is a big Death Prophet player. I mean, Enigma's like an option, but it's a hard team fight Enigma game. I just say it because you also want to enable Pudge on the lane, unless you're just tri-laning. Then Enigma also becomes an option in terms of like you just throw you just sack an Enigma or Doom up there and you tri-lane this Underlord, give Ursa a really good game with like the fast diffusal. Maybe just play through that.
What about Razor?
I like Magnus, but then you have 4 melee heroes and a Storm Spirit, which feels kind of awkward. Oh god, not this hero.
But it's the core diffusal Snapfire.
Is that the one I was talking about for 10,000 years?
What are you saying?
Okay,
no,
wait.
It's happening.
Listen, I don't like Snapfire, but I've been theory crafting core, little shredder Snapfire. You buy a diffusal blade, you press it every few seconds, and then you just drain someone's mana completely. If Rezo actually does this, I can't wait to tell Quinn that he was wrong, because yesterday in the lobby I told Quinn, he said it was a horrible idea.
Quinn was scoffing at your idea.
He was scoffing at my idea. To be honest, I don't like the snap pick though, still. I don't like it.
But he's your boy. Or your girl.
He's probably just gonna go like the Greaves or Ags on Snap. I think, man, I
actually think they should have taken the Wind Ranger. I forgot about that hero, but I've been theorizing that Diffusal Wind Ranger should own Medusa.
As an offlane?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why
probably
not?
would
Rezo
instantly
used to play
shred that.
it. And it's a ranged hero that has a setup stun for Pudge, so your lane's strong, you're pretty happy, you get some extra kill from Medusa. Aster were instantly ready to pick that for Sumail. I would not be surprised to see the Diffusal Wind Ranger for Sumail either. You could also go the Orchid build, but just draining the mana out from these heroes running around in the fight, they don't really have anything to deal with like this win run when he gets later in stages in the game. That's 100%.
Yeah, I think you just go full damage on this Wind Ranger. You don't have to do the mana drain builds because it seems like he can run in the back and kill their core and Snap. He can kill Undying with ease. It's a good hero to play into Ursa because Ursa doesn't buy MKV. If he does, he really, really hates that, right? And it's like his fourth item. Also, it's just solid in lane versus Storm. It actually wins the rune battles because Storm has to expend mana to lightning to a rune, whereas Wind Ranger just runs there. So it's a good pick.
I think Aster's got a much easier, much better draft, but I am excited about the style points with the Wind Ranger. That makes it a little more interesting to me, at least.
And if they win it, then that means that they are freed from this tiebreaker purgatory and will be locked for lower bracket, and then we'll play the third series to see what the second team will be. But for right now, it's game number 1 of a best of 1 with Sunsven and Cinderin.
Slacks would be disgusted with that Wind Ranger pick to top us off here on the second game of these 3 best of 1 tiebreakers. Cinderman, you agree with the panel and all that good stuff? I mean, one thing I'll say that BetBoom has going for them, they have hook save, they have dismember save once the shard comes online, and they have grab ally. How do you beat that?
True.
How?
They could save against focus fire with the tombstone.
That's right.
And they could get first blood or first blood dead.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo
boy.
I'm just going to call him dead center because the hook save was not there. They don't have grab ally yet because this is literally minus 37 seconds into the game, but Toronto Tokyo somehow lives.
Yeah, Quad Decay will do that. He had 16 additional strength there. I'm hitting a big one, and he does get out. Even though they missed the defensive hook, he still gets saved. So, do I agree with the panel? I think for the most part, when I saw this Medusa pick come out, closing the second phase, I was like, uh-oh, for BetBoom. Because from my perspective, I mean, this hero clearly is extremely powerful right now. It's got stupidly high win rate, and the games that we see, it just feels invincible sometimes. Ursa can, to an extent, deal with this hero, but I don't know if he can do it enough. And I don't think the rest of their lineup is particularly good against the hero, so I really want to see value out of that last pick Snapfire.
Yeah.
It's not been looking inspiring so far in the tournament. Maybe Rezo can do some, can make some magic happen here, or has a cool build.
Yeah, from what we've seen with Ursa versus Medusa, it feels like you can't really, once it's like to mid game, you can't kill her in one burst. You kind of just have to like go in and out a bit to continue to get those stacks, because you have to wait out this Stone Gaze, because obviously, regardless of your build, it's going to be difficult. I guess if you get the shard, it makes it a little bit less annoying to deal with, but yeah, it's hard when there's a Coddle giving you mana as well. For the
it's when you think about it, the way Ursa kills these tanky heroes, it's always going to be a math game, right? And the problem is Medusa is just so stupidly EHP heavy that Ursa needs a ton of stacks if he doesn't mana burn her. So let's say he has the Diffusal, but you negate a big part of that with the Coddle, and Medusa hits a 2 or 3 hero snake and gets back to full. The amount of swipes you need to have to actually claw through her compared to other Ursa matchups that you would think like Timber saw in the mid game or whatever.
I'd be interested
it's just
to see,
ridiculous
do you
how much
think
they
the
need to
10
hit.
talent for Nightfall will actually be the 20-second Fury Swipe reset
I think it
time?
has to be.
That basically doubles it?
He absolutely has to get that, but I'm kind of taking that into account when I'm making the claim that it's still going to be difficult, because I just think when Medusa has, let's say, Mantis Scotty and a Coddle giving her mana, I don't know how many attacks you need to get through. It's a crazy amount. Rezo here is in big trouble. We'll get out.
Yep, he is technically fine, but it did take heavy, heavy damage. So what about the Wind Ranger? I mean, obviously this is a hero that Sumail has played. I don't know if I've seen it on this patch yet, but he's obviously familiar with it. He knows what the skills do on the hero, you know, at the very least.
It's a bit of a wild card for me. I don't really know how to place it. I think the Diffusal Blade build is an interesting theory to run here. Even against the Storm, if you get him in a Shackle Shot when he's like half mana and you focus fire him, he might not be able to escape you after. So that could be interesting. It's also a good way to mana burn the Ursa. This hero is actually very mana reliant.
Frostbite.
Damage onto Resolution. They will get the first blood though.
Yeah, Resolution lives, and the support for Aster ends up dying. But Monet will get solo XP now.
Snap Pudge is a really strong lane. So that's definitely a good redeeming factor here for BetBoom. That lane slaps.
Do you agree with Effie in the build with the diffusal for Rezo going for more like a right-clicky pseudo burning mana type strat?
I don't know. I think in theory it's interesting, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. That's the problem. If she didn't have Caudle in the team, maybe it's a more interesting concept, but I just don't know if you're likely to get through. Then the question is, otherwise, what do you buy? And I think you go auras this game. I think you want Crimson Guard. You're a strength hero. You want Crimson. Or wait, you're universal now, aren't you?
Yeah, she's universal.
Yeah, but she has good strength gain, which is what matters anyway for the Crimson Guard. So you want Crimson against the DOTA and against the Windranger. It's just a no-brainer item. This game is exceptionally good, and Pipe as well. I wouldn't mind. I think just go the standard aura items offlane. Pipe, Greaves, Crimson on your snap, and then try to kill Deuce's team would probably be my verdict on the game. I think going on Deuce for their lineup is going to turn out to be a mistake.
That has seemed to be the strat for the most part from the Medusa games that we've seen. Ignore Medusa and hope it works out, and it hasn't worked out that well for a lot of teams.
I'm not saying it's easy, but
or pick Anti-Mage and lose. I have not seen Anti-Mage beat Medusa personally, but maybe it has happened this tournament, which is crazy because that used to be quite the counter. But we can expect Nightfall to, at the very least, go for Diffusal on the Ursa.
He's incredible on this hero, by the way. I don't know if the panel really touched upon this, but I feel like when he started making a name for himself in pubs, this was his #1 best hero. He's the best Ursa in the world, as far as I'm concerned. But I do think he has his work cut out.
Siamese Cat will die for a second time, so Save will have 2 stacks of that flesh heap once he eventually levels it up.
The Pudge matchup is terrible for Maiden. She's too slow, she's too fragile. If she gets hooked, she's just dead, especially against Snap in the lane too. So nice and easy. And Medusa doesn't really offer any help, so they can try to take advantage of this in the top lane and find as many kills as possible. And so far, so good with those two.
Yeah, well, the bottom lane, like you talked about, Nightfall, 28 and 8 in the CS department. Ursa against Underlord, pretty damn good matchup for Ursa usually.
Yeah.
Well, any melee, really. As you can see, the stacks are continuing to be applied to XXS. And along with Toronto Tokyo just throwing out those decays, it's not a very tanky Underlord. Usually his his MO.
This is one of the hardest lanes for Underlord possible, right? It's Ursa as the carry and Undying as the support. I guess it would be worse for him to play against, let's say, Maiden Ursa. I actually think that's way worse because the Ursa gets to stick. At least with this lane, you can kind of create some distance. But just in the individual role, each of these heroes are considered.
Oh, they're going to try to go on top of Toronto Tokyo. He missed the decay on both heroes, so actually cost him in the end. They get the Tombstone down. Nightfall gets 1 kill onto Baboka, and he's going to force XXS away. And yeah, he was forced to go back to the actual fountain, so it's going to be a long walk back.
Yeah, I've asked you this before. What do you call Ursa's second spell?
His second overpower?
Overpower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
You could also call it overpower. This is a verb.
Overpower?
Yeah, you overpower the enemy.
That's true. Are we doing this again?
Yeah, we are. I'm unstoppable.
Now in the mid lane, along with Save.
I can talk about nothing all day.
6 minute, I know that for sure.
It's level 6 now on Sumail.
6 minute rune about to pop. It's the bottom arcane, which Sumail will be able to get. So the rotation from BetBoom not going to work out directly, as GPK is now level 6.
XXS is in Pain City down here. This gets harder and harder. Ursa has the phase boots with level 5. This becomes more or less uninhabitable at this point. And it begs the question, do you put Caudle offlane now and just go jungle with Underlord? Because this hero has the luxury of being able to do that.
Yep,
GPK taking a beating.
Whoa!
Oh!
Okay,
Oh, it actually did hit. He had Raindrop. He would have died.
Yeah, it looks like
that was a sexy snipe from Sumail, but not quite enough. Still, forced him back to base. But yeah, XXS, what's it going to be? I feel like you can't really stand here.
What do you do with Underlord then if you have to abandon lane? Just try to jungle?
Stack jungle camps with Firestorm level 3. I think you can definitely farm double stacked hard camps.
He's not level 5 yet to be able to do that.
That's
now
true.
He is.
Caudle can sit in the bot lane and just farm it with Blinding Light and Illuminate or whatever.
Tokyo, he took some heavy damage from these Ancients.
They
Trying to
could
steal
also
that
do
wisdom.
this. They could bring over a third hero with the
XXS is
support.
here as well. They should be able to get that kill. As Toronto Tokyo, he's going to take the path of least resistance, which might actually net him an extra life. He's fine. they can take this tombstone down on the cliff as well. So that's going to be, I mean, that's a lot of gold for XXS, taking down that tombstone. So that gives him some way to come back.
Nightfall is going Battle Fury first, so no defusal against the DOTA, which we thought was going to be the case, that he would get that. And I kind of like the panel's idea of rushing defusal and then going Fury after, but when you buy the cornucopia here, you're committed. Yeah. This item is way too expensive to just get for value, so he's definitely going the Fury first, and maybe he's confident that, you know what, this DOTA can get farmed, I'm still going to handle it, I'll be enormous with my Battle Fury, still expect a defusal at some point along the way.
Nice the hook onto Sumail. Very nicely done, but he gets off the focus fire. He has some teammates coming as well, but he's going to get stunned out because basically half of Bet Boom are here. And the Mortimer's Kisses, I think he just hit level 6 for Resolution, so a second kill comes their way.
Well done by Save.
Nice rotations from Bet Boom.
Really nice. Sumail was starting to pull far ahead of GPK in this mid lane, and now it's been somewhat equalized with that pick. He also forced Maiden to take the Illusion Rune and then kill her, so there's no power rune for Sumail. Well done.
Forced her to take the...
yeah.
Can make a nice SFM short out of that one, I think. And
but I don't want the rune. You will take the rune.
I mean, Illusion Rune has been one that you just don't want generally, but since they changed it, obviously the bottling you can dispel. It's not so bad anymore.
It's got its uses.
Yeah.
It's just completely useless for her. So.
Yes, that is true.
What's it going to be for Sumail? I'm curious here. So he's going Atos. So I'm assuming it's a Gleipnir build-up, potentially.
Mech already online for Rezo.
Give some catch for the Storm, but don't know if it's the best choice here.
I mean, just look at the difference of net worth between the offlaners, so Underlord, Snapfire. Just crazy.
1,500.
Mech for Rezo, XXS is just about to finish his Vanguard, which we've seen people finish at literal 4 minutes.
Yep.
So, very, very bad start as the Shackle will connect for Sumail, and this will lead to the kill onto Toronto Tokyo. Oh, Siamese Cat was the one to actually get the kill itself. The support tax and whatnot. 10-minute rune about to spawn as well. They're actually scanning it out. Sumail will be getting a double damage, so been controlling the runes for the most part, other than that one where he ended up getting hooked to the entirety of Bet Boom. So if you're going for the Battle Fury, do you still, I mean, is it a mistake to go Defusal later? Because it does have an upgrade path now, right?
I don't think so. I think you go Battle Fury Defusal, right? It feels like if you bypass it entirely, I mean, maybe I'm just mega biased for Medusa, but I've just seen what I've seen, right? I've seen some shit with this hero.
Got some PTSD for that Medusa?
Yeah, I don't know if you can really reliably kill her without having Defusal on Ursa here. It is easily the best damage per gold against the hero that you can buy. And if it seems to be the primary problem you need to solve in the game, then for me it's kind of a no-brainer to get it at some point at least. So yeah, get it after the Fury probably.
Okay.
Hook.
Save. Hook connects onto Siamese Cat. Sumail will cancel it. But let's see it. If it's at a cost, because Siamese Cat is certainly dead. Sumail already at half HP thanks to the rotation from GPK. Mortimer's Kisses too far. Sumail gets away. As Toronto Tokyo pops his wand, Monet.
Almost.
Not going to be able to finish him off. So it will be the Aura build for Rezo. Likely to be Greaves into... You said you wanted Crimson, and you do a Crimson and Pipe and Greaves?
Yeah.
You just the monster
But if I had
Aura?
to pick one of them in this game, I think the best one is Crimson, because against Split Shot from Medusa and Focus Fire from Windranger, it's not going to get much more valuable than this to go Crimson. And since you do have good strength skin on Snap, even though she's a ranged hero and it might not be the most intuitive thing, I still just feel like it's too good to pass up on this game. So.
Okay. See if he ends up going for that.
Don't mind the Greaves first, of course. Like it's nice to be able to dispel the root of the Underlord for yourself, and the burst heal is obviously nice. If you want to give the mana to your Storm too, there's a lot of
12-minute rune. It'll be bottom invis, so another one for.
Has he got every rune? Except the invis that, or illusion that Maiden was forced to take?
I think he's gotten every rune, yeah. So guessing correctly,
Sumail
on
got
fire.
two, but I guess those might be bounties.
Well, yeah.
So.
Awesome. I mean, it's Well, it's water runes as well.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
2 water runes. So I think that's all he's gotten.
Yeah, no power runes for GPK.
Yeah, so GPK, he did get some help thanks to that gank, but he's still 500 behind Sumail.
The other 2 lanes are doing very well, though.
I bring this up every time we cast him because we see it all the time. Just got to hold that thought, actually. Sumail, okay, Shackle Shot does hit. Nightfall's going to take a Firestorm, but you can see that Nightfall is backed up by a bunch of teammates. Sumail, he's going to TP out, though, so looks like Aster are not going to remain in numbers here. But Battle Fear online for Nightfall, so very good timing. Just needs a few more minutes for Diffuse on BKB like this. Resolution's going to get gone on, pops the mech, but the focus fire is just too much. XXS gets some much needed XP. Could go back into the Fiend's Gate, but we can see it's surrounded.
Yeah, unlike Relocate, with this you actually don't have to die after, which is kind of nice.
Nightfall will, okay, he's actually not going to fuse at all. It'll be blink into BKB, so they want to get aggressive and they want to fight early, which is another strat you can go against Medusa. But we've seen Medusa, after 2 items, feel unkillable in a lot of these games.
Right. That's still my biggest concern, and it's still the story of the game. I feel like in this patch, Medusa just commands a different level of respect than it did in the past, where it felt like you could, you know, solve the Medusa game by having halberds, or by kiting her, or by, you know, just overwhelming her with damage that wasn't necessarily mana-based. But now, with the math working the way it does with damage per mana, it's...
BK looking for his first rune of the game, but he's going to get A-Toast instead. We'll zip away. Rune is top. It's a regen. Frostbite onto Toronto Tokyo, but another rune for Sumail. This Nightfall, he can see this Ancient stack, and Monet's going to get hooked into the arms of the bear. Instant TPs coming from Aster, as Monet just has enough mana to use his ult, so should live through the day. Save will pay the ultimate price. Very close, though. Almost the exact amount of mana was needed to use Stone Gaze there. As Nightfall going to take some damage from Sumail. Do they actually have enough? Because he does have his ult. No reinforcements coming, though. There's the Pit of Malice. Will he try to go through the gate? He will, but not even remotely close. So a big, big turnaround for Aster.
Dare I say that's a kill with a diffuser? I mean, not gonna fault him for buying the Fury. I think it's fine, but
well, if,
they needed one more hero.
Fury, you don't want to fight with it, right?
Yeah.
And they hooked him right under a tower.
I can understand where they're coming from going for that, because like it was kind of close, right? I don't think
it was.
If Monet was just a slight bit less tanky, this whole play is perfect if they had one more hero there, but it's lots of ifs and buts, and at the end of the day, misjudged the situation, and it's a big win for Aster. They get Monet saved, they get the kills, and they get bot tier 1 in one fell swoop there. So now they finally, for the first time this game, have the gold lead, and their lineup is definitely one that I would just overall just favor at this point in the game if the gold is even. Like, I think that's all they need. They don't need to be winning.
Dave, hook, successful onto Sumail. Not the greatest layering of stuns, and that might actually cost them the kill. But Mortimer's Kisses is there to help finish him off, so eventually they do find it. But GPK's already used all his mana, and he's just gonna die. Dear. A 1-for-1, not exactly what you're looking for Bet Boom. And if they layered those correctly, I think that's just an outright kill without having to go any further.
Yeah, most likely. That definitely could have been better in terms of execution, and that's going to cost them dearly. This Storm Death is... I mean, the Windranger still has higher net worth. You could argue from a numbers perspective that it's still good to trade, but you really need the Storm to start picking up some steam here, and not really...
Toronto Tokyo
best
getting
game
hooked
so
to
far.
safety. He's a big flesh golem boy, as Pipe is not complete for Rezo. And XXS, who of course had a horrific start to the game, does have his Crimson Guard now to go along with his Arcane Boots.
How does Crimson Guard work with Medusa?
I mean, why would it be any different?
How much mana you lose depends how much damage you take. But the Mana Shield probably shouldn't... The Mana Shield doesn't work before Crimson, right? So if you Crimson Medusa, she loses 0 mana to the first physical attacks from Ursa, because the Crimson absorbs it before the shield, right? Barrier comes first. So it's Barrier, then it's Mana Shield, right?
I think so.
I don't actually know what the order is, and it's pretty important for how good Crimson is for Medusa in her team. I I mean, either way, it's obviously going to be good. It's not like it doesn't work, but would be curious to see this because, again, every Medusa game right now, it feels like it's just a game of math. Like, do you have it or do you not?
And then there's pipe on top of that, right?
Yep.
Multiple barriers.
Absolutely.
And the shield room that he'll have for the end of the game.
One tanky lady.
How many shields can you have is the real question. The gate's being used by BetBoom. Onto the bottom of the map, and they might want to try to go for Monet, but this will be a bit ambitious. As vision control is here for Aster. And Monet working on the Scotty, and from the games that we've seen, which again, in the grand scheme of things, is still not that many, once you get Scotty on this hero, that's when it starts to feel extremely difficult to kill her, and that's including games where they already have defusals, which they're not even opting to go for at all. Maybe there's some other strat that I'm not seeing.
And she's not the only hero that's progressing either, right? That we ever so silently, the Coddle is reaching some key items here. Like, he's close to 4 staff, he has the Glimmer on Baboka, and this hero will outfarm the supports on the enemy team. Save, going for a hook
gets
here.
The hook, but he's in enemy territory. Big Mortimer Kiss is coming. It's Monet.
Absolutely not going to work.
And it's a very, very, very easy turnaround onto the Putka.
That was just flat out.
Well, looking for an opening on a Shackle shot, but not going to opt to go for it. So 2K lead for Aster.
That was just naive. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they had a read that Aster's hero were elsewhere, but
maybe his death is worth the cooldown of Stone Gaze, and they can fight now.
Yeah, it was a bait.
They're going to smoke right when he's up, and they'll kill Medusa, who's now farming Ancient.
Samel with the completed Gleipnir now has very reliable ways of setting up Shackle. The reason this item is interesting on Windranger is obviously you can just Gleipnir people and then Shackle them to trees, but it also gives you an opportunity to get 2 hero Shackles way more consistently. Because if you see 2 heroes in a fight, you Gleipnir them together, you have level 4 Windrun to reposition and Shackle them both. In essence, you're rooting them for 2 seconds into, what's that, a 3-second stun? So you're controlling them for 5 on your own.
Yeah.
That is really strong, and especially against a hero like Storm. So BKBs, once again, are going to be important for the Radiant side. We have for Nightfall. He has the hammer so far. Still quite a bit of ground to cover for that 2K away. And Storm went Kaya San, so he's not buying it.
Should mention that it's also 20 minutes in the game, which not only for Tormentors, but normally by this point, Ursa teams would want to have Roche.
That's true.
They have not gotten. And a big change to Roche is he never will drop Shard anymore, so, and these will not drop for Ursa, so he has to buy it himself.
That's a very good point, actually.
That's a very important item for that hero.
It's a pretty... Oh, damn, this is taking forever. They'll get it.
They'll get it.
It's a pretty big nerf to Ursa. That's a really good point, because Ursa's Shard is one of the best in the game, and he doesn't reliably get it anymore. In the last patch, you could... I mean, you couldn't trust Ursa to get the second Roche every game, but it was a pretty big part of the... It was like an expected part of the strategy if you executed it correctly.
Yeah.
And not only isn't he guaranteed to get it, he's also going to have a harder time getting the Aegis, because Roche is just a harder kill in general. He got buffed, right? So definitely two meaningful nerfs to the hero.
So now Keeper of the Light has Shard, which means Recall is there, or Recall. That's another one that you could pronounce either way, Cinderin. However your heart, whatever your heart desires.
Always said Recall.
Total Recall. They smoke up. I'm not sure if they saw this for BetBoom. This is the
Fast
Scotty reveal.
20 minutes.
4.5 minutes faster. That's crazy.
Yeah. All right. Time for Medusa to frontline.
Yep.
Well,
they TP'd out, so Roche is like, hey, would you like to kill me, please? Please kill me.
Focus Fire is good at this.
Yeah, this should be a freebie.
And this is the Ursa team just conceding Roche.
Yeah, and that
for no gain.
Worse.
That's concerning if you're a BetBoom fan, I have to say, because like from my perspective, their lineup is meant to be good right now. Like you have Ursa, you have Storm, you have these tempo cores, you have auras on Snap, but they're not being put to use. So effectively, all of this net worth that you've placed on these heroes is not being realized, whereas the enemy team's net worth is being fully realized. The Dusa and the Windranger are going to just scale, and the auras from Underlord feel like even if they're not being put to use from his side, I don't feel like they're the ones on a clock. So they can just take the team fights whenever they want. They can force them, and then they can get the value.
Yeah.
Whereas BetBoom kind of feel like they would need to do it soon.
I'm not sure how fast They want to prioritize the shard on Monet. We talked about this earlier. He is going for Daedalus, but this is another amazing shard game because you have these... Well, you have a bunch of melee heroes, and in general, these heroes on Bet Boom are going to be grouped up. And any stun, like Electric Vortex, single target, that's instant mana refresh for Monet. Dismember, after a Stone Gaze or something like that, instant mana back. That could be pretty valuable. I mean, he hasn't been remotely close to dying, other than that one time, I guess, but we'll see how much he prioritizes actually purchasing that shard. But I think this has been a bit of an undervalued shard so far, as Nightfall forced the BKB out of the pit, and he's going to continue to get chased. Gleipnir is up, but...
if he dies here,
All right, the Cookie, that was an interesting interaction there.
Get him out of there.
He's fine.
Maybe
Resolution's going to get
so lucky.
spotted, and will TP out as well.
All right.
Bet Boom playing with fire here, or arrows in this case.
I feel like it's very telling that they give the Aegis to Sumail, right? Like,
yeah, they're not worried at all.
You usually, in the past, this Aegis goes on Medusa 10 out of 10 games. But they just feel like Monet can't die, so why bother? Put it on the other core, and now you have 2 immortal heroes.
Yeah, and he does have the Great Healing Lotus, so that's, I think, 3 of them combined, not the big one.
Yeah, so the great one's 400, right? So 400 health, 400 mana? Yeah. And on Dusa, that's obviously a ton of EHP to be able to use at any point. He has that and the wand. Those 2.
Oh, they're going to take the enemy Tormentor
Ursa,
as well.
Kill the Tormentor.
Yeah.
You really want to do this with Ursa. I mean, if you're not going to play aggressively at the very least, this just seems like a grab, right?
Yeah.
Ursa is so good at killing this. He can just use Enrage.
Well, he knows he's not going to get it, so he doesn't care.
That's fair.
That's the problem.
Why bother if you don't like your teammates?
I mean, what shards would they have gotten here?
Undying or Pudge, they're both, like, really good.
Yeah, they're actually very good.
It's, yeah, I don't know. They seem a little bit hesitant, I guess is the right word here for Bet Boom.
What I'm missing here is the overall strategy from Bet Boom. Like, at what point are they going to be ready to fight? Because Medusa, it's not like this was a last pick, surprise, in-your-face hero. Like, what's the idea here? They're not bothering with diffusals. They haven't really wanted, they've been dodging fights for the most part. They give up Roche as an Ursa lineup. They give up their Tormentor.
I mean, maybe they just have a different perspective and a different read on Medusa than we do. And I just respectfully disagree. Like, I just don't think what they're doing right now is a winning strategy.
Oh, Sumail gets the Gleipnir. No mana at all onto the Storm. Beautiful Shackle shot as well. That is going to be a dead GPK.
Uh-oh.
That hurts. He does have buyback, but I mean, it's only 25 minutes in the game. And this is feeling like Aster is just rolling over Bet Boom.
I think you would just go high ground. 40 seconds is more than enough. Without the Storm, they can't defend. You can try some sort of cute hook into maybe catching the Medusa or whatever inside the base, but are you actually even going to be able to kill her with these 4 heroes is the question. If you use everything, I think she might still live.
Hits on Sumail, but he gets the instant shackle. Actually not going to latch, though. There's the Gleipnir onto 3 heroes. Resolution forced to use the Cookie on himself. And Monet, he was getting targeted initially by Ursa, but now he's getting horribly kited. They're just trying to buy some time for the Storm Spirit to be alive in 10 seconds. Nightfall already at half HP. Tier 3 tower down to half HP as well. And Aster might just take this, and we'll see if they reset, knowing that the Storm Spirit's coming up, as the hook will connect on the Monet. And GPK uses a lot of mana, but has to redirect back to the Medusa, who, again, does have the Aegis, uses the Greater Healing Lotus as well, gets 4 staff to safety, wants to try to save this Aegis if they can, and a beautiful freezing field with the Frostbite as well, as GPK will die. 50 seconds, and he does not have buyback now. Okay, now I'm confused. What did he buy? As now, Gleipnir again, Aster still with the Aegis.
Oh, nice
beautiful shackle onto 2. Down goes Undying. Nightfall and Resolution will likely have to just give up this set of racks. They were pretty close to killing Monet, who doesn't have the Aegis.
They definitely were. They got a nice hook angle. They got a full-on connection from the Ursa, but got the Lotus off, like you said, and then got 4 staff twice and Chakra'd, and they couldn't get it done.
There's the hook. Aegis is now down. Gleipnir again for Sumail, looking for an opening. Another double shackle, but Overpower's already popped from Nightfall, so status resist is activated. And the melee racks is down, and the lead has doubled in the last 2 minutes.
Yep.
And Aster in firm control of this game. Been clinical, I feel.
Yeah.
Absolutely clinical play from Aster.
Now it feels like Bet Boom are like, all right, guys, we can't wait any longer. We gotta take some initiative. We gotta take some risks, and they will. They're going to smoke up, look for a move mid. Sumail still has the Aegis, I believe, so this is...
No, that got expired.
Oh, that got expired, okay. Well, the hook missed, so this play is kind of fully telegraphed now and kind of over. Storm Spirit will jump in, though.
Yeah, they use everything to try to get this Underlord, but instant Stone Gaze from Monet. It's not going to be enough to save their fat, juicy friend. But Nightfall has already popped that BKB.
That's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, not bad. 5v4 situation in favor of BetBoom, but again, with the BKBs down, let's see how much they actually want to... Yeah, they're not going to even bother. Nightfall has to just wait for that cooldown. He's going for the Basher. We have Halberd on Resolution to try to deal with this Medusa as well.
Yep.
Obviously, very good items, but they just... I mean, the issue with Ursa is getting in the face of the Medusa is just so difficult. Stone Gaze absolutely decimates every melee hero in the game.
Ursa's one of the better ones at dealing with it, but even so, I think the bigger problem is the Force Staffs, right? Like they can just, as long as Monet gets to turn, he won't die.
Yeah.
They can pike him out with Sumail. They have the Force on Caudle, I believe it is, right?
Well, that's the thing about getting Shard on Ursa.
And Force on Maiden, they have 3.
You have to use your full ult for a Stone Gaze, then you won't have it for anything else.
Yep.
But for Stone, if you have the Shard, you just overpower, or you Earthshock right before it's about to proc, and you get full value. So I feel like maybe that's an item that you just need to prioritize as Ursa.
Yeah, he might need to buy it. I'm kind of with you. I think buying Shard now feels like a good choice. It's 1,400 gold. You're not going to get it from the... I mean, you didn't even kill the Tormentor, so then you're not getting it from the Tormentor.
Yeah, make your supports buy their own shards so that you can get the drop on the next Tormentor.
Yeah, they only have the Snap Shard, so there's a long way to go. There goes the tier 2 mid. Aster.
Yep, and Aster will likely just wait for this next Roche, which in 30 seconds we'll find out how long that spawn will be. And this will be the Aegis and Cheese.
It's so funny to watch the... Like, nobody in Aster uses voice lines more or less. It's just Sumail. Using the in-game ones because they get translated, right?
Yeah,
like,
they get auto-translated.
They ping some misses or whatever, but Sumail's like, sorry, be right back.
Yeah, they have a...
Nice.
He's probably had to add a few chat wheel lines just to be able to communicate.
The global language of chat wheel.
That's right.
Transcends all culture. Sumail finds save.
Save should
kills
be done.
Save.
Indeed.
Buy save.
Bye. GPK and Toronto Tokyo on the corner of the map here. Looking for a couple Lotuses. Yeah, those are pretty juicy, but gets a little vision thanks to his static remnant. They've taken over a Watcher, but they don't see anybody. It's Toronto Tokyo is just sitting on the other side of the Roche pit.
Oh, wait. The Caudle smoke actually broke in the pit. I don't think he realized. If Popoka would have noticed that, maybe they could have deduced where the... Surmised, if you will, where the Undying was.
Yes.
Yes, indubitably.
Aster continue.
Oh, imagine when Dusa gets this butterfly. And all of a sudden, what's Ursa going to do then?
Well, he is building MKB.
Yeah, but is he going to get it in time? I think the butter, maybe they come around at the same time, actually. Let's see.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, never mind. It might line up okay.
Roche up in 1 minute and 12 seconds. And that'll still be during the daytime, so it'll be in the bottom right. This is the area of control that Aster want to solidify for themselves. And that's the cool thing about having these 2 Roche pits. I know we've talked about it in theory for so many years, but having to change the area that you need to take over.
Yeah.
But kind of the issue right now is Aster's just controlling literally the whole map, so maybe it doesn't make that big of a difference.
That's not Ice Frog's fault. I mean, by proxy it kind of is because he made Medusa.
Yeah, Medusa is quite something.
It's not the map's fault.
Both teams know that Roche could be spawned, so the smoke from BetBoom, this could be just disastrous.
All right. I mean, they can't jump Monet, right?
Yeah, if they get the hook, he's just going to instant Stone Gaze and then full reset. But they're going to try for it. Keeping onto the outpost, but I think that gave vision on Nightfall.
They broke. They see them.
Yeah, and Save and Company, they
okay,
might
Monet,
just be backing.
whatever.
Yeah,
Let's
now
go.
they know that they know that they know that they know, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Monet, he's not scared. Solar Crest applied to him. There's the zip in. A lot of mana used already for GPK.
He's dry.
And he
Used
just has to go away. Save is the sacrifice for BetBoom. Roche is now up.
I mean, even if he connects on Sumail there, can they? That was just not possible. That play was impossible. He jumped Sumail 2,000 range away from all his allies. If he connects on him and he gets the Vortex, I still think Sumail just doesn't die. And then he just 4 steps away and you're still in 0 mana territory. So
see, this is where
that just didn't work.
This is where having the pits on the corners of the map makes it very awkward and why you're not seeing that many contests because it's really difficult to find angles.
Yeah.
If in the river before, literally full circular area you can come from. So I think that is something that
could definitely be redesigned a bit.
Well, who knows? Like it's still early on, and teams have not optimized, obviously. So
but it's like if you look at the terrain in the corner, right? You could rebuild this area so that you could get in behind easier and find more angles.
That's where the gates should be.
Definitely push it up, push it more towards the lane. I would agree with that change.
It's a bit too far in the corners, I think, right now.
Yeah.
But there's the butterfly now, and Cheese online for Monet as well.
They gave the Aegis to Sumail again,
Yeah,
despite this being their high ground Aegis.
All he has to do is pop Cheese, and that's basically second life for Medusa,
True.
right?
True.
Nightfall already used his ult.
And that's true. Yep. Here we go.
There's the hook. Monet pops the Manta, shrugs it off. His illusions were changed, of course, to get the mana shield properly, and they are ridiculous now.
They are stupidly tanky.
Yep, as you can see, they're still taking no damage.
Okay, and now the first one is weakened, but it has evasion.
Okay, very good.
Nice hook.
Oh, he got the right one. Very good hook, but into what exactly?
Into looking at her.
Yep, they are looking.
Just Medusa favored.
That is second racks now for Aster, and at some point, BetBoom have to do something. Hook misses this time. As Aster just repositioning and just casually going to be going for this Mega Creep situation. Gleipnir trying to force Nightfall's ult again, which he will use. Save jumps in as well, but there's a beautiful Underlord Pit of Malice. And you can see that Pudge not only dies, has to buy back, overpower. Everything is down, it feels like, for BetBoom. This is going to be tough to defend. Toronto Tokyo has to use his ult, but oh my god, he just gets destroyed. He has no buyback, so 5v4. Will they even attempt to fight? This looks hopeless. They just call it GG. And I can't blame them. Aster, dumpster, BetBoom. And this means that this game 3, well, first of all, the tiebreakers will not go indefinitely. Aster will definitely stay in the tournament. But in addition to that, this next best of 1 will be for all the marbles between these two teams.
It's for elimination.
For BetBoom and whatever the other team is that I've already forgotten.
Evil Geniuses.
That's right, Evil Geniuses.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about BetBoom and mentality, right? Because we've seen BetBoom on the big stage. This is a team with superstars. We've talked about it multiple times. This team, when it's crunch time, when it matters the most, they have not been putting up the results, right? Like in the highest of stakes tournaments, it seems that's when, or highest of stakes moments, it seems like that's when they crumble the most. They're generally, once things are rolling, especially in the group stages, and they find their mojo, things go great. But as we close in on the more and more important ones, they tend to crumble. To me, this game was no exception. I just feel like they were out-strategized. Aster had control of the game basically from minute 10 till the end. There wasn't really much of a bright spot for BetBoom. And now you're going to enter into a BO1 elimination game. And if your biggest crutch is when the stakes are the absolute highest, you're playing a BO1 against EG now. You need to turn this ship around now, or else the road is just over. And again, keep in mind, this team looked like they were going to be upper bracket. Day number 2, they had a great score in the groups, and then it just lost out. They got 2-0'd by Execration, who were eliminated on the penultimate day.
Rezo's standing in. Nightfall's playing a different position, even though he's been really good at position 1 in general. Like, we know he can play it. But this is, they have to redo a lot of their original strategies coming to this tournament.
I mean, I get it, but at the same time, we have other teams in this tournament playing with stand-ins doing great, you know, swapping out players.
Yep,
and
that is true.
And these players are no strangers to the positions they're playing. I personally think Nightfall is an exceptionally good carry player and not just offlane, so should be fine. But yeah, that's it for this game.
That is it for this game. Let's see what the panel have to say to try and break down what Team Aster just did to BetBoom, because that was kind of disgusting.
Point along the way.
Nice hook onto Sumail.
I'll tell you exactly what they did. They also won with a stand-in. Sumail ends up clinching it along with the rest of Team Aster, and they are now secured for lower bracket and remaining in this tournament. Meanwhile, BetBoom versus Evil Geniuses. Sudden death is upon us. Winner stays in, loser gets eliminated. And Brian, I don't mean to stroke your ego, but it does appear that the game played out very, very similarly to what you were expecting.
Hey, no, I was on the edge of my seat back there in the green room, and period. He said, BSJ, don't worry. They have no answer for Medusa. There's going to be absolutely nothing they can do. And I said, man, period. Like, why am I out on the desk instead of you? That's such a good point, as it clearly, like, they just walk down lanes with this Underlord Medusa, and you have not only is, like, Storm's a ranged hero, but your first 4 picks are melee ranged damage guys. Like, Ursa has to be right on top of you. Same with Undying, Pudge, and Storm. And against Medusa, who's already uncountered, with a Coddle, with a Sim, yikes.
They got a lot in that draft. They got a lot of heroes a lot of teams are probably anxious for. My biggest thing is, okay, draft aside, I feel like I'd rather have the Coddle CM versus the Pudge Undying any day of the week in this tournament. I think we all agree on that, but it's like also what Syndrome was talking about. Where is this Bet Boom team when it comes crunch time in the clutch? Like, someone has to step up, and a lot of times I feel like for me, it comes down to the support impact on this team. They're really good spellcasters. Like, there's no doubt about saving Toronto Tokyo, being able to output good spells on the fight. You're landing every hook. You're casting spells and items amazingly. But the direction of the game just seems all over the place. And I go back to, I feel like a lot of times Toronto Tokyo is just on a very sacrificial 5 that is running around doing, like, what did we feel a very high impact from Undying in this game? Not necessarily. And I want to see him have a larger role in the team because I think he's a phenomenal player. Like, he's a TI winning mid, and he's running around on Undying with max decay, and it just feels lost to me, right? And so I go back to, how do you get this guy to have larger impact in your team? Well, at the same time, that might mean someone else steps down. I go back, there's too many heroes on this team that everybody wants to be a hero, and no one's really helping each other get to that point, and you end up with lineups like this where it just falls flat.
Yeah, I thought the draft was bad, honestly. We talked about it in the pregame. Like, I didn't like the Storm into Ursa when there's a Coddle with an Underlord who are already going to secure farm for the Underlord. I didn't like the Undying that came afterwards. They needed a support with the stun so that they can make plays with the Ursa. Instead, they just chose to secure his farm. And then with that farm, Ursa just built standard carry items instead of the Diffusal Blade. Like, he had to go MKB for the Wind Ranger, which is pretty brilliant by Aster to pick something that Ursa hates to itemize against. But because there's no Diffusal Blade on Ursa and you last pick a Snap to buy auras, there's nothing to deal with the Medusa. Like, the way you play Ursa into Medusa is you rush this Diffusal, and then you try to just get these kills on her with your team and push her out of the map. But none of that happened. Monet had the freest game.
Yeah, and it will perhaps cost them the tournament unless they can figure things out against Evil Geniuses. But for right now, we can celebrate Aster staying in the tournament because Pyrian is standing by with XXS for an interview with Mad as the translator.
Yeah, that's right, Neil. Hi, how you doing? I'm here with XXS of Team Aster. Of course, they just made it through. I'd like to say, first of all, congratulations.
Yeah, 是恭喜你们获得这一场的胜利。
Thank you.
So it kind of felt like you got everything that you wanted in the draft in that game. Did it feel like you were just very confident?
这样看起来像是你们拿到了所有你们想拿的英雄。你们对于这个 BP 自信吗？
肯定自信啊，因为我们感觉每一场 BP 完都很自信啊，只是有时候会输掉而已。
He said we are confident of every draft we've done, but sometimes we lose.
Well, it does happen. How has it been playing with Sumail? He's coming in, standing in for your team. How's it been good playing with him? Has he fitted in with the way you guys play, and how's that going?
跟苏妙一起打的感觉是怎么样的？就是跟他在一起和一起打游戏的感觉，你可以分别都说一下。
就感觉他太牛逼了，就是可以做很多事情，然后又可以玩很多不一样的英雄，然后就感觉他很厉害吧。
He is a super good man, and he's very good in the game. He can play very different heroes. He has a large hero pool, and he can do like everything in the game. So he's just super cool.
Awesome, super cool, Sumail. Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
He's so cool. And I have to imagine they're feeling pretty happy as they have remained in this tournament, which is kind of touch and go for the Chinese region as a whole. IG has been eliminated, but Extreme, PSG LGD, and now Aster are confirmed to be moving forward in the Berlin Major. Meanwhile, we need to figure out which of these Eastern European or South American teams are going to be surviving. These are highlights from our first series where Evil Geniuses... What was the issue there? Or is it just Aster are just that good that they deserve this 2-0, or technically 2-0?
It's Emperor Sumail.
That's it.
What can you do? He's too cool.
He's too
This
cool.
guy's just super cool. I mean,
He's got swag. He was swagger fiend.
That's true.
That's it.
The issue with what?
The issue with what?
What?
Evil geniuses.
Oh, no, their game was pretty close. I feel like they messed up a little bit in terms of teamfight execution. They also didn't have an aura buyer, but they looked solid for that game. They won that early game really convincingly on EG.
Does that mean that you consider them the favorites against BetBoom?
Oh yeah, I mean if BetBoom are gonna last pick Snapfire into this Medusa lineup, I definitely favor EG.
I think EG, honestly, they probably had that game at some point too. Like we go back to our discussion about that game, and there's some draft discrepancies, but I feel like that game ultimately came down to gameplay and EG closing it out. Like they had double lasso, they had Bakaz getting to 5 items, they had more net worth. Even at the end, they lost that game with a net worth lead by 1.5K. I think that's a game if you go back and you play it maybe 10 times, maybe you'll win it 6 or 7 out of the 10 if EG's executing at the potential we know they're capable of. So I don't know if they should feel too bad going into this BO1 looking at that where BetBoom just kind of got rolled by some meta heroes. But you have to understand, again, the picks you're getting in this first phase trade out of those 5 or 6 that we talk about, you have to get an even reprisal here so you don't feel like you're just bad going into the second phase and then you run into super cool Sumail and it's like, this guy can pick anything last and probably feel good in that game, you know? He literally could have picked any hero, and I feel like Aster are very confident with their first 4 regardless. Just too cool, Brian.
Can't agree more.
Nice.
Perfect. That's all I needed then.
Coolest.
Because we have to determine a best of 1 to figure out which of these teams are going to remain in the tournament. Is it going to be Evil Geniuses? Is it going to be BetBoom? Only one way to find out. Stick around, everyone. It is our last series of this group stage. Berlin Major 2023. South America versus Eastern Europe. Let's see how it all pans out.
In my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
to my knees. Needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out. Oh no, 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 never gonna break, no, 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 never gonna break, no, 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 never gonna break, no, 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 never gonna break. They tried to lock me in. They tried to lock me down. But I ain't never given up. 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 Come up with a game plan. Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back.
Pressure's on, more so than it already was for both of these teams. Evil Geniuses lost to Aster. Bet Boom lost to Aster. But now Evil Geniuses also has to carry the shoulders of their entire region. Beast Coast was eliminated out of Group B, and after a relatively good performance in the Lima Major, it would be a damn shame to see this region fall off the map entirely in group stage. As for Bet Boom, though, 9 Pandas and Team Spirit may be carrying the torch, but we know that that inter-regional rivalry runs hot, and they are also looking to make their mark here in the Berlin Major, especially if you're the superstar team and you're not able to show up to 2 majors consecutively. I don't want to say history is an indicator, but I feel very often that leads to some roster shuffles sometimes. And so that would be a troubling thing to happen right before Tour 3, but maybe they'll find their magic.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of which of these teams gets eliminated, it's going to feel bad. It'll feel bad if there's no South American representation, and it'll feel bad for the Bet Boom fans because it's a very popular team within their region. It's got a star-studded lineup that people have been waiting to see play on the main stage for so long. And also, Toronto Tokyo, man, he left Spirit to play on this superstar team, and Spirit has been consistently getting results, whereas his have been a little bit questionable, so for himself as a player, he has to be feeling bad about something like that, Avery.
Let's see if he feels better or worse in a couple hours. I guess it'll add or make it even harder. And this is the issue with the first pick Pugna. Like, you give up the Storm, so then it's, what do you combo with this Pugna? I mean, I guess this hero's like generally good. He's a mana resource on the map.
You were a card-carrying Pugna hater just like 4 hours ago.
I am, man. I still have trouble believing in the hero entirely, but he has looked really good in some of the games. Like we saw Aster Baboka make him work in a lot of those games, just given the suck to Sumail.
Yeah.
You kind of need that type of hero who's going to go in the fight, be a super high damage dealer that you're not ready to deal with. Is Tiny going to be that hero? It's a hero GBK has played in the past. It is a Stormancer on mid. It can also be a support here, but I feel like if you're going to give this Storm, you need to take your answer here and be very content with it, not only in the lane, but in the mid game. So I feel like they're just going to put this Tiny mid, go back to that old school matchup, and hope it's enough to deal with them in the fight.
What I was going to say about both these teams is I feel like their issue is they don't play the meta of the meta heroes. And what I mean by that is like Bet Boom, I was looking through their history. When Underlord's involved in the game, they're 3-7, whether it's on their team or the opponent team. So they're first round banning Underlord. And then we see Evil Geniuses, who's first round banning Medusa. Chris Luck on his pregame interview said, we don't know what to do with this hero. We haven't played against it enough. And I think that's honestly what's defining these 8-8 teams right in the middle of the group. Like, they're good enough to take games off of the weaker teams, but they're not adjusting to the meta quick enough.
I like the Tiny in the first phase, though. So because Betboom have first pick, typically the way most teams approach first pick is that they will pick cores that they can flex to a multitude of roles comfortably, and they try not to give away their flex until the very end. So with this Tiny, they don't really give away too much while still having a solution for Storm in the mid lane if they need to do it. It's also a good support at jumping backline heroes like Coddle. The one issue is I assumed in a patch like this, where ganking is such high priority, we'd see a lot more support Tinies, but it seems to pale in comparison to these range supports who go through the Twin Gates, right? These Crystal Maidens and these Coddles and whatnot.
I think the laning's just way too bad.
Yeah.
Like, how can you lane these melee forces versus the doubled range support duos that are roaming, like you said? That just sounds like a nightmare to me. At least you're getting a good Pugna target in the fights, though. Tiny is one of the better bodies in the game with the extra armor. So if you go in, you jump Storm, if you need help to get bailed out in that situation, then Evil Geniuses have to fight into the Pugna ward, into the sustain. I actually kind of like this opener. It's also really good if you can get the Decrep first during the combo. That's just like insane damage.
I agree. I feel like the issue with all these melee supports, I don't want to like just oversimplify this meta, but I really think it's just all sideline cores. Sideline cores are just beefy, tanky melee guys. And traditionally, you always want, if possible, a melee guy with a range guy in lane. One guy's durable, the other one dishes out the damage. And I really do think that's the only thing limiting these heroes, is that their lane partners are not currently very strong.
And I think Tiny has not been played enough for us to get a good understanding of how he fits into the meta as a side lane support, because I still feel like there's a place for him the way there's always been a place for Tiny in Dota, the way there's always been a place for Monkey King in Dota. Any of these support heroes that can be flexed to core positions are always going to be valuable in the drafting phase. So we just need more of a sample size. This game will tell us a lot. But for the most part, it is looking like a mid-Tiny.
If you take it here and you don't put it mid, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it'd be... I'd be shocked.
Like, what are you going to get here anyway, right? You're going to pick some Dragon Knight or Puck, and sure.
Yeah, that's the Wamboozle. You know? Could have the toss out of the puck coil.
Did you say Wamboozle?
Yeah, man, they're gonna Wamboozle him with the like. They're not block banning for Storm at all. So now Bat-Boom's got pick of the litter for the mid laners.
Also, Crystal Maiden is still in the pool, something that looks good for Bet-Boom. They didn't have enough disables coming out of their supports. In the last game, they had a Pudgeon and Undying, and the CM was taken away from them. I wonder if EG are just going to do the same thing here. Or if it's kind of overkill on the mana sustain if they have CM and Coddle on the same team.
Give me the Matthew bounty. Just give it to me. I want to see it. Sag.
I'm pretty shocked they picked Disruptor over CM to be like. I know it's like double dipping on the mana, but I think CM Coddle has just done so much on the map. They're together. They kill pretty much any core that doesn't have innate mobility, and a lot of the cores don't have that right now, other than the mid laners. Disruptor though gives them a little bit of extra catch, counter initiation, punishes heroes like Tiny that usually like to weave in and out of the fights, blink in, burst somebody, disengage. Doesn't allow that to happen.
Also, it's the silence for Pugna, right? You just drop it on him and he's not keeping anyone alive.
That's a hero that's kind of fallen off a bit. Was like first pick, first banned, start of the tournament. Yeah. I don't think he's gotten any worse. I think there's other heroes that have just risen in their stocks, overtaken him.
But it also fits the same formula of a first pick hero that is still quite flexible. It doesn't give away too much, or it has leeway to adjust in the laning stage. Also, it's flexible in itemization, right? If you run into the issue where you don't have anyone to buy your auras, your Doom can do that for you. If you run into an issue where you get gotcha'd by some last pick, at least you'll have the security of knowing you'll be able to Doom that target. And I like that Betboom go back for the CM. I mean, that was the obvious support for them, but they definitely needed some kind of playmaking potential on the side lanes early on because they lacked that entirely.
We're getting a Wraith King here, I think, for EG. That's what I'd like to see the most. Really high win rate hero so far at the tournament.
Or a monkey.
Which one? Monkey?
Or a monkey, potentially.
That's actually first round ban. That's how much they respect that Monkey King. Slark. You were about to call it? Tell us why.
Oh, I don't know why.
Great.
Explain yourself.
Good enough for me.
I
felt the vibes.
No, the thing is, these South American teams really like the Slark Doom matchup because they feel like they can always play the Vision. They can take the nighttime fights. It's really hard to get the Doom on the Slark. You have Depth Shroud if you Doom anybody else here, which is a way you can maybe bail out the Storm. Because right now, the Storm's game looks really hard. You have to play into Frostbite, Tiny, who's going to have a good mid lane matchup and clean mid game, Pugna Ward, plus the save from him. And then if there's ever a Hoof Stomp Doom, you're just completely out of it, right? At least this is another threat that maybe you feel like you have to go on the Slark instead of the Storm because he can start the engagements.
It's similar, right? He's like a damage soak, ability soaker. But
it's also, it's a Vision hero. Like now, EG can go in the fights off the Slark nighttime Vision and force Betboom into an awkward initiation where if you get Slark ult off, if you get Depth Shroud off, you reset the fight. Now you can glimpse somebody back as well. Those types of fights are way better for the Storm to take because he doesn't have to be the one just jumping into this mosh pit of death waiting for him because it's waiting there. I mean, you want to jump into that?
I think generally the thing Storm Spirit has always needed to play with is a secondary jump on his team, someone who goes in with him, and Slark fits that bill. It would still be nice if EG picked some kind of reliable stun for Whisper in the offlane if they're not flexing this Coddle to offlane again. To be honest, I don't want to see them play offlane Coddle this game. I think the importance of auras has been repeated time and time again, but that really was their downfall in their game versus Aster.
I also think you just take some melee offlane here. That's nice with the Coddle in lane. Gets the auras. I think offlane Coddle can build the auras, but I feel like support Coddle is going to give you everything you want out of the Coddle this game, and you don't need those auras incredibly fast because your timing here is like the Storm Slark second to third item where you really pick up the pace on the map. So you don't need some crazy snowball in this game. You just want to get to their items, like win the 2 or 3 fights around the 25-minute mark, and that'll get you to maybe the Lincoln Spheres you want or the BKB that you want, and then you can close out the game here for EG. Whereas Betboom really just, they want to go through this Tiny, like non-stop. Tiny needs to be going around the map, slaying people. The GPK show.
If they don't pick some strong melee laner on Betboom now, for the safe lane, I like the idea of Centaur for EG, right? It'll buy the auras, they don't lack damage from their Slark and their Storm, and whoever gets doomed, you can just stampede away, though it's always been the classic counter.
That would be the first Centaur win of the tournament.
It's only played like 3 times, right?
We'll see if it'll happen. It's gonna depend entirely on what Betboom pick here.
Yeah, the disengage for Doom is definitely nice. I wonder if there's another offlaner left that counteracts this Doom. I mean, it's going to be super dependent on what Betboom show as well.
I'm leaning towards Sven for Betboom. Personally, I think like they want like a reliable laner that hits a timing in the mid game. The issue I have with EG's lineup is they have Storm and Slark to jump you, but until those heroes take, it's either like a long fight for Slark's Essence Shift to build up, or Storm has several items for his mana pool. They really are lacking the damage on EG right now. If you have like a Pipe, a Crimson, or Greaves, any and all the above. So if you pick a hero like Sven, who gives them another aura to work with in the fight with Warcry, that's what I'm really leaning towards, is just being so durable. EG's forced to eventually run away from you, and these heroes like Disruptor do not want to get ran at.
The Void ban is really good, actually. They needed some kind of fail-safe safe laner that can get out of danger if he needs to, something that's melee to pair with his range support, and Void would fit the build pretty well, so that was a good read by EG.
Ursa's still.
Oh, Naga. Actually, Naga's sick. I just thought about it for Betboom if they play it. I really like that. For all the reasons you just mentioned, like it kind of gets itself out of jail free, plays alone on the map, very durable, or very survivable. Oh, that was not what I was expecting.
First
that hero
will play at this tournament
has also not been very successful.
That hero
I feel like it fell off. Like it looked really good, and then it got nerfed a little bit through the BKB interactions, and since then it's just not outputting enough damage early enough in the game for it to come online. That's my biggest concern with this hero, but I still believe in her spells being very powerful, and this hero can be awkward to counterpick. Like, what do you counterpick here if you're Whisper to go up against Muerta?
Vanguard Buyer. That's the weakness of Muerta, I think.
But what's left?
I think Centaur still looks good. I liked Mira's suggestion.
Centaur? It's viable.
Get your team on top of the Muerta as well.
The thing about Muerta is some teams have still had success with her, like LGD. They're still running her, and they win pretty often with it. The thing about Muerta versus like something like a Storm or a Slark is it feels bad to go on a hero and get silenced by her Revenants, right? So in a way, she's a hero that can protect herself against Storm early on, but later when Storm gets his BKB, it's a really easy jump target.
I want to see offlane Ogre. I think it's sick here. Give your Slark the Bloodlust. You have Coddle Ogre lane, just permanently dunking spells on this Muerta. You're going to be too beefy. You can buy the Crimson. You can buy the Pipe. You can just run in. You don't want to jump this guy.
I'm sold.
Give it to me, Whisper.
Collapse style. I think Axe is good too for similar reasons.
I was thinking Axe, but the problem is Pugna destroys.
Oh, you're right, Pugna.
That matchup is...
Yeah, you're right.
The Muerta one is also bad because if you get your ult off.
There's still like the Whisper Darkseer.
There's Darkseer.
Banned out.
Darkseer's solid. Outside of the Doom interaction, it's pretty solid, but we've seen a lot of players play the Darkseer into the Doom anyway. It's the bounty!
So that's a 3 Coddle again.
So he comes from the shadow.
I like it so long as Coddle and Bounty don't get redundant with their itemizations.
The Matthew bounty.
What you've been asking for.
Prayers have been answered. I asked for it. He delivered.
I am concerned about if Whisper just doesn't buy auras and they go for another snowballing lineup and they just get outscaled by Bet Boom, they're going to be in a bad position because you've got the Muerta and Doom late game scaling, which is like second to none, right? And yeah, you are playing with a Storm and a Slark, but if you have nobody to buy auras on your team, how are you going to do the 5-man ball up?
If they win the early game on EG, they get tough to similarly like you were mentioning, and I see like a Matthew, like Boots of Bearing, you know, Force Staff, Pipe, Lotus, items like this, I think EG is going to run them over. But if I see anything other than that, I'm very skeptical of EG's draft. So I'm leaning towards Bet Boom slightly, but we could see like a really snowball out of control game for EG.
Yeah, I think it could go either way, honestly. It'll just depend on the itemization, like we talked about. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine, Brian. I don't know. I like Bet Boom scaling. It's an easy thing to bet on, but I know that EG have that X factor when it comes to snowballing out of lanes.
Matthew Bounty is tracking down the win. I asked for it, so I got to back him up. Yeah, I got to back him up. I had a feeling he was going to play at this game. I think it's taking him back to his rookie roots.
Sure.
And, you know, but Ricky's out of the meta, so he's going for the next best thing. I think this Bounty Hunter hero has looked amazing in all these games. Coddle can make him even faster on the map. They have multiple sources of vision that Bet Boom are going to have to fight through, and they don't really have a mechanism to do that. I'm all in on the man with the giant golden sack.
That's all I need to hear then.
That's Bounty Hunter.
Winner goes on, moving forward in the Berlin Major. Loser goes home. It's time for a best of one of your lifetime with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you, panel. Yeah, this is pretty damn hype, Cinderin. Winner of this stays in the Berlin Major. Loser, well, they probably still stay, but they're playing scrims and not going to be too happy with themselves. But some interesting picks. I think it's the first Muerta game that we're going to cast together, if I'm not mistaken. I literally don't even know the names of the abilities, if I'm being honest. Pierce the Veil, Dead Shot, Guns. I actually know a lot of those. I don't know the Ghost one. Ghost Revenant, Ghost Monkey.
No.
Circle of Ghosts, that's silence.
That's closer. Because it didn't say Monkey, which has nothing to do with the ability at all.
Calling, I saw that.
The Calling.
The Calling, that's it? That's like a horror movie. Okay, got it.
Wait, did I say The Calling? The Calling.
Good, very good, Cinderin, thank you. Yeah. And we're going to see Bounty Hunter, which I'm super hyped about because it's one of the few heroes that's by Phylactery and it looks amazing.
Yeah.
Never thought about that one. That's really cool.
Definitely feels like one of the legs that Tundra have up on the other teams is their creativity with the new items. Mainly Phylactery. They've played this offlane Medusa with it. They've played Bounty Hunter with it on Soxa. Seems really strong. You just keep getting damage and slows whenever you track people.
Yeah.
It cancels blink daggers, and it allows your teammates to connect on them because of that little bit of a slow. It might not sound like much, but it really makes a big difference for people to connect. So,
and what do you think about the? I know we talked about this early on in the tournament, but the differences with the changes that they made to Bounty itself, with the stun not being applied to the Shuriken anymore. So you're not going to really. I mean, you could still go for an Octarine, like long-range Shurikens, I guess, but now the stun is attached to the Shadow Walk, so it incentivizes being a little bit closer to the battles.
I mean, not only that, but it just means Bounty Hunter has a stun that isn't a mini stun, right? Like that's the biggest thing. The hero just does this, and
pretty good.
That's a little
He's doing
bit
some nice blocking as well. Resolution in a lot of trouble. Another stun comes through, so layering it nicely, and that's the beautiful thing about having this Shadow Walk. Is that what it's called? Man, now I'm really questioning my knowledge of the ability names.
So it's a 1 second stun, which doesn't sound like much, but you can use it twice back to back if you time your engage well. And what was the shuriken toss stun before? 0.1?
No, it was like 0.35, was it?
No way. Yeah. Was it that long?
I thought it was.
I feel like shuriken stun.
Wait, how long is the stun now?
How long is the stun on Shadow Walk?
Yeah.
1 second, level 1.
I thought it was 0.35.
But that's the slow duration
the slow
of the
is 0.35. I could have sworn. Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, either way, it's way longer, right? So if you do connect, and especially in these roaming moves early on, and considering there's gates for Bounty Hunter to kind of be in both lanes at once, it makes this hero very stressful to play against. And you're going to have to invest into sentries to protect your lanes, but then you run out of sentries because this has become more of a rarer commodity, if you will.
Yeah, that's
run out of stock
faster. That's actually a really good point about the gates, because this is a hero that obviously the invisibility is a huge benefit, but you don't gain movement speed, which I think you used to in Dota 1 if I'm not mistaken, and that's basically the same ability as Klink's with the skeleton walk, right? So the fact that you don't necessarily have to have that now because you can be across the map in just a few seconds is kind of a big deal.
Yep.
But yeah, looking forward to the phylactery. If he doesn't go for it, I'm going to flame him, of course, because I'm very excited to see
pretty harsh
in use. But yeah, this is a weird question because I know both teams were expecting probably to continue on after the group stage. But what team do you think would be most disappointed not to make it?
Oh,
As Resolution glimpsed back into death.
That's
second
probably
time
a tie.
for him.
I don't know. I think both teams had high hopes.
One does have a stand-in though, right?
Yeah, that seems to have been a strength overall so far this tournament, though. All the other teams with stand-ins are doing great.
Well, they have all the other teams have stand-ins, but the rest of the team has kept their positions, right?
Okay, so they've swapped. Yeah. I mean, fair enough, I guess.
It's not just it's a 3 to a 1. That's kind of a big change.
Nightfall's a carry at heart.
Yeah. Well,
he's playing carry. He's playing offlane in this team by necessity.
Is that actually the case?
I don't know. This guy's carry is really good.
They have a mid laner playing position.
Yeah. So, you know.
Too many cooks in the kitchen. I mean, so as you can tell, my answer would be Bet Boom. I think would be less disappointed than EG. EG would be. I felt like they were favorites to get maybe upper bracket coming into this tournament. But
yeah, they've definitely had standout games, but they've just not been consistent. And maybe also in terms of like the schedule, I don't know if that was a blessing or a curse. Like they faced Gaming Gladiators first and they tied, which was a good result. That was the very early days of the patch. Obviously, the teams learned very quickly. The game is way more figured out now than it was 4 days ago.
Yeah, and everybody's picking Medusa, right? They figured it out.
Yep,
that's the trick of the patch. Nightfall getting stunned. Second one can be used by Matthew if he wants.
So far, the lanes are going pretty well for Bet Boom, though, with the exception of the top lane. Like
the glimpse back,
Rezo is struggling.
Resolution might be able to get the kill on Pakaz. Nether Blast.
Oh!
No.
That's about as close as you can get without hitting.
Yep, save takes a tumble.
Oh, now it's
Tokyo. Now he's going to take a stun from Matthew as well. There's the calling! Okay, well, that leads to the death of Toronto Tokyo. Resolution dies for a third time in that top lane.
No, they did specifically counterpick him
and
help out in the early level engagement with Matthew starting top for the first blood tri-lane kill.
Yeah, Matthew off to a great start.
I was just saying Bet Boom's bottom lane and mid lane are going pretty well, but the top lane is really... Yep, there's some ground to cover for Rezo in this game. He is going to have a very, very tough time. If you fall behind as Doom against Slark, good luck is my verdict on that lane for Doom.
Yep, Matthew inside the colony. He's going to tank
nice
his ghost
damage
with a dead shot to follow, but he will live. As Whisper, as you talked about, playing the offlane Coddle. We saw that in the last game that we cast, which was not too long ago, Cinder, and if you remember.
I remember an hour ago.
Yep, that's right.
It was a good time.
And he owned.
I was younger then.
Now, is this... This does not look like a Spirit Vessel game.
I mean you could make a case for it, right? You're against Doom, you're against Tiny. The damage component of it's pretty good. You're against Pugna's heal. I think there's merit to it, but I personally would rather just see auras. Like, get Pipe Greaves. Look at the heroes you're against. It's amazing. I mean, Pipe especially is.
He has Urn already, so I guess that's my question. Is with that in mind, do you think he just keeps it as Urn?
I think he's going Vessel, but I just disagree with it. Okay. I think the Urn is good. That's fine, and you can also go the Travels, but I just think Pipe for me is a no-brainer in this game with how the meta is shaping up right now. Like, it counters everything in the enemy team. Every single hero is heavy magic damage. keep in mind when Muerta uses her ult, if you have Pipe, it's actually really good, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just think they need to get it in their team. If the Coddle doesn't get it, it needs to be on the bounty, but then it's a matter of, all right, is the timing going to hit correctly? We'll see. But it seems like, at least based on game number 1, EG didn't really favor that item in that game. They went 2 Orchids, as Brian pointed out in the panel, which may have been their downfall.
Gets dusted, slowed down by Toronto Tokyo as well, but now outside the dust, and it's not going to last too much longer as GPK won't be able to pursue as he even takes the bounty rune. So what's your take on Muerta as a hero? Because we got to see it. Oh, hold that thought. Resolution. This might be the 4th death for him. Pounce connects, but Bakaz has to kind of reset.
Can't commit.
We got to see it on the old patch for a bit, and the whole... We're always weirded out by the fact that, you know, her ult didn't go through BKB, but there's a reason for that because they thought that this patch would be aligned with Muerta if you actually think about it. So what do you think about her now? That she can technically shoot through BKB.
Well, after the nerf where... The nerf that we just got where the... What is it? What's it called? The Gunslinger doesn't pierce anymore, right? When you're in ult, the way it was working... You might have to correct me if I'm wrong here. The way it worked until this got changed was you would pop ult and your Gunslinger secondary shots would pierce BKB even though you were in ulti.
Okay.
I think that is not the case anymore. I think her damage now, after that change, has just drastically been reduced in teamfights, and the hero went from looking insane in Dream League to being more of a situational pick now. So I think she's still in a pretty good place. I think the Calling is a mega powerful spell if paired with the right lane partner.
Yep.
I wouldn't say... Crystal Maiden is a pretty good one because she has a root. But, you know, things that are really powerful with this are things that force the enemy in place completely, right? Like Clockwork Cogs, or maybe Fissure could be a really interesting thing to explore with Muerta. But
Fissure, why?
Because it blocks the enemy off. So
for the Calling specifically.
Yes, so you like place the Calling perpendicular on the Fissure, and then it's kind of like you kind of have to run through the ghosts to get out. It depends, but it's just an example. The Maiden Frostbite should still be pretty good, though.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's one nice thing about the Coddle in this lane is that he's just outranging it. So you're not really in danger because he's just farming from really far away. Matthews going to be spotted here.
Yeah, Resolution does have Vanguard now, so much tankier than he was previously, but stuck inside the kinetic field. C-Smile coming in for the gank. Gonna focus down Save first, but there's the Electric Vortex into the Pounce, onto Resolution. Gets off his Infernal Blade, but he's gonna get glimpsed back into the company of EG, and they are up 7-0.
Yeah.
Not one kill yet for Bet Boom. I mean, one good thing, I guess, from GPK side is able to get that tower to half HP as we're seeing the replay here.
This is a really nice play call from EG specifically because Tiny's TP is on cooldown. This is by design. They know that he can't make it up here. Because if Tiny TP's up here and counterplays this, they could lose multiple heroes, but not able to do so. 7-0.
Yes.
It's the current lead, so looking very hot here, EG.
Okay, getting slow. There's the zip in, but Storm is actually out of mana. Gets tossed up. GPK now on the run, but the glimpse again. And GPK looks to be resigned to his death, so another valuable kill going the way of EG. Although Nether Blast doing a lot of damage. C-Smile will live just barely. A couple misses from the low ground. And Save will die. Double kill from Whisper, who's showing off his ability to play Coddle with the Boots of Travel now in tow. 9-0. This is getting out of hand quickly. And this is the thing I was going to bring up last game. I actually forgot about until now. That's what it's like being an old, decrepit man. But
speaking of that,
Bet Boom, they have the propensity to tilt. They don't respond well to losses. They don't respond well to things that go unexpectedly. GPK, I think, by himself encompasses that completely, but as a team, I think they have the reputation of doing that, and perhaps we're seeing that early on here.
I mean, they're definitely not off to a hot start now, right? And obviously, the players don't have access to the gold. You still have a feeling of how the game is going, and it's never nice to look up there and see 0-9, right? It's like all the moves they've tried to make have been countered. They failed to have enough damage and get the kills, and it really has to come from the Storm or the Tiny largely. So. Want to see GPK get involved. He got a good power rune now to at least look to make a move here if they want to smoke, for example. But for now, yep, there we go. All right. Guess they will be trying to find their first kill, but who will it be on? The Coddle would be a nice target. He's actually top net worth as usual here, Whisper.
Yeah, he's very, very fast, though.
Looks to be going for the same build as he did against Aster, Orchid, as well as Vessel. So no auras. much to the dismay of Banana Slam Jamma.
Yep.
And Faye.
Is that a Slacks pronunciation?
It's dialect.
Oh, I see. And what dialect is that? Stupid?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
I am not surprised you're fluent.
Shit, you got me. Oh, that was good. Damn, you're just too quick, you know? Matthew has the track up and ready, and he's already level 6 as a support at 11 minutes. Not too shabby, as I'm sure he got a Wisdom rune to help out. And yeah, that haste rune not really being used to full effect. I mean, they were a bit patient. I mean, he still technically has it, but no openings.
Nope.
EG's not really letting them into this game at all.
Right now.
Save is
on the other side,
get
though.
Spotted,
this will be one.
First track hold of the game, and they're going to get a free Nether Ward as well, which is
plus 20.
Only level 1, goes up to 100. Cinderin, it's worth something.
Does it?
Yeah, 20, 40, 60, 80.
Yeah.
Wait,
you were pretty close. You got 80% of the way there. That's not that
killed
bad.
it before and it's gotten 100. Maybe not. Maybe I am dumb after all. I speak stupid. I am stupid. GPK getting ganked, and he will likely die. Save is not level 6 yet, so no save to come. Quiet, Matthew.
Oh, they're getting a kill.
Yeah, they're blocking him. They can get this kill. That would be a decent amount of gold going their way, and they finally get their first kill of the game. C-Smile will try to punish this. This is Nightfall, popping that ult to stay alive.
Yep, they had to use that and the life drain, so, I mean, not that life drain's a big cooldown, but the Mortal, pretty meaningful. Oh, thanks for the stat. They killed 5 of them to get 100.
Yep, there
That's
you go.
what you saw.
You see?
Oh, damn.
Do it all along. Thank you, production. Really appreciate it. Wonder if they coded that in hard to make sure that it was correct. Right, had to hack those numbers in.
Yeah, that was the first Nether Ward of the game. And they just generated the whole table. 5 different ones.
Hey, they make the casters look good.
Yeah,
no,
that's
unless
true.
It's me, then it doesn't matter. You can't save me.
There's nothing like lying to be right. That's my favorite.
That's the American way. There's Matthew in the vicinity of Resolution. He's going to see save as well, as there's a sentry place, so they do spot him, and he knows that they can see him. It's off the track. He's out of range now. There's the glimpse back onto Save, who will decrepify himself immediately into his ult, but gonna get stunned out outright.
Oh,
and he actually will somehow live. They thought he was dead.
Oh, the solar might.
Pounce connects, but Freezing Field that comes doing quite a bit of damage, but Akazi has to be careful. Spirit Vessel's there though. Toronto Tokyo takes a tumble. CM ended up dying as well, and they're gonna glimpse back Resolution. Another track kill for EG.
Where is
triple kill for
GPK?
Whisper? Yeah, that's a good question.
The Tiny, once again, TP on cooldown, cannot join the move. He's in the jungle trying to finish up a dagger. This is a mid-Tiny. We're 14 minutes in. He has 1 assist and doesn't have the blink. So it's been a terrible game for him, just hands down. He's 1,500 behind the Storm. Just really struggling to find moves. And you look at this lineup, and I just see a Tiny that has to make work. And now that you're falling behind, and he's resorted to farming, I don't really know where the moves are going to come from Bedboom. Doom got crushed in lane. He's not going to frontline for you. He has a Vanguard, minute 14. Tiny doesn't have his big Blink Dagger yet. The other heroes can't initiate, right? Yep. If Maiden walks up or Pugna walks up to start casting some spells, they get eaten alive by Storm. They get eaten alive by Caudle, Bounty Hunter. There's no way. So they need Tiny to frontline, or rather to have the killer instinct to be an assassin. And now with this dagger, it's honestly do or die time, and we're 14 minutes in. I feel like you're 7k gold behind with Doom minute 15. Time to get some bang for your buck for this Tiny before the game's over.
I mean, the score is 14-1.
Oh yeah, there's track gold too. Let's remember to factor that in as well.
Indeed. 15 minutes in, Matthew checking if there was a Wisdom rune from a minute earlier, but Bedboom on top of that at least. But yeah, they are just crumbling horribly in this game. Mech is finished from Resolution, so going for more of the utility Doom build. No Midas or anything like that. As an Ag's picked up by the Slark. So Pounce will have 2 charges and have very, very long range.
That's an early one.
Yes.
That is a very, very
Took apart his Echo Saber in order to create it, and we'll be going for Mage Slayer next. I mean, considering all the magic damage, that's a pretty damn good item in this game too.
I love the choice. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He needs to set his teammates up for success. Just jump in, get Mage Slayer on the casters, and keep them in place, and Storm and Caudle are going to kill them. Slark doesn't need to carry right now in this game. It's a later thing.
Spirit Vessel's there. It's blinding lit. Oh my god, the Illuminate almost just takes him out.
And now another. Okay,
Yeah,
didn't get in range for the Shadow Walk attack, actually.
Whisper slowing him, though. He's going to attempt to TP out. Oh! The Illuminate blows him a new one.
And in the meantime, BetBoom are just stuck bottom with 4 heroes. Not really... They're trying to accomplish something with this tower push, but EG just aren't responding. They're just letting them have it. It's like, whatever. We took a top tower ourselves. We know you guys are down there. They're just playing around this tiny perfectly. This is... I mean, it's easy to say when the game is 1 in 15, but this is one of the lowest contributing mid-tinies we've seen in a long time. This hero doesn't function like this.
Yep.
The rest of his lineup...
Sad death for Rezo.
Yeah. Not really much he could do there. If he isn't getting any help, you're not getting out. Orchid on Caudle. Salt in the wound now for all these squishy heroes. Muerta, Pugna, and Maiden can easily get soloed at this point by Whisper.
Yeah. Save spotted out with the track, and there's the zip in. That's going to be an easy kill. He puts down the Nether Ward, but Toronto-Tokyo is going to die in the face of it. There's the Avatos. GPK showing off that Blink Dagger, so he finds the kill on the Storm Spirit, which is a huge kill. Definitely the biggest of BetBoom's games so far. Does cost him his life, though, so double kill for Pakaz, adding to his permanent agi.
It shows the potential of what the hero can do in this game, but the problem is it comes after both his supports are dead. The initial move needs to be theirs, and it's easier said than done, right? It's not like they're having a fun time or having a great game, but that's how things should have been if they wanted to go better. And all right, now things are going to get a lot worse, because we were talking about Phylactery and Bounty Hunter, and then Caudle could buy Pipe. What if you just do it the other way around without the Phylactery? In other words, Bounty Hunter has a Pipe.
Well, I said I would flame him, so I'm going to.
What's your damage on Radiant looking like into this Pipe? They are, I don't know, 80% magical, their team?
It's very, very high percentage.
So, you look at the damage dealt as well here in the breakdown. It's mainly been Pugna, but yeah, tough times. This Pipe coming into play at a great timing. Could just group up with the Slark and Storm and start hunting fools. And I don't know what they're...
I think they're baiting Resolution. He's been juicy food for EG, so perhaps they'll bite on this, but perhaps a little bit too obvious.
Yeah,
so they haven't
really pushed out the other lanes, so this is pretty telegraphed. It's like, where else would their heroes be, right?
And there's Matthew.
Matthew might take the bait. He finds a sentry.
Yeah. The creep there at the wrong time if you're a BetBoom fan. Matthew, he's going to get... Okay. He's still very tanky, though. Pops the pipe, and he's going to live as a result. Getting off these track kills. Rezo dead. Toronto-Tokyo dead. GPK is next. Gets off the toss, but... to no avail, and this is an absolute Gabe and shellacking, my friend.
Yeah, there's no denying it. This is one of the most one-sided games of the entire tournament, and it's one of the most important ones.
Yep.
This is not the kind of game that you want to have your worst performance all tournament in. And again, if you think back,
that Matthew lives through this is insane.
Yeah, what did he have? He got Caudle healed, he used the Pipe, he had a Lotus, he had Wand, I think. Popped all of it at once. They didn't burst him 100-0 in the stun, so they get to use all of their abilities and just keep him alive nice and easy. And the thing that stings so much for BetBoom here is that all they needed, it's so easy to get into this mindset and just go full despair mode, right? But all of this could have been avoided if they had won one game against a team that was eliminated.
Yeah,
Execration were already knocked out of the tournament. They technically didn't have much to play for. And it's a team that you would think, based on how the tournament had gone, BetBoom should be favorites, so they should at least take one game. If they had a tie there,
I mean,
they wouldn't even have played today.
Yeah,
so
I mean, they'd be favored, I would say, in most cases, to go 2-0 in that series.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Execration definitely started playing better toward the end, so I want to give credit to them. They definitely leveled up throughout the tournament. Unfortunately, they leveled up too late, but if you're a BetBoom fan or a BetBoom player, it's still, like, at the end of the day, it's just not good enough, right? Like, that was a team you needed to beat at least one game. You didn't do it. You find yourself here today, and today they've just been outclassed. I feel like neither game they've played has been close at all, really. So there were other opportunities for them to make it to that main stage.
Last game was closer than this. I'll say that right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'm painting a dark picture here, but I'm really struggling to see the way out of this for them. Sometimes a spade's a spade.
Tokyo's dead.
Okay. Well, he lived for half a second.
Like that 5v4. Now the zip back in, but that's the buyback onto the CM. As Storm getting control for the time being actually gets Doom. I think that's the first Doom of the entire game.
It is.
If I'm not mistaken. But he's just going to walk away for now. And they get Toronto Tokyo again. So that is a dieback. There's the Storm. He's still getting bursted down. They finally will get it. So just at the end of the Doom, they were able to get that valuable kill. So that's the second death for C-Smile, surprisingly enough. He has 2/3 of the deaths of his entire team. It's just not enough for BetBoom. They need a lot more than this.
We'll get one more here.
Panda is dead. Did we get to the magic number? I don't even know. Wasn't paying attention. We might have.
420?
No,
322?
that one. Yeah, that one.
Could have been either. Oh yeah, it might have been 322 for a moment.
Yeah, why don't you do some investigating? Very important. We have nothing else to investigate.
Can we have a replay so we can look at the kill score for a moment, please? For no other reason.
I'm going to pass on that one, unfortunate.
All right. Unfortunate. Sometimes you just get shut down. When you want to look at absolutely nothing, you don't get to.
Yeah, so 14K lead here for EG. And from BetBoom's perspective, is there an item that is going to give them a better chance that they're close to getting? So Nightfall has the Maelstrom, Dragonlance, BKB. What do the people buy on this hero now? Is it... Oh, boy. Oh, Pounce will miss.
Oh,
is it going to, like, Gleipnir, or do they like Mjolnir?
It feels like Gleipnir would be really good. Or rather, I think Pike might be more important because you're against Slark, right? And Storm. You need to be able to reposition yourself in the fight. So I think Pike first is probably the way to go. The issue that you're going to run into is if you don't commit fully to damage, does it even matter that you reposition? We've already covered how tanky EG's lineup is with this mech, with the Grieve, or not with the mech, sorry, with the Pipe. They're hard to make a dent into.
Yeah.
Save will be very dead here. Orchided.
Yep, and remember, this is not just some normal game that you're going 4-24 in, which is very common for a lot of us. It's a bounty hunter game where you're dying this much.
Yep.
You are getting so much more gold on EG's side. And that's just going to add insult to injury. One of the more
level 1 track
heroes.
gives yourself 130 bonus gold, and all allies involved 40. So you can do some quick math on that. I know you're good at it. You countered earlier, and I was very impressed.
Thank you.
So you can let me know how much bounty
Well, I
already
wasn't even
acquired
listening
with
to
that.
anything you said, so that's going to be difficult for me to do that math.
You're a good friend.
Yep.
Solar Bind into Illuminate Vessel. Look how much that chunks him half.
Yeah.
And Pakaz is committing.
Yeah, he gets glimpsed back into the kinetic field static storm. He's on the outskirts of the silence, but he's going to get stunned now by the Storm Spear. But the Doom goes off, and that's another death for C-Smile.
In
Playing a little
classic
bit
fashion
too loose.
for this game, the Storm will die.
The only hero that's dying, the only core.
The mobilest mobile hero of them all. 3 out of 5 deaths.
Yeah, got to give credit to Rezo. He's been getting the Dooms off.
Yep, gets the punish there.
That's the most important hero to get it on.
It's something, you know. If they're at the very least trading right now and they're stopping the bleeding, that's something to hold on to. Unfortunately, they're very, very far behind, clearly, but they can prevent falling behind any further and maybe get another item on the Muerta as well as the Doom. There are possibilities to make this happen.
Is she actually going Moonshard?
Oh, he is lining up the Pike, which I would like to see. Moonshard would be, man, it's insane damage output for Muerta since she gets so much plus damage from her ult.
Yeah,
So
I actually don't mind. It's like, it's one of those risky, but you kind of have to take some sort of a risk at this stage.
I don't mind. I think any major damage item here or Pike, both are good, and I think having a YOLO mindset is what they need right now. I think playing it passively and playing it safe is not going to win you the game. So with that in mind, I actually kind of like the Moonshard more than the Pike, because sure, it's going to be good in the matchups, etc., but you're kind of playing not to lose rather than playing to win at that point.
Yeah.
And you gotta take the risks here. You gotta take those 10% chance plays because they're better than no play at all and just getting run over. So ideally, you find something that's better than a 10%er, obviously.
Matthew finds GPK. They're just farming away now. And, I mean, we're 25 minutes in. No Roche taking yet because they don't really have a good Roche
Yeah, neither
team at
team's
all.
good at it. Might be a while.
Well, Muerta's pretty good at it, but she doesn't have enough farm for it to...
Yeah.
But EG's lineup's pretty bad at taking Roche, actually.
It definitely is. the good news for them is they don't need it. As long as they keep map control, they're going to find track kills and keep building advantage that way.
Yeah, well, the lead hasn't expanded that much, so...
Both Tormentors are up as well, but 26 minutes.
That's true. That's a little surprising, especially with EG having this much map control.
It definitely feels like they could grab this top one when they're pushing out this lane and they're all 5 heroes in the neighborhood, but gonna pay respect here. Actually gonna swap sides, it looks like. It's gating time. Never mind, they're going Roche. Okay. I thought they were gonna gate to bot and take their own Tormentor, but they do want to commit for the Roche here. Not the fast lineup like we talked about, but they feel comfortable.
Yeah.
They feel safe.
I mean, they are in a corner of the map, so there's only so many avenues.
That's true.
Feel safe indeed. And assuming Storm Spirit will be taking the Aegis, not only the best Aegis carry in the game, but he's also dying somehow.
Well, you could also argue for putting it on Pikaz so that he can play hyper aggro and...
I mean, this is the point where,
pull
considering
attention
the lead,
away from the storm.
Maybe you want to go high ground.
But I would also.
I mean, considering this is a best of one,
yeah,
they're going to play mega safe. Mega safe.
They haven't so far.
Oh,
they've been diving the basement at 20.
C-Smile has, but nobody else has.
I mean, I don't know, you can say much about EG this game. I don't feel like it's been safe. It's been aggro. But right, they're not like running into the enemy base like headless chickens, right? They're not gonna just like full-on YOLO push because they don't need to. But I would like to see them not like slow down to a crawl instead of keeping the pressure up, because I think they have all the tools available to just fight Bet Boom head on, as long as it's in like neutral territory or even in the enemy base. It is possible with the right vision.
If they're smoked up, they're looking for a target. And
okay.
The target is set on
Toss
Slark.
plus Doom.
That's right. They use the Doom.
Nice kill.
That looks to be a freebie for them. Very nice pickoff. And of course, like you said, no Aegis.
That was a 1,600 gold kill. Yoink.
That certainly helps a lot.
Half of it goes to Reza.
Yeah, that's his payment for not going Midas this game. What does he have actually on this Doom? He went, like we said, the Greaves. Vanguard has Cloak, which he's taking apart the Vanguard now. And we'll be going for the eventual pipe, which he now makes out of the components.
Yep.
Okay, so very tanky, and he could still turn this Vit Booster into a Crimson if he wants, which, I mean, against Slark is good. I mean, how do you look at this when it's majority magic damage and then you have one right-clicking carry?
I think you should turn the Vit Booster into Octarine. I don't think Crimson is worth it. It's not good enough.
Crimson's not good enough.
I mean, it's 30 minutes in, and you're buying it against one hero.
Based on strength now as well, though.
That is true. But the enemy team is based on magic.
Yes, that is true. Matthew runs into Nightfall. Oh, the zip on the opposite side. They track Nightfall. He's going to get glimpsed back as well. Resolution jumps in. They're looking for the Bounty Hunter first. Is he actually going to live? No. Finally, the right click comes from GPK. Buyback down to the Bounty Hunter. They get the Crystal Maiden, so it's a 1-for-1. As Resolution now initiated on by C-Smile, who doesn't have too much mana. They are able to find that tanky Doom.
So.
What's that?
Yes, Arcane Rune, Caudal, and Aegis.
Yes.
He's not scared. Arcane Rune has now expired, though.
So EG winning this fight, although it did require a buyback onto the bounty. So Bet Boom maybe not the worst fight of all. Obviously, they'd love to burn this Aegis.
That was completely unnecessary, but it's hard to judge in the moment.
It's still no Tormentor.
Yeah.
Very strange. Let's see how bad the... Okay, let's see.
I mean, considering EG have killed Roche, this should be way easier for that line.
So EG, let's see, it's Disruptor and Bounty. We've seen the Disruptor one. The Bounty one
Shadow Walk on Ally.
On Ally, which...
Pretty bad this game. It's okay on Slark, actually. Yeah, it's kind of giving him a Shadow Blade. He can run around fast. It's actually cool with him.
Okay, so it's worth it. I was just wondering if it was going to be like, okay, these are two terrible shards. No wonder they're not going for it, but that's not really the case.
It still feels, it's still a good thing to grab, just if nothing else, just to deny it, right? It's a big net worth swing.
Yeah.
If you steal away the enemy Tormentor, if you want to look at it that way, it's a 3k gold swing, right?
Disruptor gets it, unfortunately. Really wanted to see the Bounty Hunter one.
You can Thunderstrike from really far away now to set up glimpses and
he can place it on the ground as well, Cinder. Oh, look at this Lotus fountain.
A lot of flowers.
That's a lot. That's a fully...
Not interested in going to the Botanical Gardens today.
Fully loaded...
yesterday.
Oh, no, there's one missing. Okay, they can still...
Maybe they're waiting.
They're baiting it.
What do you think if they could keep spawning it? Oh, wow.
Yeah, look at this view. Yeah, look at, oh my god. Dude, those Lotuses have more polygons than Morphling, for God's sake.
Oh.
What is this?
A nice little, what do you call those? The leaves in the
Tadpole,
water.
or not?
Yeah, that was also my first instinct. I'm like, that is not the word for this.
Wait, yeah, okay, what think about that? You're breaking my brain now.
Whisper dead.
Whisper's
That's a
dead.
big
Has
kill.
to buy back into the game. Resolution. Now he's getting gone on by Pakaz, who pops his ult. Toronto Tokyo gets out the freezing field just temporarily. Actually, it lasted quite a while as the BKBs are popped. The jump-in Resolution was glimpsed back. Nightfall is able to get out of dodge. And that is one thing we didn't really mention. One of the big reasons Disruptor is really good is because Glimpse, if you're able to time it correctly, is not taken off by BKB. It will actually go through in a way if it ends in time.
As long as the BKB is not active when you arrive at the Glimpse destination, it works. So you can cast it during BKB when it's about to end.
Pretty insane.
And that's also a part of why the Shard is good, because you can cast that on BKB'd heroes. It won't do damage, or well, it'll do half damage, right? But it will give you that vision as well for glimpsing later. Do you believe? He's being hounded here. This could be bad if he stays too long, but I'll get out of there. Actually, Matthew placing an obs behind him. Walking past the wishing well.
Yep, that's our favorite wishing well.
Found a coin in there yesterday. Said, wish we hadn't lost 0-2 to Execration. It was dropped in there by Nightfall.
Oh god, it's too soon. Too soon, Cinderman.
It's a brutal game. You gotta be on your... That's one of the... I think one of the things most underrated about this game is how exhausting and how hard it is to be on top of your game every day. Like, Dota is a hard game. It takes 100% of your brain power. These guys play a lot. They're young and they're determined. They're motivated, but it's a hard game. And that's why whenever you have these interviews with teams, I mean, obviously they also want to be, you know, friendly and not disrespectful to others, but I genuinely believe them when they're like, no team, we're preparing well for every team. We don't think any match is going to be easy, because all the teams that are here have the ability to take games off each other. So if you don't play your best, you're having an off day, that makes for a tough experience. I will say, though, Bedboom in the last 10 minutes, they've made some moves. Like, they've found trades. They haven't been the best, but they've kind of... The gold gain for EG is kind of flatlined. They're a little bit further ahead than they were 10 minutes ago, but considering how much it was ramping up, they've somewhat stabilized.
Now they have to deal with a Lincoln's on Storm, Boots of Bearing on the Bounty.
Makes you wonder if you go Ags on Doom here, actually, because... If you want to be able to stick on the Storm or the Slark or both, the problem is it's hard to use Ags without having BKB, right? So you're just gonna... People are just gonna get forced away and then it's kind of whatever, right?
Yep.
So... Or you just get stunned.
And still the Tormentor survives in EG's side. They just not interested in doing it.
Yeah.
Not remotely interested for some reason. Just sitting there, ready and ripe for the picking. As Roche, we won't know for another 35 seconds when that will spawn. Matthew getting some nice vision. This tier 1 is still alive. Goodness gracious, I didn't even realize that. Okay, they've taken 2 towers. The other 2 tier 1s are dead, and that's it.
All right, Shannon, hear me out.
Yes?
If your shards are really not appealing in the game, if you kill the Tormentor, you're just inflating your net worth for the enemy team to kill you.
That is true.
So in some cases, if you really don't want the shard, it's better to just not kill it, because you're just helping the enemy team if they win a fight against you.
I mean, sure.
It gives a 250 gold bounty, which is almost nothing, and you need to rotate your entire team, so you lose map efficiency.
Yeah, that's
so if the shards are not worth it, which is very rare. I don't think that's the case in this game. I think it's well worth it.
Good enough. I think it is.
All right, now they're finally naturally over there. They're like, oh yeah, I guess.
Let it drop to bounty, please. I don't want to see a Tony. Wait, they're not even on their team. Okay, Bounty Hunter won't drop.
I mean, I understand if they don't kill it, if it's a 50-50 between Bounty and Tiny who gets it. Then I also probably wouldn't take the risk. Like, what's the point, you know?
Yeah.
But as long as it stays in your team, I think.
If you're a gambling man, could give it to the enemy.
That's the real comeback mechanic Dota's been missing right now. I think when you're 10k gold or more behind, it should be a coin flip whenever you CS who gets the gold.
I like
if it's your team or the enemy team.
All right, Roche, it's
solid.
a minute 20 away. And like we said, Matthew has the shard, so Shadowwalk has a lowered cooldown now.
They're just full on banking on EG coming up here, and they'd be right. This could be spicy.
Cast it on Pakaz, please.
They're set up really well
Give
here.
him
They
a
have
stun.
see Matthew.
Oh, okay.
You see Pakaz too.
Yeah.
They see
spot him onto the high ground, but there's the Doom from Resolution. They've already lost their Pugna. He's now getting control, but the Pugna buys back into the game. BKB bought by C-Smile. He has to walk away. Looks like the Doom was applied to the Slark, who's just trying to walk away himself. Might be fine, actually. Trying to reset his EG, but they've lost 2 members. And
nice setup from BetBoom. It was risky, but it paid off. They buy back the Pugna, of course. Getting a Doom off on the Slark, crucial there for forcing EG's disengage. Now, the question is, can you get this Roche in time? Because once these heroes come back and you don't have Doom,
they're
this
not
fight's
happy.
not favoring you anymore.
They are not happy that Roche is slumbering
7 seconds.
still.
Oh, he's just about to spawn. Now they lose their patience and run away.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Well, they might go back and check it again in a sec. Just park Pugna in there to have a look. There we go. Oh.
No, he's not. Roche is now
They're
waiting.
checking it again. Like, no way, man.
Okay, and there we go.
Okay.
So,
Are
Aegis
EG gonna fight without bounty? There's no Doom.
Yeah.
This is fast.
They pop Nightfall's ult for this to be able to take it faster, and it looks like they're going to be able to get it. All right. So Aegis and Cheese to BetBoom, showing some signs of life now.
For sure. This is it's not over yet. They're in a rough spot, but it is possible. With this Aegis definitely increasing their chances by a significant amount. Pugna with no buyback is kind of a big deal, though. It's a great target for EG to just assassinate quickly with their Slark and Storm, because Save has been keeping other heroes alive and protected quite well.
Have yet to see the Shadow Walk be placed on an ally yet, as Nullifier is online for Pakaz.
This makes the Pugna way less important to target. Now that they have Nullifier, they can go on other heroes and just nullify them, and Pugna can't save them.
Yeah.
So I personally think the best target they can kill instantly is probably the Crystal Maiden. I actually think it's really valuable. She's not particularly tanky. Her slows are annoying. Her ult is annoying for Slark. It's either her or... Yeah, I mean, you probably still kill either support.
I have a question. So, as we see Matthew...
Rezo here. I mean, he's no teammates nearby. So,
so Matthew's going to hit 15 pretty soon, and there's a talent for minus 25% damage taken in Shadow Walk. Does that work on allies? Because that's insane on Slark.
That is a very good question.
That is insane on Slark if that works.
I
feel like I'm under the assumption that it should work. Because you're casting your spell on him, and your spell is upgraded by your talents. That's how I feel it should.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Question. My gut is that it doesn't work.
Okay, well, we'll see. Well, actually, we won't, because we won't be able to tell.
We won't be able to tell, and he's not using it on allies.
That's true. He doesn't know what his shard... He doesn't know he has shard right now.
It's like, why are you inflating my net worth? For no reason.
That's right.
I mean, you definitely notice that you get it, because now you need to start double tapping your Shadow Walk to use it on yourself.
Oh, that's
so actually just annoying.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's only a 10-second cooldown. I think, what does it last? 40? Wait, how long does it last?
35 seconds, is it?
35. Man, that is a long... You can use it on two teammates and yourself?
I think so.
That's insane. Get an Octarine and it's even better? My goodness.
Just get your whole team invis?
That's awesome.
Why pick Mirana when you can just have Bounty Hunter run from teammate to teammate?
That's
give
a good
them Shadow
question.
Walk one at a time.
And you get the stun. I mean, that's the thing. You get the stun out of the Shadow Walk as well as an ally. It's incredibly cool. Resolution's getting spotted.
That is actually crazy on Slug.
Yeah.
To be fair. That is really good.
Doesn't need Lothars, doesn't need Basher. Both are built in. Or, sorry, Shadowblade. I'm very sorry. Oh! C-Smile with the reaction time of a god. Goodness. Gaben himself would be quite pleased right now.
Well, they're not going to turn into a play, though, but that was a nasty
Oh, the glimpse back on a Nightfall.
Okay, maybe they are.
He's going to get controlled.
Hexed.
He's already at half HP.
Hello?
Hexed up. Is he going to get brought down? There's the heal coming in temporarily from Save. He still has his ult available, and again, the Age is still online for 2 minutes. C-Smile trying to take out Toronto Tokyo. Won't find him now, out of mana. I think EG looking to recalibrate this fight.
Nice protection again. I really thought they were going to get the Aegis out of him.
Yeah, there's the sheep. Lotus afterwards, and Rezo's going to live.
Off.
So nobody dies.
Yep.
I think.
Indeed.
Sure.
And now they're going to make their own smoke move. They have Doom. They know Storm has expended quite a lot of resources.
Yep. And they still have the Aegis again.
Rezo's going to break to the Bounty Hunter, though. Immediately breaks the smoke here, so that kind of gives away this, what could have been a cute play here from Bet.
I mean, Nightfall has everything. He has BKB, the Aegis like we talked about. He still has his ult. He's very strong right now. Avalanche is going to catch the Caudle. Resolution's there to help clean him up. He's going to go invis temporarily. Panda getting right-click down from afar as Nightfall trying to do some damage to Pakaz, who is BKB with the Lincolns applied as well. Gets silenced thanks to the calling. Toronto Tokyo with the BKB freezing field forces the Slark away as GPK and Matthew having some very awkward 1v1 fight. Pakaz with the Death Shroud. Trying to find an avenue to get the hell out of here as Nightfall continues to pursue.
Doomed the Lincolns.
It looks like he's going to get away, and Matthew also will. So, a 1-for-1 support for support.
Blunder from Rezo there. I think he had the Satyr Purge ready, right? I'm pretty sure he did, but just messed it up and doomed straight into that Lincolns of Slark. Who knows? Maybe they could have run him down. Now Matthew's still getting the vision. Okay, he's actually going to get spotted here.
No, I don't think he actually.
Wait, did Rezo just blink into farm the camp? It looked so much like he was aggressive.
I mean, they know he's back here because they're getting tracked.
Yeah.
But they just don't have the vision. And he's by the well, which you know you can't die by because it's very important to the map. As the zip in from C Smile, again, focusing on the supports. Looks like the CM is dead. No buyback available. Resolution pops his BKB. C Smile completely out of mana, though. Gets a little bit of distance, but now the toss onto the Muerta, and the control is there for C Smile as finally Muerta's Aegis does expire. Nice kinetic field, blocking off the pursuit of Bet Boom. Avalanche is there from GPK, finally going to take out this pesky bounty hunter. Doom, oh my god, the static storm is absolutely beautiful, but they're able to sidestep the kinetic field as Pakaz going to go invis temporarily. GPK gets off a nice avalanche onto 2, looking for C Smile, but he's going to live for the time being. Gets broken, gets destroyed. Double kill for GPK. Pakaz going to pounce away. GPK looking for at least one more kill on a support, but not going to find it. A great fight from Bet Boom.
Damn.
How are they still in this game?
Yeah, they're just doing a really good job of playing from behind, you got to say. They're taking some solid fights. Really feel like they're getting a lot of value out of this Pugna pick, despite him getting killed there. It's forcing EG to fight awkwardly. They kind of have to take care of save first, it looks like. And it's forcing them into uncomfortable positions. And again, similar to the game they had against Astra, the Caudle seems to be falling off a little bit.
In a bit of trouble. Nullifiers apply. The heal coming out from Save. Nightfall attempting to TP out.
Nasty damage!
And he will get out in time.
Oh, how much does that heal?
Well, not enough to save his life.
Agillions.
That's quite a bit. Save does die, though, in the end, but certainly worth the sacrifice to save Nightfall.
I want to point out something that crossed my mind in the previous fight. The Depth Shroud is actually really good against the calling. It's kind of interesting, right? Because you're caught in this awkward area with your supports or with whatever, and Slark just puts the Depth Shroud in there and kind of negates a lot of the effect when heroes get caught by what Bet Boom have to offer. So this shard that Pakaz ended up buying relatively early has definitely paid dividends here.
Ooh, Resolution, he has Doom. Pakaz and company trying to steal the Tormentor. Do they know, though? It's already at half HP. I guess they're just going to get it for free. So Storm gets the shard now. So now that the cores are starting to get it, getting a bit scary. How do you rate this shard for Storm?
I think it's pretty good. And I think it's good with Slark. Like, what you want with Storm when you have the shard, you want allies that can activate it, right? You want allies that use Overload, that go on attack. Slark will very quickly get the 3 attacks in. It's mainly him and Slark. You don't really have a tertiary core that's going to attack. Caudle is not going to be attacking heroes. Disruptor's not going to be hitting. Bounty might get a cheeky 1 attack in once in a while, but with Slark, you're very quickly going to get those Overload procs out, which is very nice, for sure. And speaking of shards, Smile, or C-Smile rather, also can't afford the Ags, the full Scepter.
He could, yeah.
And that would be a big one. They do have some pretty nasty combo potential with it, with Disruptor, Static Storm, with Illuminate, Blinding Light. Okay.
Matthew.
Did he miss?
See the tree volley coming in.
Oh, yes, Gossamer Cape, so the Infernal Blade didn't hit.
Oh,
that's actually really good against Doom.
Damn, you're right.
You can't Infernal Blade the target as Doom when they have this.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
You have to do a regular swing first to break the capes that you can use.
Oh, Resolution's going to run right into the enemy team. Instant Avatos, but a big Static Storm kinetic field combo. GPK is forced to use his BKB as Pakaz now focusing on Resolution, who's getting healed on the sideline by Save. Nobody dies. And a full reset.
Bet Boom are quite healthy. Storm is low on mana right now, so if you were to make the move quickly before he gets chakred up, you might have a bit of an advantage. You have all your spells except freezing. I guess you use Muerto ult. That's kind of big.
Yeah.
So you might want to chill.
But she does have BKB.
It's a short cooldown, though.
She does have BKB.
Hex.
Instant Hex. Nullifier applied as well, but Resolution trying to control the Storm Spear. The toss up, they have the damage. Down goes C-Smile. He buys back.
Oh, EG have to get something out of this. They're in a pretty good position for it, too.
Yeah, glimpse back onto Resolution. He's stuck inside the kinetic field. A big zip in. C-Smile needs to get something out of this buyback. They take out the Doom. And Nightfall, he's sheeped. Lotus is applied, though. And the rest of EG trying to hightail away as Nightfall is force-staffed. Getting pushed back now by the Coddle. They'll get the Disruptor at the very least. C-Smile now, he actually jumps in with the help of Slark to try to take out Nightfall, but he has his ult again.
Oh, great toss!
And the last right-click barely hits onto Pakaz. Has his buyback available, but that is another huge kill for BetBoom. So her ult came back. Right? That fight was so long, she ulted twice.
Why did BetBoom have to get annihilated in the early game to unlock this mode? It was like everything was coming crashing down. All the moves were failing. They were getting run over. And suddenly, when things are the absolute hardest, they're playing their best. This is usually one of this team's biggest problems is once they're under pressure in high-stakes games that they crumble in these situations. But they've been solving this game so far.
Yeah, they went all in on Nightfall right here. But they have
that toss
Lotus,
is
they
just
have,
godly from TPK.
Pretty insane. How does, actually, now that I ask this, how does Nullifier work against Pierce the Veil?
It doesn't.
Because you can't dispel ults generally.
So I think it's the only ethereal in the game that cannot be removed.
Yeah. Very interesting. All right, well, BetBoom, they're going to see that Roche has just spawned. And this is the third one, and because he's on the Dire side, this is a very arbitrary mechanic, IMO, but he has the Refresher Shard.
Yep.
Which,
I
mean,
that
double Doom?
Probably Doom.
You could give it to Muerta.
Two
for
Pierces is no joke.
Yeah.
But I think the Doom's probably better.
Where's he going?
What's Roche doing? Did he think it was a different time of day?
I see light. Oh, never mind.
Sometimes your perception of time can be warped a little bit. You know, if you're having a really good time, time flies. If you're having a terrible time, and you're
he's
waiting
certainly
for
lacking
to be
vitamin
over,
D.
It takes forever. Roche just really wanted to go.
I mean, EG were ahead in their last series.
Yep.
And they probably felt really bad about that game. They got up to a monumental lead in this game, which apparently was not monumental enough because BetBoom have come right back. And you can see Nightfall's items: Satanic, Hurricane Pike, Daedalus, Moon Shard, BKB. He is fully loaded. So he gets another Moon Shard, of course.
And the 25 talent on this hero is no joke. We didn't really talk about the 25 talents that much, but getting just a flat 25% magic resist, it might not sound that flashy. I mean, it's not necessarily that interesting, but it's pretty important on a hero that turns ethereal, right? Having that magic resist is giving him a lot of extra tankiness.
Yeah.
Who else is reaching 25? We've got 25 on the Tiny. GBK was having a terrible game and now has 2 toss charges and is starting to ramp up some serious damage with the Silver Edge into overwhelming Blink build.
By the way, Nightfall had a Maelstrom at some point, right? Surely. I'm almost positive. But he sold that at some point.
I think so, yeah. I think he sold it.
Not interested in either upgrade.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, 2 overloaded attack bounces on top of the shard for C-Smile, so he has a lot of damage, a lot of control with the Ags, and good defensive capability with the Lincolns. And
are they just going to go straight up high ground? This is an important moment.
Interesting that C-Smile takes Stormcraft. I have yet to see this, actually, because it doesn't dispel anymore. It's literally just damage. Not sure what his other choices were, but
and mana regen,
this is why we've been seeing a lot of the Cloak, because it's just always
that's true. This is a kind of peculiar. I mean, he is doing quite a lot of damage because he keeps zipping around inside the fight. It's not a negligible amount.
It does hit 2 people. What's the cooldown on it?
Every 3 seconds, it deals 200 damage to 2 heroes.
Yeah.
Or 2 targets. So if
I
there's
could
anything
see,
else.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, actually.
I mean, it gives mana regen for Storm as well, obviously, so.
It's decent. The damage ramps up over a long fight. I think it is actually a pretty good choice now that I look at it again. I didn't think it was this much damage. The fact that it's 200 on each target is quite good. But like you said, it's just not something we've thought about that much in the past with this item because people have primarily taken Stormcraft just to,
Matthew has it as well. Now, the question for Matthew is, does it do damage when you're invis?
I believe
that
it does.
Can kind of
Let's see in mid. Nope, it doesn't.
Okay.
Huh. That kind of should be toggleable like Radiance, right?
Yeah, I would think so. And GPK, like you mentioned, the tree toss, or tree volley, I should say, doing a lot of damage now that he has Silver Edge. We'll be going for the overwhelming blink next.
Damn. Would you believe it? At 20 minutes in, the win expectancy of this game was 96% from EG.
Yeah.
Now we're almost back to 50-50.
This is going to be a hype finish.
It's quite the comeback. Now, again, obviously, don't really know how trustworthy these graphs are with a new patch, you know, with the... I don't know how big of a sample size you need to start developing before these graphs reflect the true experience of the patch, or if it's still digging into old data. But
yeah.
I'll tell you for a fact that this lead from EG was definitely a huge one. Maybe it wasn't 96-4. Maybe it was 90-10.
Pause! Double
nice
pounce. Oh, and Rezo popped his Doom. I don't know if they saw that, though. That's big. If they did.
He has Refresher. Do it again. And they can also chill. It feels like EG are not going to force them to fight right now, but the problem is if they wait for the Doom to come back up, they lose their Aegis. So yeah, Rezo really wanted that fight.
Matthew, they know he's here now, tracking. They're going to jump in. There's
nice
the
dust.
They're going to try to punish this. Toss back up. And Matthew is done for. Does have his buyback at the ready. And the rest of his team actually smokes. And they're going to find an Arcane Rune. Ooh, this could be dirty. See, Smile bottles it up. And they might just wait for the resurrection of their teammate. And like you said, Aegis, it's only 30 seconds away. So yeah, that would be a good alignment. And I guess Nightfall, is that going to be the agility blink, swift blink? Yeah, looks like that's what he's going to be going for. Slark also has a refresher. I don't know if he spotted that one. And 4K on top of that.
Yeah, he has plenty of mana for it too. So he can do 2 Shrouds and 2 ults, which makes for a long time for him to stick on Huerta, because they don't have that much AoE stun control. They only have Avalanche. So if he gets on her when ulti is down, he can stick for quite a while before he has to disengage out. I don't think he needs to be worried about dying to residual AoE damage from like a little bit of Nether Blast here, Crystal Nova there. Even a Maiden ult, he can probably tank through most of it, to be honest. Sitting on 3.2k health and the regen from Shadow Dance. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for Pakaz and for the targeting of EG in general. Because it's clear that they want to kill Huerta. If you do kill this hero, you're going to run the fight over. But they've been struggling to do it so far for quite a while.
EG looks like they want to fight now that the Aegis is no longer there.
They still seem to not be shadow walking the Slark.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's kind of puzzling to me. I feel like that must be really good to do. Just like free extra information and the value of the jump itself, as we already talked about. But all right.
Very tense.
With the
and again,
axe now also has the gold for Hex.
Winner of this singular game will continue at the Berlin Major. Loser is out. A lot at stake. And EG had a ridiculous lead, and it has plummeted now. Still 10k in their favor, but it feels like the momentum is on BetBoom's side for sure. And the question is, are we just going to see a wait until the next Roche? As Matthew continues to be a nuisance on the other side of the map. And BetBoom basically just walking around as 5. Both teams playing a bit passive, I have to say.
I mean, with good reason, right? Your Aegis has expired on BetBoom. And for EG, you know, you kind of... I think the map's just going to be timid for a while. Like, both teams kind of have this feeling that this next fight's probably the end of the game, right? And it isn't necessarily the case, but I will understand why they feel the next fight will determine more or less everything. So you really want to give yourselves the best possible conditions to find the right kind of fight for yourselves, and it can take some time.
And maybe we'll see a fight at the Roche corner,
actually,
wherever that may be.
The fact that Whisper hasn't got an Ags yet, I think this might turn into a really important item. We haven't really talked about it, but Caudle has not had Will-O-Wisp all game. And you're playing into heroes like Tiny and Huerta who don't like being repositioned, don't like, you know, having to deal with that. And it's just an extra tool that even if you can gunslinger proc off it or whatever, it's just extra nuisance in the fight that they're gonna have to respect.
Yeah.
Coming out from Whisper.
That's a lot of okay. Surely we can make a block of cheese at some point. Make it your ultimate stratagem. Please. They just
how many Lotuses do they even have on the Radiant? They don't really have many.
Nobody believes in the dream.
They have one greater on the Maiden.
Okay, well, they have the Ags now on Coddle, so
they're way away.
Will-O-Wisp online. Ignis Fatis, as some would call it. Is it still called Ignis Fatis if you click it?
I think so.
Okay, that'll be your job in the next fight. Don't
Ignis Fatuous.
Oh, okay. Matthew from behind. And we can see that Roche will be up in 2 minutes, so it's a bit of a later spawn. That will still be nighttime, so that means it'll still be up here.
Toronto Tokyo spotted by Matthew.
He is spotted. Trying to go for him, but Resolution jumps in with the AoE Doom, and Storm Spirit's in a lot of trouble if they can keep on top of him. A beautiful Avalanche on top as well. Resolution, another Doom. Down goes Storm Spirit. And Rezo, he's kind of out of utility.
He's going to get glimpsed here.
Twice. He's going to get glimpsed like you said. Still, the Doom is not something you can ignore, as Pakaz trying to go ham onto Nightfall. Has that ult activated. Still with the refresher available, I believe, as save is going to get nullified, and GPK able to delete C-Spawn. That's a dieback! How? Nobody else has even died on his team yet. Huge kill for BetBoom. Unfortunately for them, it's not really going to align perfectly with this Roche, which is still a full minute away, but not sure if they're actually going to wait for it.
EG's biggest struggle in the game right now is actually damage, of all things. They just can't kill the heroes that they jump on. It takes too long. The heroes get kited. They save them against the Slark. They save them against the Storm.
I mean, they didn't fully commit at all. Slark still has Refresher, never used it. I mean, I'm not sure. He didn't use BKB.
It seems like the AoE Doom definitely caught C-Smile by surprise the first time. But the second time, you know,
yeah,
kind of.
And onto the high ground they go. They have a Tiny and Muerta. This will go down super fast. Knowing that this Storm is dead for 70 seconds, they could easily get the Mega. Although Tier 2 is still existing in the bot lane, so might have to opt for the 2 lanes. But you can see the delay from EG. They're very annoying lineup for sure. There's only so much they can do. As Pakaz actually jumps in. I don't know if they're actually trying to go for kills or just trying to delay, but
there's the
Will-O-Wisp on top of the Static Storm now, trying to control this Muerta, but the Bounty Hunter's going to die instead. And Pakaz trying to get something out of this, finally gets a Crystal Maiden kill.
He is huge on Slark right now.
He's got a lot of stacks of action shift, and GPK pops the BKB, trying to get away, but triple kill from Pakaz, as he is just a one-man army. Resolution finally with the Doom available, pops it to try to give Nightfall some cover. He's able to TP out. Resolution not going to be so lucky, as an ultra kill for Pakaz, who basically 1v4'd.
He has 500 agi.
Holy shit.
Yo,
and now they can go to the Roche pit. Roche is up.
Oh my god, this game just keeps delivering. I mean, I feel like I can't predict anything in this game anymore. Like, everything is completely random. I mean, random is the wrong word. It's just
unfamiliar territory.
It's super unpredictable, and I think BetBoom feel. I mean, I don't blame them for pushing there. You know, like you're 5v4. The Storm doesn't have buyback.
Yeah.
But Slark, Pakaz, the Superman of this fight, just a hero finding the angle, killing both supports basically on his own, building a ton of stacks in the process, and just look at him here, 69 temporary stacks at this point.
Nice.
And that's when you know. That's when you know it's go time.
Yep. That is definitely true. Ultra kill, and
they get themselves an Aegis now on the Storm.
Yeah, so that the dieback not feeling so bad now.
Yeah.
Pakaz has definitely delivered, as he has buyback himself, and of course, I mean, he got that 25 talent that gives him the Essence Shift stacks lasting a lot longer, so still with 63 extra temporary stacks. And now they can try to go ham on these buildings, but the 5-man roster from BetBoom is spawning now. Of course, they know that one Doom is down, and I thought he had an actual refresher. It was just the refresher shard from before, so Rezo still has to wait for the Doom to come back naturally, which it will be up in a few seconds. So that's one set of racks at the 60-minute mark, which you know what that means, Cinderin. It's Tier 5 neutral time, baby. Let's see what they get. What is Gaben going to give you today? That's a Tier 5 token. What are you going to get today? Got to activate that bad boy and get a nice, juicy double damage on top of that. Gaben's really happy with EG. What are you going to get? What are you going to get? Come on. Click the goddamn button. For God's sake, get your Tier 5 items here today. You could get anything.
You could definitely be an American auctioneer at one of those, where is it, when they sell off livestock.
Yeah. Oh, why livestock?
I don't know why
Get your nice beef cuts here today. Nice and juicy, big juicy cuts for you today.
No, I mean
no fat.
Livestock. It's
That
not
is
dead
livestock.
yet. If it's livestock.
Yeah, but they're still juicy and fat.
Oh, okay. I mean, fair enough. I thought you called it steaks.
Are you saying that I'm objectifying a cow because they're pieces of meat to me?
Okay.
Where are these Tier 5 neutrals?
Nope, they haven't chosen yet. He's got a token on Slark.
Why have they not chosen? I'm waiting for these pop-ups, man. Click that button, Whisper. He's probably asking his team, what should I choose out of this selection? We have 3 tokens now. Are they just going for the 5-man token just to see what happens? Maybe there's an Easter egg put in by Valve. There's the pirate hat.
Oh my God, pirate
really
hat on
good.
Slark.
So ridiculous attack speed, and you get bounty runes for your whole team every however many seconds.
I guess he was asking,
40.
guys, should I... He was asking C-Smile if he was going to die again, because then he needs to dig up bounties for his buyback. And that was why he chose the pirate hat over his alternative.
Okay, Book of Shadows. I was going to say, if Whisper could get something like that, that could be very powerful.
So let's keep in mind, Book of Shadows is effectively turns the target into Willow's Shadow Realm.
But aren't they disarmed?
But they're also disarmed, silenced, and muted, so they just disappear basically. From
It's almost like being astraled, kind of.
Yeah, it's like Grimstroke's Inkswell on release.
All right, Nightfall with Ex Machina.
20 armor.
So resets the cooldown on all his items, which means double Satanic, double BKB, double Blink, double Hurricane Pike. And unfortunately, you can't consume Moonshard twice because of that item. Seer Stone for Disruptor. That's a shit ton of cast range.
Ex Machina on Tiny as well. I really wanted to see Giant's Ring. But
yeah, that's true. That would have been nice.
Is what it is. Did anyone else select yet?
Yeah, double BKB and Blink.
Apex on Storm.
Apex on Storm? Huh, that's not...
I guess his options weren't the best.
I would think...
Yo, what if you take 5 pirate hats?
Then you just win.
You're literally just drowning in money.
Ridiculous amounts of gold.
In Butte.
Yep. Matthew still doesn't have a Tier 5 neutral. There's the pounce, not going to fully connect. Nightfall pops the BKB and his ult. See Smile, he'll respond with a BKB of his own, but here comes Resolution with the AoE Doom. CM has died, still has the buyback available, but you can see that Bet Boom.
That's a big Doom.
Yeah, is that the...
He is a very big boy with that Giant's Ring.
That's the Giant's Ring, okay. Very good.
It almost felt like it looked like the visual of the Doom was bigger, but it shouldn't be a bigger area.
I thought it looked smaller because he's so big. He occupies the radius.
Well, they killed the Maiden. It cost them their Refresher Orb from Slark, so that's a long cooldown.
So we are missing, unless they are like maybe they've just backpacked these. No, there's still a token for Bet Boom that nobody has used for some godforsaken reason.
Yeah, Pugna as well as Maiden can still choose one.
Oh, here's a jump. Fight here. There's the jumping onto the Pugna, but a beautiful avalanche into the tree volley, but an instant hex onto the Tiny. And there's the AoE stun from C-Smile. Pops his BKB as well, but he's very low on HP. But again, he does have his Aegis available. Kaz has already popped the cheese, I do believe, focusing on Resolution with buybacks in the game. Along with the CM. Aegis is now down. There's the avalanche. C-Smile. Can he get control? Infernal Blade and the right clicks are enough, but there is the Static Storm applied to the Muerta. Pakaz just right-clicking him into Oblivion. Double kill for him, but he does have buyback onto Nightfall. BKB forced by GPK. They don't have their Storm on EG, but it's a 4v3. They don't know that Muerta has the buyback, but they can basically assume that that is the case.
Yeah, they can surmise that.
Get these Tier 5 items, for God's sake.
Yeah, why?
Resolution is backpacking the Giants.
Okay, running around with a psychic headband, man. Come on.
Yeah, if you get the Seer Stone, it's just better. Unless you want to pop the Lincolns, I guess, actually. That's true.
I suppose.
Oh, Storm now has buyback, thanks to that bounty room.
Told you. They got the pirate hat.
It's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good.
Pakaz with 69 stacks again.
There's Book of
Almost
Shadows.
Like he's trying for it.
From Bet Boom's side. Okay, this is going to be a shit show with all these Book of Shadows being cast. I'm not going to have any idea what's
that item is nutty. It is.
All right, what's the active of that item called? That's the trivia for you.
Shadows.
Damn, you looked earlier, didn't you? Yes. That's cheating. All right, I don't know if they're going to wait for the next Roche, but we have a 65-minute barn burner.
But what is the active of Ex Machina called?
Refresh.
Reset cooldowns.
Damn it, I should have made it more generic. I knew it. I knew it. All right, so there are 4 total buybacks in the game, 3 of which are on EG. There's a Tormentor available that Resolution is ignoring because they... Okay, Fallen Sky, finally they get something. That's their last tier 5, so Fallen Sky on the bounty.
So you can't use this item when you've taken damage, like Blink Dagger, right?
Yes, correct.
So what you do as bounty is you Shadow Walk someone, and then you instantly hammer before you take damage. And then you can Shadow Walk again. And then you can Hex. He actually has a lot of stun at this point.
And I don't know if you've seen him use Shadow Walk on a teammate yet, but maybe he has. I have not noticed. Does this 40k lead mean anything?
Yes.
Okay. Is that it? That's all you had to say about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dumb question, dumb answer.
What do you think of the Apex on C-Smile? That's very unusual to see that on an Int Hero. Another Book of Shadows. They have 2 on Bet Boom.
Okay, so they have Decrypt, Double Book.
Wait. You can't target them at all, so Nullifier does nothing against this item. It's just...
That should be correct, yeah.
It's just, I mean, you can take damage from AoE stuff, though. Right?
Yeah. Book of Shadows is amazing against Slark. It's
okay,
incredible.
Resolution now officially has his Refresher. They're gonna... Is this just for gold, or is somebody actually missing a shard at 65 minutes?
Pugna gets it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Nice, some cast range for another ward. Yeah, just what they need.
Better than
to
nothing.
close this game out.
Does anybody on the other team not have shard? Everyone does. So fully loaded on both sides for shards. As we have a pause, I'm sure Toronto, Tokyo, and company have their buckets available to, you know, relieve themselves. I'm not sure if that's fully against the rules, but it probably isn't in the rules, so technically it's allowed. I'll allow it. He's going to disconnect to do just that. Let's not put the camera on Bet Boom, of course, because that's going to be... Oh, there we go. Okay, they're all watching him from the other side. You can see they're... Yep, he's like, Save's like, yeah. Yeah, that's very nice. That's good.
Maybe they're reading Book of Shadows together.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, how many... All right, for you, I know this is just for pubs, I guess, at this stage, but how many Tier 5 neutral games have you had that go like this late?
All time?
Yeah. Like, basically, I'm asking, how much experience do you think these players have using these items?
Not that much. And I think even having pub experience doesn't translate into Pro Dota, right? Like, the stakes, the speed, the way people play, the way they strategize and plan it. Because, like, it's one thing to have cool Tier 5 items. It's another to be able to coordinate your team to use Book of Shadows correctly, right? Playing around it. I don't know. I mean, these guys, this is probably their first game ever with 2 Books of Shadows in their same team, right? Because this has only been possible for a few days.
Yeah.
And you would need to get there, and you would need to select the item on 2 heroes. So
they have to... I mean, communication is going to be... I wonder if... I guess you can't Book of Shadows the same target twice.
Yeah, you would need to do the same server tick, right? So that's very unlikely. It's not projectile-based. It's literally instant.
Is it instant? Yeah, actually...
I think so. Okay. So it's very unlikely they end up layering them, right? They just said go while Maiden's disconnected. I mean, that's pretty...
We don't... You got the aura.
That is a Chad move.
You have the aura. What else do you need?
Go. GPK just said go while his maiden is DC'd. He's had enough of Toronto Tokyo shit. He just wants to play the video game.
All right, are we close to 25s or 30s that matter? Nightfall's close to 30.
Oh, yeah. This is actually unbelievable. The Doom is not 25 yet. We're 70 minutes in.
Yeah.
Rezo is level 23.
I mean, what do you even go for? The break's not... I mean, I guess you can't gain stacks
Doom applies break is pretty good against Slark, isn't it? For that reason.
I guess.
If you consider, there's a lot of Slark's damage in these previous fights where he's been in Shadow, in his in Shadow Dance or in the Shroud, and he's just been hitting people while doomed. And if you can't get stacks during it, he's not going to ramp up. That talent might actually be really important here. As a matter of fact, for Rezo, but
do we still have somebody has a Philosopher's Stone? Toronto, Tokyo just wants that sweet, sweet GPM.
Money.
Goodness gracious. Because they don't have a Pirates.
That is true.
I mean, this lead is literally growing in part because of Dig.
Pirates hat is 1k GPM.
Yeah.
He's digging up bounty runes that
look
give...
Look at this stat.
So...
Is this broken?
No, this is true. So
50?
All right, so listen
Come
up.
on.
When he digs up a bounty, he gives his team 153 gold each. So times 5, that's 750. And he does that every 40 seconds. So it's literally 1k GPM Pirates hat.
But he hasn't had it for that long.
I mean, they've also just controlled the map. They've controlled the maps. They've got more
Refresher
bounties,
shard
right?
again because it's nighttime. Perpetual darkness for our Roche friend.
Yo, dig. Stop hitting Roche and dig up money.
Yeah, time to dig.
Free money.
All right, so Aegis on Slark. C-Smile takes the cheese.
Come on, man.
I mean, now it's... I mean, surely you start Lotus farming at this point. Come on, guys. That extra 500 HP could be the difference between you continuing at the Berlin Major and not.
Some good money.
Okay, yeah, it works. Okay, look at that.
There you go. Nice little extra cheeky 765
That's
gold.
half their lead is runes.
Yep.
What?
I don't know how big a part of these are from the Pirates hat. How many has he dug up now? Maybe like 7 or 8, I guess?
Oh, it shows here. After 63 minutes, I mean, whatever, that's too complicated
Sorry,
for me.
we can't read.
GPK, all right. We got the Eon disc proccing already, but the AoE Doom is applied to Slark. They're going to get this kill, it looks like, but again, that is just the Aegis. C-Smile jumping in, trying to avoid some of these BKBs. He has the cheese, he's going to have to use it here soon. As Rezo, that Doom's still applied to him. Have to walk that off.
Second Static
Storm. Refresher available. Yep, Static Storm is there on top of the Muerta. Can they get this kill? It's going to be pretty close. Yes. 145 seconds. Muerta doesn't have buyback. Resolution gets his second Doom off. Nice avalanche toss from GPK. Now they're going to try to focus him down. His Resolution is going to drop of his own accord. So a 3 for nothing as EG look to be cleaning this up. Very nicely done from them. And now with all these Slark Essence Shift stacks, they can just go for these buildings. Couple buybacks, but Muerta with none in sight. Matthew just trying to create some space here. As there's a random item on the ground. We're just going to ignore that, even though it's really bothering me. As GG's finally come out. EG, they were ahead big time early. They should have won this game. They did win this game, but my goodness, it was an uphill battle for a while there.
And as the panel predicted, we would go 71 minutes. After being down in the absolute deepest of deep valleys of win graphs for EG.
Goodness.
BetBoom more or less pulled it back to a 50-50, but we did eventually get the dip again. What a crazy game.
Did
I mean,
Nightfall
EG
buyback
looks
before that?
so...
Am I crazy?
What's that?
How did Nightfall not have buyback? Did I miss him
He
buying back?
He bought back previously in the base defense. I think so.
Like earlier, not that fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Earlier. So
wow.
Either that or he didn't have the gold. But I don't think that was the case. So anyway, I mean, what a crazy game. I think EG, if I'm honest, probably 90% relief, 10% genuine happiness that they won. Because it was like,
yeah,
it's another, like, it feels really good for them now to proceed in this tournament after you probably feel like you dropped the ball a bit against Aster, and now it was almost happening again. And just that feeling of, okay, guys, we get to play another day. We get to go into the main stage of the tournament. It's got to be nice. And for BetBoom, I mean, commiserations, right? They were so close. In this game, they weren't really close to winning, I would say, at any point. They got to the enemy base, and it started looking a bit scary. Maybe they were close to winning, in fairness. But at the end of the day, it's round robin. They had other opportunities to not need to worry about today's series. We mentioned the Execration series. That's obviously just one of them. Yeah. They played all the other teams along the way, and they came about as close as you can to avoiding a tiebreaker without quite doing it. And in the tie, they were the weaker team today.
Yeah, very entertaining game.
That was crazy.
Yeah, BetBoom, they were, I mean, I want to look at the graph here. They, relatively early on, it was like a 16K net worth lead for them at some point against a Doom. They got off to such a good start, and then a couple missteps from specifically C-Smile.
This was definitely not his best game on the Storm. I'm sure the panel will talk about that a little bit as well. Maybe itemization, maybe play. I mean, he ends the game with great hero damage. He did a good job, but definitely not his most standout performance. This guy does do some crazy stuff once in a while, and maybe this game it was a little bit too much on the crazy side.
Yeah.
But
well, let's see if our panel can even begin to break down this crazy-ass game of Dota 2.
I'll try my best after my hand stops shaking and my heartbeat resets. Nail-biter of a game for both of these teams. Incredibly back and forth. Probably EG's game to lose for the majority of it, but then boy did they really give a good, compelling argument to lose it. Whenever Chris, this was a Chris Drugs performance, I believe. Whenever he went in, died back, was the only person on his team to die at all, and then died twice, I was like, oh wow, this Betboom's got it, and proceeded to get choked out yet again. I don't really know what to make of it, other than the fact that EG are probably armpits drenched right now after all that.
It's a good way to phrase it. I think we saw every iteration of Chris Luck in this game.
Yeah.
The full gamut. I mean, you wanted to see them all, Mira?
We got them all.
We got them all in one game, so you got to be happy about that. You know?
We did get them all. I think that the first 20 minutes of this game were so convincing by EG. Their laning was impeccable. The rotations by Storm Spirit were so good, and they just outpaced Betboom every step of the way, because honestly, the bot lane for Betboom went pretty well, right? But they just decided to collapse, play together, and turn up the pressure. Whereas the Tiny on the side of Betboom just wasn't doing anything. It was not being able to match the rotations. It was using its TPs to go mid. It wasn't able to go top and help the Doom. It felt like for a while Rezo just got sacked, right? He just kept getting run at over and over again by 3 heroes, and there's nobody to help him play into that. And then, meanwhile, Betboom was just playing on the bot lane, so EG took some really, really good map trades for the first 25 minutes. But then Muerta hits this BKB timing. Like we mentioned, she was the only hero in Betboom that had a good game. On that Muerta BKB timing, Betboom found some really good fights on these choke points in their triangle in that top left area where Pugna was able to get some good sucks, some good saves. But I'll let you say something, Brian, because you look like you want to say something.
Oh, no, I was already going to piggyback off your comment about Nightfall and Muerta. Like, I feel like a lot of these Eastern European teams, they're momentum-based. They don't do that well when the game looks as grim as it did 20 minutes in. But I have to give credit to Nightfall, where I have to believe he's like 5-0-11 at 40 minutes, and the game looks like what it is. That's after they made a little bit of the comeback that they did. And imagine the composure it takes. You have to also rally the troops, because you're the only one having a good game. So not only do you have to like convince yourself of the timing, but you also have to tell your team, this is when we're going to go. Just keep accepting this crappy situation that we're in. And hats off to them. You know, EG definitely gave them some spots. You know, we talked about Chris Luck maybe overextending a bit, but that takes Betboom staying in the game, making them work for it. And yeah, I mean, that game was a roller coaster, and I thought we were in for a boring one, minute 20, and instead we get a freaking barn burner of a 71-minute.
But speaking of resilience, right, Nightfall displayed that, but so did Because at one point in the game, it looked like Betboom had it.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially when Storm Spirit diebacked. But then you have Because of the super clutch ultra kill in the top lane. It looked like Betboom were just going to end. You know, they had everything going for them there, and all of a sudden, you got this Slark who just decided to turn on his ultimate carry potential.
He just flanked him 1v5. He's like, I'm just going in, boys.
He was like, don't worry, Chris. I got you. But that he must have been shaking while he was doing that.
Put him on the back.
Couldn't hold all the essence shift stacks.
Yeah,
That's
too many.
75 of them. I can't hold all this agility. And someone else who might be sweating, but sweating a sigh of relief, is Kafs, the coach of EG, who's standing by with Pyrion.
I look cool from the outside. Oh, hey, sorry, guys. We were in the middle of chatting. Kafs, congratulations. That must have been nerve-wracking.
I'm just dead inside, like I was saying. That was too much. I don't get paid for this.
Give the man a break, guys. Come on. You're affecting your coach's health. How worried were you in that game? Because there were some points where we were like, yikes.
Dude, I went for like super confident to like, this is EG, we're going to throw it for sure. To, I don't know, Pakaz is a god, he's going to carry us. And all stages, man, all stages. Like acceptance, all stages.
Oh, wow, like recovery program, Okay, so how are you guys going to calm down and get ready to play more Dota? Are you going to say, all right, guys, let's get back to normal Dota, none of this crazy stuff?
Well, I think we have a free day, right? I
don't know.
I think that can be enough. Just get a free day. No, but I think some of the guys they're gonna enjoy. Like Berlin, it's a good place. We haven't been able to do anything here until now. We were just like try harding, practicing, and I don't know, man. It's just too much.
It's too much. Well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
Incredibly stressful stuff, but We got all the iterations of evil geniuses, of the players, of the emotions, and they will be moving forward in the Berlin Major 23, making it to the lower bracket as we say goodbye to BetBoom. It is a unfortunate result for them yet again. This is a superstar team, but playing with a stand-in. Obviously, many of the stand-in teams that we have at this tournament have been exceeding expectations, but that's the exception. Typically, when you're not playing with your full roster, when you're having to shuffle around players in different roles, it is difficult to immediately hit your groove when you have 1 week to prepare. So, no shame in a result like this for BetBoom, even though I'm sure it's disappointing.
But isn't it starting to feel like there's always an excuse for their bad performance? It's like this time it was a stand-in. In Lima, maybe they were jet-lagged. Like at some point, someone has to sit back and say, there is something on this team that isn't working. And they have to be able to identify what that is and able to change it.
I think they looked a lot better at this tournament than some of those others. I agree, Slane, about this team is not clicking. I don't know if it's too many shot callers in the kitchen, so to say. I don't know if the ideas are too all over the place. I think here, though, like they're one game away from just going upper bracket, right? In those games they should have won. You can also argue that those are games they should win, and maybe there's like a little choke or whatever going on there, but they have a stand-in. Nightfall went to carry. Honestly, I was pretty impressed with how fast Nightfall transitioned back to carry from offlane in a new patch, especially. Like that game, that is a very high-pressure game where you feel like you lost some games that should have gotten you that upper bracket, and now you're in a situation maybe you shouldn't be, and he still steps up and like almost 1v5s that game. That was literally a 1v5 Morta performance. If you win that game, you're like, oh, Nightfall, God, just carries. So I was honestly very impressed by how fast he caught up and playing a hero that he doesn't have 1,000 games on Morta either, right?
But on the other hand, GPK was underwhelming, right? You can't have a star-studded lineup where one of your stars is consistently underwhelming during LANs.
I mean, I was talking to Blitz yesterday, and he was talking about how they found themselves in a situation where they had to 2-0 in order to make it to the upper bracket as Liquid. And when you see all these groups, like especially Group A, where there were, I think, 6 teams between 10-6 and 8-8. And that's what's super exciting to me about current Dota is, at the end of the day, we're dealing with talking about that one game that they could have slipped in there, maybe against one of the weaker teams that they shouldn't have dropped. Like, that's the difference between potentially making a run at the entire tournament and going home right now. And that's exciting. Like, that's something that I think has been just trickling in that direction throughout the course of the last 5 years of Dota. Closer and closer group stages. Even this group, like, you're seeing nobody got absolutely slaughtered. Like, yeah, the better teams like Tundra.
IG got pretty
I mean, there's still 3 wins. There's no MUFC in there.
I don't know where they got those, but they got pretty slaughtered.
I'm trying to be positive, all right?
They got them off
They
of
got
the
one
emo
against
store.
OG, didn't they?
They did.
They absolutely did.
There
That
you
was
go.
like this is a healthy distribution of wins and losses, if you ask me.
Group B superiority. That's what I'm
yeah,
hearing.
that's because we paneled them.
That's right.
Every Group B panel was us.
Well, let's see how good it is when they face off against Group A, because let's take a look at our bracket. The teams have selected their opponents based off of seeding, and this is where we're at. Game and Gladiators have chosen Team Spirit out of Group B, a Western European, perhaps best team in the world, going up against many TI winners, at least an 80% TI winning roster. Next, after that, it's OG against Team Liquid. A result I would have thought would have been very one-sided about a month ago if I was looking at the Western European DPC, but you take them to a LAN, you put some stand-ins in their hands, you start doubting OG, and they become more powerful than you can imagine. After that, it's 9 Pandas going up against Shopify Rebellion, a team that I would say probably exceeding expectations. After Lima having a stand-in, shifting things around, maybe expectations weren't the highest, and they still have Roger playing right now, right? I don't think Solo is back yet.
Yep.
So the team with a stand-in going up against Shopify Rebellion, and our last upper bracket series is Tundra Esports going up against PSG LGD. A pretty LGD has not done this well in a tournament in a while, actually. This is exciting to see them be upper bracket. I don't know if they were upper bracket at Lima.
I mean, how does Snaking always get to pick LGD?
Yes, that is
bigger
true.
one. Every time this guy goes upper bracket for like 5 years, he gets to choose LGD. He just keeps choosing. He's like, oh, it'll work out eventually. I mean, it worked out at TI. Maybe it'll work out here.
I think it'll most likely work out again. Not that I'm taking away from LGD. They've looked a lot better, and they're a lot of fun to watch. But it just seems like Tundra is doing things that no other team is willing to do, like the offlane Medusa. I'm sure they're going to bust out some offlane Coddles. They've played some phylactery bounty hunters. They've got the ideas.
Disgusting. Their laning phase is also, I think, the most disgusting of the tournament so far. Like, if you're not ready for Tundra's laning phase, you're just going to get rolled by some blood grenades through the gate off some dual roam, and then in like 2 minutes, you're behind 3,000 gold, and you're like, yo, can we restart the match? Like, just roll it back to, let's redo that one. Then you go game 2, you think you're ready for it, you get slapped harder. Like, oh, I would not want to play that team. I think I'd pick almost any other team in that upper bracket.
Really?
Yeah, because, I mean, you play versus gaming, Quinn's going to choke. Like, who cares? You know?
That's not been happening. That's not what I've been seeing recently. Maybe on your team's A no.
Maybe with a bit better of a 5 captain making the calls, that's not going to be an issue. I'm just messing with you. I'm really excited about this upper bracket. I think we might have a situation where, like, Group A runs over him. I feel like Group A looked more consistent.
So.
Like, I think the competition there was better.
Okay.
Like, we saw the records were much more even. The teams that were making it through, like Team Spirit and Liquid, had a bit of a rough start to the group stage.
The middle of the pack was even, though. Gaimin was our first lock.
What I'm saying is that the 2 #1 teams in each group, Gaimin and Tundra, were by far the most convincing, regardless of what group they were in. And then I feel like the 2nd through 4th might just take the games all from Group A. That's like my bold prediction for tomorrow.
Okay. Well, if you want to see it play out, let me show you the schedule. It's a long day tomorrow. I hope you're strapped in. 4 best-of-3s. We're done with the best-of-2s now. Group stage is behind us, and now it's time to look into full series to see which teams are superior. We will start off the day with Gaimin Gladiators versus Team Spirit. After that, it's OG versus Liquid. Then 9 Pandas taking on Shopify Rebellion, and we will close out the day, hopefully at a reasonable hour, with Tundra going up against PSG LGD. Brian gave me a prediction. Effie, which one are you most excited for when we look towards tomorrow?
Honestly, I'm most excited to watch 9 Pandas versus Shopify simply because I didn't get enough time to watch them. So I really just want to cover them closely. I want to see what it is that's clicked for them. And yeah, I want Shopify to do well, to be honest. It's been a while since they were close to that first place placement, and maybe it is time.
They get ever so tastily close, getting podium finishes, you know, the 4th places here and there. It would be satisfying to see them hold a trophy, but they have a long journey to get through. And I hope all of you have been enjoying this group stage. But now we're ready. We're ready for main event action. And I hope you are too. We're going to be bringing you more Berlin Major, 6 more days of playoffs. We'll see you later.
Fight. Not a bad start here to the fight. RP's there. Stuart back into the Wukong's command. They've caught the 3 of them, holding them in position, but the Doom has been dropped down onto Picard. So Picard, he can't kill anyone. Any follow-up. Chris, he's going to try his best to survive, but the Wukong's command comes to an end. Chris goes down.
I can smile for you.
Okay, he's going to run out of mana pretty shortly. Now that the mana's gone, not much HP to try and survive with. It's the daggers are there from Chris. Jump forward. He'll get lifted back into the 4 of them. Picard's in trouble. Over. The backup's coming in. In fact, Picard, he'll die. Mickey, he's still alive.
Oh my God.
They couldn't quite do it.
Blitz, any final comments about trading Mickey?
Yeah, I really want anybody. I'll take anyone.
Oh, and Skeeter gets out the song. All 5 heroes. Okay, what's the angle or approach here?
You just roll through them all. I think that's the angle.
Yeah, they're going to hit the shield crash. Gale onto 3 as well. 9 bouncing around all of these heroes. Now, they do have the BKB on Chidori. He's going to try and do what damage he can, but it's hopeless.
Yeah! I'll put it back.
Wow.
I mean, there ain't no love in this game. That's a good one, though.
Oh, that's a good boat.
That is a love boat.
Loving that outcome for SMG. They hit the 2-man torrent as well, and they're keeping their heroes away from the Iron Shell kill through. Oh, Chidori
of dreams.
He got the last hit to heal him up. Now he's got to be careful of Skeeter. Skeeter does hit pretty hard.
Skeletons.
Oh dear. Oh,
the skeletons cleaned them up.
It's one of the heroes of all time.
It's a meme. You wouldn't get it. Okay, thank you. Because it's funny.
Pops the Mars ult, and they're going to find Pakaz relatively easily inside his own base. He does not have buyback at all, but as they're starting to get low, Alchemist looks dead. Double kill from Panda of all heroes, and XXS is going to go down next. Triple kill. Ultra kill for a Crystal Maiden. Are you serious?
The team that gets up and strolls out is the team that are kind of feeling themselves. They're a little cool, you know. They're sort of like, let's go for a smoke. We'll go for a walk around. The teams that sit at their computers, they're looking at it like.
Well, Makaz trying to get something out of this. Finally gets a Crystal Maiden kill.
He is huge on Slark right now.
Okay, he's got a lot of stacks of action shift, and GPK pops the BKB, trying to get away, but triple kill from Makaz. Mark, which you know what that means, Cinderin. It's tier 5 neutral time, baby. Let's see what they get. What is Gaben gonna give you today? That's a tier 5 token. What are you gonna get today? Gotta activate that bad boy and get a nice juicy double damage on top of that. Gaben's really happy with EG. What are you gonna get? What are you gonna get? Come on. Click the goddamn button. For God's sake, get your tier 5 items here today. You can get anything.
Oh, sorry, guys.
What is it?
I love Roshan.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to 1. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my